Preface to A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Preface. I have been called, in many of the public journals, a professed tourist, but I am sorry to say that I have no title to the appellation in its usual sense. On the one hand, I possess too little wit and humour to render my writings amusing, and, on the other, too little knowledge to judge rightly of what I have gone through. The only gift to which I can lay claim is that of narrating in a simple manner the different scenes in which I have played a part, and the different objects I have beheld. If I ever pronounce an opinion, I do so merely on my own personal experience. Many will perhaps believe that I undertook so long a journey from vanity. I can only say in answer to this, whoever thinks so should make such a trip himself, in order to gain the conviction that nothing but a natural wish for travel, a boundless desire of acquiring knowledge, could ever enable a person to overcome the hardships, privations, and dangers to which I have been exposed. In exactly the same manner as the artist feels an invincible desire to paint, and the poet to give free course to his thoughts, so was I hurried away with an unconquerable wish to see the world. In my youth I dreamed of travelling. In my old age I find amusement in reflecting on what I have beheld. The public received very favourably my plain, unvarnished account of A Voyage to the Holy Land, and to Iceland and Scandinavia. Emboldened by their kindness, I once more step forward with the journal of my last and most considerable voyage, and I shall feel content if the narration of my adventures procures for my readers only a portion of the immense fund of pleasure derived from the voyage by the authoress. Vienna, March 16, 1850. With the hope that we may forward the views of the authoress, and be the means of exciting the public attention to her position and wants, we append the following statement by Mr. A. Peterman, which appeared in the Athenaeum of the 6th of December, 1851. Madame Pfeiffer came to London last April with the intention of undertaking a fresh journey, her love of travelling appearing not only unabated, but even augmented by the success of her journey round the world. She had planned, as her fourth undertaking, a journey to some of those portions of the globe which she had not yet visited, namely, Australia and the islands of the Asiatic archipelago, intending to proceed thither in the usual route round the Cape. Her purpose was, however, changed while in London. The recently discovered Lake Ngami in southern Africa, and the interesting region to the north towards the equator, the reflection how successfully she had travelled amongst savage tribes, where armed men hesitated to penetrate, how well she had borne alike the cold of Iceland and the heat of Babylonia, and lastly the suggestion that she might be destined to raise the veil from some of the totally unknown portions of the interior of Africa, made her determine on stopping at the Cape, and trying to proceed thence, if possible, northwards into the equatorial regions of the African continent. Madame Pfeiffer left for the Cape on 22nd of May last, in a sailing vessel, her usual mode of travelling by sea, steamboats being too expensive. She arrived safely at Cape Town on the 11th of August, as I learned from a letter which I received from her last week, dated the 20th of August. From that letter the following are extracts. The impression which this place, Cape Town, made on me was not an agreeable one. The mountains surrounding the town are bare. The town itself, London being still fresh in my recollection, resembles a village. The houses are of only one story, with terraces instead of roofs. From the deck of the vessel a single tree was visible, standing on a hill. In short, on my arrival I was at once much disappointed, and this disappointment rather increases than otherwise. In the town the European mode of living is entirely prevalent, more so than in any other place abroad that I have seen. I have made a good many inquiries as to travelling into the interior, and have been throughout assured that the natives are everywhere kindly disposed to travellers, and that as a woman I should be able to penetrate much farther than a man, and I have been strongly advised to undertake a journey as far as the unknown lakes, and even beyond. Still, with all these splendid prospects and hopes, I fear I shall travel less in this country than in any other. Here the first thing you are told is, that you must purchase waggons, oxen, horses, asses, hire expensive guides, etc., etc. How far should I reach in this way with my £100 sterling? I will give you an example of the charges in this country. For the carriage of my little luggage to my lodgings I had to pay 10s. 6d. I had previously landed in what I thought the most expensive places in the world, London, Calcutta, Canton, etc., had everywhere a much greater distance to go from the vessel to my lodgings, and nowhere had I paid half of what they charge me here. Board and lodging I have also found very dear. Fortunately, I have been very kindly received into the house of Mr. Teiwitzer, the Hamburg consul, where I live very agreeably, but do not much advance the object which brought me here. I shall, in the course of the month, undertake a short journey with some Dutch Boers to Klein Williams, and I fear that this will form the beginning and the end of my travels in this country. From these extracts it will be seen that the resolute lady has at her command but very slender means for the performance of her journeys. The sum of £100 which was granted to her by the Austrian government forms the whole of her funds. Private resources she has none. It took her 20 years to save enough money to perform her first journey, namely, that to the Holy Land. While in London she received scarcely any encouragement, and her works were not appreciated by the public, or indeed known, till she had left this country. It is to be regretted that the want of a little pecuniary assistance should deter the enterprising lady from carrying out her projected journey in Southern Africa. Though not a scientific traveller, she is a faithful recorder of what she sees and hears, and she is prepared to note the bearings and distances of the journey, make meteorological observations, and keep a careful diary, so that the result of her projected journey would perhaps be of as much interest as those of other travellers of greater pretensions. End of Preface. Section 1 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 1. The Voyage to the Brazils. Part 1. Departure from Vienna. Stay in Hamburg. Steamers and sailing vessels. Departure from Hamburg. Cuxhaven. The British Channel. Flying Fish. The Physolida. Constellations. Passing the Line. The Vampiros. A Gale and Storm. Cape Frio. Arrival in the port of Rio Janeiro. On the 1st of May, 1846, I left Vienna, and, with the exception of slight stoppages at Prague, Dresden, and Leipzig, proceeded directly to Hamburg, there to embark for the Brazils. In Prague I had the pleasure of meeting Count Berchtold, who had accompanied me during a portion of my journey in the East. He informed me that he should like to be my companion in the voyage to the Brazils, and I promised to wait for him in Hamburg. I had a second most interesting meeting on the steamer from Prague to Dresden, namely with the widow of Professor Mikan. In the year 1817 this lady had, on the occasion of the marriage of the Austrian Princess Leopoldine with Don Pedro I, followed her husband to the Brazils, and afterwards made with him a scientific journey into the interior of the country. I had often heard this lady's name mentioned, and my joy at making her personal acquaintance was very great. In the kindest and most amiable manner she communicated to me the results of her long experience, and added advice and rules of conduct which proved afterwards highly useful. I arrived in Hamburg on the 12th of May, and as early as the 13th might have embarked on board a fine fast-sailing brig, which besides was christened the Ida, like myself. With a heavy heart I saw this fine vessel set sail. I was obliged to remain behind, as I had promised my travelling companion to await his arrival. Week after week elapsed, with nothing but the fact of my staying with my relatives to lighten the dreariness of suspense. At last, about the middle of June, the Count came, and shortly afterwards we found a vessel, a Danish brig, the Caroline, Captain Bock, bound for Rio Janeiro. I had now before me a long voyage, which could not be made under 2 months at the least, and which possibly might last 3 or 4. Luckily I had already lived for a considerable period on board sailing vessels during my former travels, and was therefore acquainted with their arrangements, which are very different from those of steamers. On board a steamer everything is agreeable and luxurious. The vessel pursues her rapid course independent of the wind, and the passengers enjoy good and fresh provisions, spacious cabins, and excellent society. In sailing vessels all this is very different, as, with the exception of the large East Indiamen, they are not fitted up for passengers. In them the cargo is looked upon as the principal thing, and in the eyes of the crew passengers are a troublesome addition, whose comfort is generally very little studied. The captain is the only person who takes any interest in them, since a third or even the half of the passage money falls to his share. The space, too, is so confined that you can hardly turn yourself round in the sleeping cabins, while it is quite impossible to stand upright in the berths. Beside this, the motion of a sailing vessel is much stronger than that of a steamer. On the latter, however, many affirm that the eternal vibration and the disagreeable odour of the oils and coals are totally insupportable. For my own part, I never found this to be the case. It certainly is unpleasant, but much easier to bear than the many inconveniences always existing on board a sailing vessel. The passenger is there a complete slave to every whim or caprice of the captain, who is an absolute sovereign, and holds uncontrolled sway over everything. Even the food depends upon his generosity, and although it is generally not absolutely bad, in the best instances it is not equal to that on board a steamer. The following form the ordinary diet: tea and coffee without milk, bacon and junk, soup made with peas or cabbage, potatoes, hard dumplings, salted cod, and ship biscuit. On rare occasions ham, eggs, fish, pancakes, or even skinny fowls are served out. It is very seldom in small ships that bread can be procured. To render the living more palatable, especially on a long voyage, passengers would do well to take with them a few additions to the ship's fare. The most suitable are portable soup and captain's biscuit, both of which should be kept in tin canisters to preserve them from mouldiness and insects. A good quantity of eggs, which, when the vessel is bound for a southern climate, should first be dipped in strong lime water, or packed in coal dust. Rice, potatoes, sugar, butter, and all the ingredients for making sangaree and potato salad, the former being very strengthening and the latter very cooling. I would strongly recommend those who have children with them to take a goat as well. As regards wine, passengers should take especial care to ask the captain whether this is included in the passage money, otherwise it will have to be purchased from him at a very high rate. There are also other objects which must not be forgotten, and above all a mattress, bolster, and counterpane, as the berths are generally unfurnished. These can be purchased very cheaply at any seaport town. Besides this, it is likewise advisable to take a stock of coloured linen. The office of washerwoman is filled by a sailor, so that it may easily be imagined that the linen does not return from the wash in the best possible condition. When the sailors are employed in shifting the sails, great care must be taken to avoid injury by the falling of any of the ropes. But all these inconveniences are comparatively trifling. The greatest amount of annoyance begins towards the end of the voyage. The captain's mistress is his ship. At sea he allows her to wear an easy negligee, but in port she must appear in full dress. Not a sign of the long voyage, of the storms, of the glowing heat she has suffered, must be visible. Then begins an incessant hammering, planing, and sawing. Every flaw, every crack or injury is made good, and, to wind up, the whole vessel is painted afresh. The worst of all, however, is the hammering when the cracks in the deck are being repaired and filled up with pitch. This is almost unbearable. But enough of annoyances. I have described them merely to prepare in some degree those who have never been to sea. Persons residing in seaport towns do not, perhaps, stand in need of this, for they hear these matters mentioned every day. but such is not the case with us poor souls who have lived all our lives in inland cities. Very often we hardly know how a steamer or a sailing vessel looks, much less the mode of life on board them. I speak from experience, and know too well what I myself suffered on my first voyage, simply because, not having been warned beforehand, I took nothing with me save a small stock of linen and clothes. At present I will proceed with the progress of my voyage. We embarked on the evening of the 28th of June, and weighed anchor before daybreak on the 29th. The voyage did not commence in any very encouraging manner. We had very little, in fact almost no, wind at all, and compared to us every pedestrian appeared to be running a race. We made the 9 miles to Blankenese in 7 hours. Luckily the slow rate at which we proceeded was not so disagreeable, as, at first, for a considerable period, we beheld the magnificent port, and afterwards could admire, on the Holstein side, the beautiful country houses of the rich Hamburgers, situated upon charming eminences and surrounded by lovely gardens. The opposite side, belonging to Hanover, is as flat and monotonous as the other side is beautiful. About here the Elbe in many places is from 3 to 4 miles broad. Before reaching Blankenese, the ships take in their stock of water from the Elbe. This water, although of a dirty and thick appearance, is said to possess the valuable quality of resisting putridity for years. We did not reach Gluckstadt, 37 miles from Hamburg, before the morning of the 30th. As there was not now a breath of wind, we were entirely at the mercy of the stream, and began drifting back. The captain, therefore, ordered the men to cast anchor, and profited by the leisure thus enforced upon them to have the chests and boxes made fast on the deck and in the hold. We idlers had permission granted us to land and visit the town, in which, however, we found but little to admire. There were 8 passengers on board. The 4 cabin places were taken by Count B., myself, and 2 young people who hoped to make their fortune sooner in the Brazils than in Europe. The price of a passage in the first cabin was $100, £20 16 shillings and 8 pence, and in the steerage $50, £10 8 shillings and 4 pence. In the steerage, besides 2 worthy tradesmen, was a poor old woman who was going, in compliance with the wish of her only son, who had settled in the Brazils, to join him there, and a married woman whose husband had been working as a tailor for the last 6 years in Rio Janeiro. People soon became acquainted on board ship, and generally endeavoured to agree as well as possible, in order to render the monotony of a long voyage at all supportable. On the 1st of July we again set sail in rather stormy weather. We made a few miles, but were soon obliged to cast anchor once more. The Elbe is here so wide that we could hardly see its banks, and the swells so strong that sea sickness began to manifest itself among our company. On the 2nd of July we again attempted to weigh anchor, but with no better success than the day before. Towards evening we saw some dolphins, also called tummler or tumblers, as well as several gulls, which announced to us that we were fast nearing the sea. A great many vessels passed quickly by us. They could turn to account the storm and wind which swelled out their sails, and drove them rapidly towards the neighbouring port. We grudged them their good fortune, and perhaps we had to thank this specimen of Christian love on our part, that, on the 3rd of July, we had not got further than Cuxhaven, 74 miles from Hamburg. The 4th of July was a beautifully fine day for those who could remain quietly on shore, but for those on board ship it was bad enough, as there was not the slightest breath of wind stirring. To get rid of our lamentations, the captain launched out in praises of the charming little town, and had us conveyed to land. We visited the town, as well as the bathing establishment and the lighthouse, and afterwards actually proceeded as far as a place called the Bush, where, as we were told, we should find a great abundance of strawberries. After wandering about, over fields and meadows, for a good hour in the glowing heat, we found the Bush, it is true, but instead of strawberries discovered only frogs and adders there. We now proceeded into the scanty wood, where we saw about 20 tents erected. A bustling landlord came up, and offering us some glasses of bad milk, said that every year a fair is held in the Bush for 3 weeks, or rather on 3 successive Sundays, for during the week-days the booths are closed. The landlady also came tripping towards us and invited us in a very friendly manner to spend the next Sunday with them. She assured us that we should amuse ourselves charmingly, that we elder members of the company should find entertainment in the wonderful performance of the tumblers and jugglers, and the younger gentlemen find spruce young girls for partners in the dance. We expressed ourselves much pleased at this invitation, promised to be sure to come, and then extended our walk to Ritzebüttel, where we admired a small castle in a miniature park. 5th of July. Nothing is so changeable as the weather. Yesterday we were travelling in sunshine, and today we were surrounded by a thick, dark fog. And yet this, bad as it was, we found more agreeable than the fine weather of the day before, for a slight breeze sprang up, and at 9 o'clock in the morning we heard the rattling of the capstan as the anchor was being weighed. In consequence of this, the young people were obliged to give up the idea of an excursion to the bush, and defer all dancing with pretty girls until their arrival in another hemisphere, for it was fated that they should not set foot in Europe again. The transition from the Elbe to the North Sea is scarcely perceptible, as the Elbe is not divided into different channels, but is 8 or 10 miles broad at its mouth. It almost forms a small sea of itself, and has even the green hue of one. We were, consequently, very much surprised on hearing the captain exclaim in a joyful tone, "We are out of the river at last." We imagined that we had long since been sailing on the wide ocean. In the afternoon we bore in sight of the island of Heligoland, which belongs to the English, and presented really a magical appearance, as it rose out from the sea. It is a barren, colossal rock, and had I not learned from one of the newest works on geography that it was peopled by about 2,500 souls, I should have supposed the whole island to have been uninhabited. On 3 sides the cliffs rise so precipitously from the waves that all access is impossible. We sailed by the place at a considerable distance, and saw only the towers of the church and lighthouse, in addition to the so-called Monk, a solitary perpendicular rock that is separated from the main body, between which and it there sparkles a small strip of sea. The inhabitants are very poor. The only sources of their livelihood are fishing and bathing visitors. A great number of the latter come every year, as the bathing, on account of the extraordinary swell, is reckoned extremely efficacious. Unfortunately, great fears are entertained that this watering place cannot exist much longer, as every year the island decreases in size, from the continual falling away of large masses of rock, so that some day the whole place may disappear into the sea. From the 5th to the 10th of July we had continued stormy and cold weather, with a heavy sea and great rolling of the ship. All we poor landlubbers were suffering from seasickness. We first entered the British Channel, also called La Manche, 420 miles from Cuxhaven, on the night of the 10th to the 11th. We awaited with impatience the rising of the sun, which would display to our gaze 2 of the mightiest powers of Europe. Luckily the day was fine and clear, and the 2 kingdoms lay before us, in such magnificence and proximity, that the beholder was almost inclined to believe that a sister people inhabited both countries. On the coast of England we saw the North Foreland, the castle of Sandown, and the town of Deal, stretching out at the foot of the cliffs, which extended for many miles, and are about 150 feet high. Further on we came in sight of the South Foreland, and lastly the ancient castle of Dover, that sits right bravely enthroned upon an eminence, and overlooks the surrounding country far and wide. The town itself lies upon the sea shore. Opposite Dover, at the narrowest part of the channel, we distinguished, on the French coast, Cap Grinet, where Napoleon erected a small building, in order, it is said, to be at least able to see England, and, further on, the obelisk raised in memory of the camp at Boulogne by Napoleon, but completed under Louis Philippe. The wind being unfavourable, we were obliged, during the night, to tack in the neighbourhood of Dover. The great darkness which covered both land and sea rendered this manoeuvre a very dangerous one, firstly on account of the proximity of the coast, and secondly on account of the number of vessels passing up and down the channel. To avoid a collision, we hung out a lantern on the foremast, while, from time to time, a torch was lighted and held over the side, and the bell frequently kept sounding, all very alarming occurrences to a person unused to the sea. For 14 days we were prisoners in the 360 miles of the Channel, remaining very often 2 or 3 days, as if spellbound, in the same place, while we were frequently obliged to cruise for whole days to make merely a few miles. And near start we were overtaken by a tolerably violent storm. During the night I was suddenly called upon deck. I imagined that some misfortune had happened, and hastily throwing a few clothes on, hurried up, to enjoy the astonishing spectacle of a sea fire. In the wake of the vessel I behold a streak of fire so strong that it would have been easy to read by its light. The water round the ship looked like a glowing stream of lava, and every wave as it rose up threw out sparks of fire. The track of the fish was surrounded by dazzling, inimitable brilliancy, and far and wide everything was one dazzling coruscation. This extraordinary illumination of the sea is of very unfrequent occurrence, and rarely happens after long continued violent storms. The captain told me that he had never yet beheld the sea so lighted up. For my part, I shall never forget the sight. A second and hardly less beautiful spectacle came under our observation at another time, when, after a storm, the clouds, gilt by the rays of the sun, were reflected as in a mirror on the bosom of the sea. They glittered and shone with an intensity of colour which surpassed even those of the rainbow. We had full leisure to contemplate Eddystone Lighthouse, which is the most celebrated building of the kind in Europe, as we were cruising about 2 days in sight of it. Its height, and the boldness and strength with which it is built, are truly wonderful, but still more wonderful is its position upon a dangerous reef, situated 10 miles from the coast. At a distance it seems to be founded in the sea itself. We often sailed so near the coast of Cornwall that not only could we plainly perceive every village, but even the people in the streets and in the open country. The land is hilly and luxuriant, and appears carefully cultivated. During the whole time of our cruising in the Channel the temperature was cold and raw, the thermometer seldom being higher than 65° to 75° Fahrenheit. At last, on the 24th of July, we came to the end of the Channel, and attained the open sea. The wind was tolerably favourable, and on the 2nd of August we were off Gibraltar, where we were becalmed for 24 hours. The captain threw several pieces of white crockery ware, as well as a number of large bones, overboard, to show how beautifully green such objects appeared as they slowly sank down beneath the sea. Of course this can only be seen in a perfect calm. In the evening we were greatly delighted by numbers of molluscae shining through the water. They looked exactly like so many floating stars, about the size of a man's hand. Even by day we could perceive them beneath the waves. They are of a brownish red, and in form resemble a toadstool. Many had a thick pedicle, somewhat fimbriated on the under part; others, instead of the pedicle, had a number of threads hanging down from them. Section 2 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 1, Part 2. 4th of August. This was the first day that it was announced by the heat that we were in a southern latitude, but, as was also the case the following day, the clear dark blue sky that generally overarches the Mediterranean in such exceeding loveliness was still wanting. We found, however, some slight compensation for this in the rising and setting of the sun, as these were often accompanied by unusual forms and colours of the clouds. We were now off Morocco, and were fortunate enough today to perceive a great number of bonitos. Everyone on board bestirred himself, and on every side fish hooks were cast overboard. Unluckily only one bonito allowed himself to be entrapped by our friendly invitations. He made a dart at the bait, and his good-natured confidence procured us a fresh meal, of which we had long been deprived. On the 5th of August we saw land for the first time in 12 days. The sun was rising as the little island of Porto Santo greeted our sight. It is formed of peaked mountains, which, by their shape, betray their volcanic origin. A few miles in advance of the island stands the beautiful Falcon Rock, like a sentinel upon the lookout. We sailed past Madeira, 23 miles from Porto Santo, the same day, but unluckily at such a distance that we could only perceive the long mountain chains by which the island is intersected. Near Madeira lie the rocky Deserta Islands, which are reckoned as forming part of Africa. Near these islands we passed a vessel running under reefed sails before the wind, whence the captain concluded that she was a cruiser looking after slavers. On the 6th of August we beheld for the first time flying fish, but at such a distance that we could scarcely distinguish them. On the 7th of August we neared the Canary Isles, but unfortunately on account of the thick fog we could not see them. We now caught the trade wind that blows from the east and is anxiously desired by all sailors. On the night of the 9th to 10th we entered the tropics. We were now in daily expectation of greater heat and a clearer sky, but met with neither. The atmosphere was dull and hazy, and even in our own raw fatherland the sky could not have been so overcast, except upon some days in November. Every evening the clouds were piled upon one another in such a way that we were continually expecting to see a waterspout. It was generally not before midnight that the heavens would gradually clear up, and allow us to admire the beautiful and dazzling constellations of the south. The captain told us that this was the 14th voyage he had made to the Brazils, during which time he had always found the heat very easily borne, and had never seen the sky otherwise than dull and lowering. He said that this was occasioned by the damp, unhealthy coast of Guinea, the ill effects of which were perceptible much further than where we then were, although the distance between us was 350 miles. In the tropics the quick transition from day to night is already very perceptible. 35 or 40 minutes after the setting of the sun the deepest darkness reigns around. The difference in the length of day and night decreases more and more the nearer you approach the equator. At the equator itself the day and night are of equal duration. On the 14th and 15th of August we sailed parallel with the Cape de Verde Islands, from which we were not more than 23 miles distant, but which, on account of the hazy state of the weather, we could not see. During this period we used to be much amused by the small flocks of flying fish, which very often arose from the water so near the ship's side that we were enabled to examine them minutely. They are generally the size and colour of a herring. Their side fins, however, are longer and broader, and they have the power of spreading and closing them like little wings. They raise themselves about 12 or 15 feet above the water, and then, after flying more than a distance of 100 feet, dive down again for a moment beneath the waves, to recommence directly afterwards. This occurs most frequently when they are pursued by bonitos or other foes. When they were flying at some distance from the ship, they really looked like elegant birds. We very frequently saw the bonitos also, who were pursuing them, endeavour to raise themselves above the water, but they seldom succeeded in raising more than their head. It is very difficult to catch one of these little denizens of the air, as they are to be secured neither by nets nor hooks, but sometimes the wind will drive them, during the night, upon the deck, where they are discovered in the morning, dead, not having sufficient strength to raise themselves from dry places. In this way I obtained a few specimens. Today, August 15th, we enjoyed a most interesting sight. We happened, exactly at 12 o'clock, to be in the sun's zenith, and the sunbeams fell so perpendicularly that every object was perfectly shadowless. We put books, chairs, ourselves in the sun, and were highly delighted with this unusual kind of amusement. Luckily we had chanced to be at the right spot at the right time. Had we, at the same hour, been only 1 degree nearer or 1 degree further, we should have lost the entire sight. When we saw it, we were 14 degrees 6 minutes. A minute is equal to a nautical mile. All observations with the sextant were out of the question until we were once more some degrees from the zenith. [Footnote: The sextant is a mathematical instrument by which the different degrees of longitude and latitude are determined and the hour known. The chronometers also are set by it. In order to find the latitude the ship is in, an observation is taken at noon, but only when the sun shines. This last is absolutely necessary, since it is from the shadow cast upon the figures of the instrument that the reckoning is made. The longitude can be determined both morning and afternoon, as the sun, in this case, is not necessary.] 17th August. Shoals of tunny fish, fish 4 and 5 feet long and belonging to the dolphin tribe, were seen tumbling about the ship. A harpoon was quickly procured, and one of the sailors sent out with it on the bowsprit; but whether he had bad luck, or was unskilled in the art of harpooning, he missed his mark. The most wonderful part of the story, though, was that all the fish disappeared as if by magic, and did not appear again for some days. It seemed as if they had whispered and warned each other of the threatened danger. All the oftener, however, did we see another inhabitant of the sea, namely, that beautiful mollusca, the Physolida, called by the sailors Portuguese Segelschiff (Portuguese sailing ship). When floating upon the surface of the sea, with its long crest, which it can elevate or depress at pleasure, it really resembles a delicate tiny little sailing vessel. I was very desirous of catching one of these little creatures, but this could only be effected by means of a net, which I had not got, nor had I either needle or twine to make one. Necessity, however, is the mother of invention, so I manufactured a knitting needle of wood, unravelled some thick string, and in a few hours possessed a net. Very soon afterwards a mollusca had been captured, and placed in a tub filled with sea water. The little creature's body is about 6 inches long and 2 inches high. The crest extends above the whole of the back, and in the middle, where it is highest, measures about 1.5 inches. Both the crest and body are transparent, and appear as if tinged with rose colour. From the belly, which is violet, are suspended a number of threads or arms of the same colour. I hung the little thing up to dry at the stern, outside the ship. Some of the threads reached down into the water, a depth of at least 12 feet, but most of them fell off. After the animal was dead, the crest remained erect, and the body perfectly filled out, but the beautiful rose colour gradually changed to white. 18th August. Today we had a heavy thunderstorm, for which we were very grateful, as it cooled the air considerably. Between 1° and 2 or 3° north latitude, frequent changes in the weather are very common. For instance, on the morning of the 20th we were overtaken by a strong wind, which lashed up the sea to a great height, and continued until evening, when it gave way to a tropical shower, which we at home should call a perfect waterspout. The deck was instantaneously transformed into a lake, while at the same time the wind had so completely fallen that even the rudder enjoyed a holiday. This rain cost me a night's rest, for when I went to take possession of my berth, I found the bedclothes drenched through and through, and was fain to content myself with a wooden bench for a couch. On the 27th of August we got beyond these hostile latitudes, and were received by the anxiously desired south-east trade wind, which hurried us quickly on our voyage. We were now very near the equator, and, like all other travellers, wished very much to see the celebrated constellations of the south. I myself was most interested in the Southern Cross, and, as I could not find it among the stars, I begged the captain to point it out to me. Both he and the first mate, however, said that they had never heard of it, and the second mate was the only one to whom it did not appear entirely unknown. With his help, we really did discover in the spangled firmament 4 stars, which had something of the form of a somewhat crooked cross, but were certainly not remarkable in themselves, nor did they excite the least enthusiasm amongst us. A most magnificent spectacle was, on the contrary, formed by Orion, Jupiter, and Venus. The latter, indeed, shone so brilliantly that her gleams formed a silver furrow across the waves. The great frequency of falling stars is another fact that I cannot corroborate. They are perhaps more frequent than in cold climates, but are far from being as common as is said. and as for their size, I saw only one which surpassed ours, and this appeared about 3 times as large as an ordinary star. For some days we also had now seen the Cape, or Magellan's Clouds, and also the so-called Black Cloud. The first are bright, and like the Milky Way are formed of numberless small stars, invisible to the naked eye. The latter presents a black appearance, and is said to be produced by the absence of all stars whatever from this part of the heavens. All these different signs prepared us for the most interesting moment of our voyage, namely, passing the line. On the 29th of August at 10 o'clock p.m. we saluted the southern hemisphere for the first time. A feeling nearly allied to pride excited everyone, but more especially those who crossed the line for the first time. We shook each other by the hand and congratulated one another mutually, as if we had done some great and heroic deed. One of the passengers had brought with him a bottle or two of champagne to celebrate the event. The cork sprang gaily in the air, and with a joyful "Huzza!" the health of the new hemisphere was drunk. No festivities took place among the crew. This is at present the case in most vessels, as such amusements seldom end without drunkenness and disorder. The sailors, however, could not let the cabin boy, who passed the line for the first time, go quite scot-free, so he was well christened in a few buckets of salt water. Long before passing the line, we passengers had frequently spoken of all the sufferings and tortures we should be subjected to at the equator. Everyone had read or heard something exceedingly horrible, which he duly communicated to all the rest. One expected headache or colic. A second had pictured to himself the sailors falling down from exhaustion. A third dreaded such a fearful degree of heat that it would not only melt the pitch, but would so dry up the ship that nothing but continual throwing water over it could prevent its catching fire; while a fourth feared that all the provisions would be spoilt, and ourselves nearly starved to death. [Footnote: The heat does not require to be very great in order to melt the pitch on a ship's seams. I have seen it become soft and form bladders when the thermometer stood at 81.5 in the sun.] For my own part, I had already congratulated myself on the tragical stories I should be able to present to my readers. I beheld them shedding tears at the narration of the sufferings we had experienced, and I already appeared to myself half a martyr. Alas! I was sadly deceived. We all remained in perfectly good health, not a sailor sank exhausted, the ship did not catch fire, and the provisions were not spoilt, they were just as bad as before. 3rd of September. From 2 degrees to 3 degrees south latitude, the wind is very irregular, and frequently excessively violent. Today we passed the 8 degrees south latitude without seeing land, which put the captain in the best of humours. He explained to us that if we had seen land, we should have been obliged to retrace our course almost to the line, because the current sets in with such violence towards the land, that the voyage could only be made at a proper distance. 7th of September. Between 10 degrees and 20 degrees south latitude, we again met with very peculiar prevalent winds. They are called vamperos, and oblige the sailor to be always on his guard, as they spring up very suddenly, and are often extremely violent. We were overtaken by one during the night, but luckily it was not of the worst kind. In a few hours it had entirely passed over, but the sea did not become calm again for a considerable time. On the 9th and 11th of September we encountered some short gusts of the vamperos, the most violent being the last. 12th and 13th of September. The first was termed by the captain merely a stiffish breeze, but the second was entered in the log as a storm. [Footnote: Every 4 hours the state of the wind, how many miles the vessel has made, in fact every occurrence, is noted down in the log with great exactitude. The captain is obliged to show this book to the owners of the ship at the conclusion of the voyage.] The stiffish breeze cost us 1 sail, the storm 2. During the time it lasted the sea ran so high that it was with the greatest difficulty we could eat. With one hand we were obliged to grasp the plate, and at the same time to hold fast on to the table, while with the other we managed with considerable difficulty to convey the food to our mouth. At night I was obliged to stow myself firmly in my berth with my cloaks and dresses, to protect my body from being bruised black and blue. On the morning of the 13th I was on deck at break of day. The helmsman led me to the side of the vessel and told me to hold my head overboard and inhale the air. I breathed the most beautiful perfume of flowers. I looked round in astonishment, and imagined that I must already be able to see the land. It was, however, still far distant, the soft perfume being merely drifted to us by the wind. It was very remarkable that inside the ship this perfume was not at all perceptible. The sea itself was covered with innumerable dead butterflies and moths, which had been carried out to sea by the storm. Two pretty little birds, quite exhausted by their long flight, were resting upon one of the yards. For us who, during 2 months and a half, had seen nothing but sky and water, all these things were most satisfactory, and we looked out anxiously for Cape Frio, which we were very near. The horizon, however, was lowering and hazy, and the sun had not force enough to tear the murky veil asunder. We looked forward with joy to the next morning, but during the night were overtaken by another storm, which lasted until 2 o'clock. The ship's course was changed, and she was driven as far as possible into the open sea, so that, in the end, we were glad enough to reach, the next day, the same position we had occupied the morning before. To-day we caught no glimpse of land, but a few gulls and albatrosses from Cape Frio warned us that we were near it, and afforded us some little amusement. They swam close up to the ship's side, and eagerly swallowed every morsel of bread or meat that was thrown to them. The sailors tried to catch some with a hook and line, and were fortunate enough to succeed. They were placed upon the deck, and, to my great surprise, I perceived that they were unable to raise themselves from it. If we touched them, they merely dragged themselves, with great difficulty, a few paces further, although they could rise very easily from the surface of the water, and fly extremely high. One of the gentlemen was exceedingly anxious to kill and stuff one of them, but the superstition of the sailors was opposed to this. They said that if birds were killed on board ship, their death would be followed by long calms. We yielded to their wishes, and restored the little creatures to the air and waves, their native elements. This was another proof that superstition is still deep-rooted in the minds of sailors. Of this we had afterwards many other instances. The captain, for example, was always very averse to the passengers amusing themselves with cards or any other game of chance. In another vessel, as I was informed, no one was allowed to write on Sunday, etc. Empty casks or logs of wood were also very frequently thrown overboard during a calm, probably as sacrifices to the deities of the winds. On the morning of the 16th of September we at last had the good fortune to perceive the mountains before Rio Janeiro, and soon singled out the Sugarloaf. At 2 o'clock p.m. we entered the bay and port of Rio Janeiro. Immediately at the entrance of the bay are several conical rocks, some of which, like the Sugarloaf, rise singly from the sea, while others are joined at the base and are almost inaccessible. [Footnote: Some years ago a sailor made an attempt to scale the Sugarloaf. He succeeded in attaining the summit, but never came down again. Most likely he made a false step and was precipitated into the sea. End of footnote. Between these ocean mountains, if I may be allowed the expression, are seen the most remarkably beautiful views. Now extraordinary ravines, then some charmingly situated quarter of the town, presently the open sea, and the moment after some delightful bay. From the bay itself, at the end of which the capital is built, rise masses of rock, serving as foundations to different fortifications. On some of these eminences are chapels and fortresses. Ships are obliged to pass as near as possible to one of the largest of the latter, namely Santa Cruz, in order that their papers may be examined. From this fortress, to the right, stretches the beautiful mountain range of the Cerrados or Goas, which, in conjunction with other mountains and hills, fringes a lovely bay, on the shores of which lie the little town of Praia Grande, some few villages, and detached farmhouses. At the extremity of the principal bay stands Rio Janeiro, surrounded by a tolerably high chain of mountains, among which is the Corcovado, 2,100 feet high, behind which, more inland, is the Organ Mountain, which owes its name to the many gigantic peaks placed upright, one against the other like the pipes of an organ. The highest peak is 5,000 feet high. One portion of the town is concealed by the Telegraph Mountain, and several hills on which, besides the telegraph, there is a monastery of Capuchin monks and other smaller buildings. Of the town itself are seen several rows of houses and open squares, the great hospital, the monasteries of St. Lucia and Morro do Castello, the convent of St. Bento, and fine church of St. Candelaria, and some portions of the really magnificent aqueduct. Close to the sea is the public garden (Paseo Publico) of the town, which, from its fine palm trees and elegant stone gallery, with two summer houses, forms a striking object. To the left, upon eminences, stand some isolated churches and monasteries, such as St. Gloria, St. Teresa, etc. Near these are the Praia Flamingo and Botafogo, large villages with beautiful villas, pretty buildings and gardens, which stretch far away until lost in the neighborhood of the Sugarloaf, and thus close this most wonderful panorama. In addition to all this, the many vessels, partly in the harbor before the town, partly anchored in the different bays, the rich and luxurious vegetation, and the foreign and novel appearance of the whole, help to form a picture of whose beauties my pen, unfortunately, can never convey an adequate idea. It rarely happens that a person is so lucky as to enjoy, immediately on his arrival, so beautiful and extensive a view as fell to my lot. Fogs, clouds, or a hazy state of the atmosphere very often conceal certain portions, and thus disturb the wonderful impression of the whole. Whenever this is the case, I would advise everyone who intends stopping any time in Rio Janeiro to take a boat on a perfectly clear day as far as Santa Cruz, in order to behold this peculiarly beautiful prospect. It was almost dark before we reached the place of anchorage. We were first obliged to stop at Santa Cruz to have the ship's papers examined, and then appear before an officer, who took from us our passports and sealed letters, then before a surgeon, who inspected us to see if we had not brought the plague or yellow fever, and lastly before another officer, who took possession of different packets and boxes, and assigned us the spot to anchor in. It was now too late for us to land, and the captain alone proceeded on shore. We, however, remained for a long time on deck, contemplating the magnificent picture before us, until both land and sea lay shrouded in night. With a light heart did we all retire to rest, the goal of our long voyage having been attained without any misfortune worthy of being mentioned. A cruel piece of intelligence was in store for the poor tailor's wife alone, but the good captain did not break it to her to-day, in order to let her enjoy the undisturbed night's rest. As soon as the tailor heard that his wife was really on her passage out, he ran off with a negress, and left naught behind but debts. The poor woman had given up a sure means of subsistence in her native land. She supported herself by cleaning lace and ladies' apparel, and had devoted her little savings to pay the expenses of her voyage, and all to find herself deserted and helpless in a strange hemisphere. [Footnote: The worthy Lallemande family received her, a few days after her arrival, into their house.] From Hamburg to Rio Janeiro is about 8,750 miles. End of Chapter 1.
Section 3 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 2. Arrival and Sojourn in Rio de Janeiro. Introduction, Arrival, Description of the Town, the Blacks and their relations to the Whites, Arts and Sciences, Festivals of the Church, Baptism of the Imperial Princess, Fat in the Barracks, Climate and Vegetation, Manners and Customs, a few words to immigrants. I remained in Rio de Janeiro above 2 months, exclusive of the time devoted to my different excursions into the interior of the country. It is very far from my intention, however, to tire the reader with a regular catalogue of every trifling and ordinary occurrence. I shall content myself with describing the most striking features in the town, and likewise in the manners and customs of the inhabitants, according to the opportunities I possessed during my stay to form an opinion of them. I shall then give an account of my various excursions in an appendix, and afterwards resume the thread of my journal. It was on the morning of the 17th of September that, after the lapse of nearly 2 months and a half, I first set foot upon dry land. The captain himself accompanied the passengers on shore, after having earnestly advised each one separately to be sure and smuggle nothing, more especially sealed letters. In no part of the world, he assured us, were the custom-house officers so strict and the penalties so heavy. On coming in sight of the guard-ship, we began to feel quite frightened from this description, and made up our minds that we should be examined from top to toe. The captain begged permission to accompany us on shore. This was immediately granted, and the whole ceremony was completed. During the entire period that we lived on board the ship, and were continually going and coming to and from the town, we never were subjected to any search. It was only when we took chests and boxes with us that we were obliged to proceed to the custom-house, where all effects are strictly examined, and a heavy duty levied upon merchandise, books, etc., etc. We landed at the Praia dos Mineiros, a disgusting and dirty sort of square, inhabited by a few dozen blacks, equally disgusting and dirty, who were squatted on the ground, and praising at the top of their voices the fruits and sweetmeats which they were offering for sale. Thence we proceeded directly into the principal street, Rua Direita, whose only beauty consists in its breadth. It contains several public buildings, such as the post office, the custom house, the exchange, the guard house, etc., all of which, however, are so insignificant in appearance that any one would pass them by unnoticed, if there were not always a number of people loitering before them. At the end of this street stands the Imperial Palace, a commonplace large building, exactly resembling a private house, without the least pretensions to taste or architectural beauty. The square before it, Largo do Passo, whose only ornament, a plain fountain, is extremely dirty, and serves at night as a sleeping place for a number of poor free negroes, who, on getting up in the morning, perform the various duties of their toilet in public with the most supreme indifference. A part of the square is walled off and employed as a market for fish, fruit, vegetables, and poultry. Of the remaining streets, the Rua Misericordia and the Rua Ouvidor are the most interesting. The latter contains the finest and largest shops, but we must not expect the magnificent establishments we behold in the cities of Europe. In fact, we meet with little that is beautiful or costly. The flower shops were the only object of particular attraction for me. In these shops are exposed for sale the most lovely artificial flowers, made of birds' feathers, fishes' scales, and beetles' wings. Of the squares, the finest is the Largo do Rocio, the largest the Largo de Santana. In the first, which is always kept tolerably clean, stand the Opera House, the Government House, the Police Office, etc. This, too, is the starting place for most of the omnibuses which traverse the town in all directions. The last named square is the dirtiest in the whole town. On crossing it for the first time, I perceived lying about me half-putrid cats and dogs, and even a mule in the same state. The only ornament of this square is a fountain, and I almost think I should prefer it if the fountain were, in this case, taken away, for, as soft water is not very abundant in Rio de Janeiro, the washerwoman's noble art pitches its tent wherever it finds any, and most willingly of all when, at the same time, it meets with a good drying ground. The consequence is that in the Largo de Santana there's always such an amount of washing and drying, of squalling and screaming, that you are glad to get away as quickly as possible. There's nothing remarkable in the appearance of the churches, either inside or out. The church and cloister of São Bento and the church of Santa Candelaria are the most deceptive. From a distance they have a very imposing look. The houses are built in the European fashion, but are small and insignificant. Most of them have only a ground floor or a single story. 2 stories are rarely met with. Neither are there any terraces and verandas adorned with elegant trellis work and flowers, as there are in other warm countries. Ugly little balconies hang from the walls, while clumsy wooden shutters close up the windows and prevent the smallest sunbeam from penetrating into the rooms, where everything is enveloped in almost perfect darkness. This, however, is a matter of the greatest indifference to the Brazilian ladies, who certainly never over-fatigue themselves with reading or working. The town offers, therefore, very little in the way of squares, streets, and buildings, which, for a stranger, can prove in the least attractive. While the people that he meets are truly shocking, nearly all being negroes and negresses, with flat, ugly noses, thick lips, and short woolly hair. They are, too, generally half naked, with only a few miserable rags on their backs, or else they are thrust into the worn-out European-cut clothes of their masters. To every 4 or 5 blacks may be reckoned a mulatto, and it's only here and there that a white man is to be seen. This horrible picture is rendered still more revolting by the frequent bodily infirmities which everywhere meet the eye. Among these, elephantiasis, causing horrible club feet, is especially conspicuous. There is, too, no scarcity of persons afflicted with blindness and other ills. Even the cats and dogs that run about the gutters in great numbers partake of the universal ugliness. Most of them are covered with the mange, or are full of wounds and sores. I should like to be endowed with the magic power of transporting hither every traveller who starts back with affright from the lanes of Constantinople, and asserts that the sight of the interior of the city destroys the effect produced by it when viewed at a distance. It is true that the interior of Constantinople is exceedingly dirty, and that the numbers of small houses, the narrow streets, the unevenness of the pavement, the filthy dogs, etc., do not strike the beholder as excessively picturesque. But then he soon comes upon some magnificent edifice of the time of the Moors or Romans, some wondrous mosque or majestic palace, and can continue his walk through endless cemeteries and forests of dreamy cypresses. He steps aside before a pasha or priest of high rank, who rides by on his noble steed, surrounded by a brilliant retinue. He encounters Turks in splendid costumes, and Turkish women with eyes that flash through their veils like fire. He beholds Persians with their high caps, Arabs with their nobly formed features, dervises in full caps and plaited petticoats like women, and now and then some carriage, beautifully painted and gilt, drawn by superbly caparisoned oxen. All these different objects fully make up for whatever amount of dirtiness may occasionally be met with. In Rio de Janeiro, however, there is nothing that can in any way amuse, or atone for the horrible and disgusting sights which everywhere meet the eye. It was not until I had been here several weeks that I became somewhat accustomed to the appearance of the negroes and mulattoes. I then discovered many very pretty figures among the young negresses, and handsome, expressive countenances among the somewhat dark-complexioned Brazilian and Portuguese women. The men seems, as regards beauty, to be less favored. The bustle in the streets is far less than what I had been led to expect from the many descriptions I had heard, and is certainly not to be compared to that at Naples or Messina. The greatest amount of noise is made by those negroes who carry burdens, and especially by such as convey the sacks full of coffee on board the different vessels. They strike up a monotonous sort of song, to the tune of which they keep step, but which sounds very disagreeable. It possesses, however, one advantage. It warns the foot passenger, and affords him time to get out of the way. In the Brazils, every kind of dirty or hard work, whether indoors or out, is performed by the blacks, who here, in fact, replace the lower classes. Many, however, learn trades, and frequently are to be compared to the most skilful Europeans. I have seen blacks in the most elegant workshops, making wearing apparel, shoes, tapestry, gold or silver articles, and met many a nettily dressed negro maiden working at the finest ladies' dresses, or the most delicate embroidery. I often thought I must be dreaming when I beheld these poor creatures, whom I had pictured to myself as roaming free through their native forests, exercising such occupations in shops and rooms. Yet they do not appear to feel it as much as might be supposed. They were always merry and joking over their work. Among the so-called educated class of the place, there are many who, in spite of all the proofs of mechanical skill, as well as general intelligence which the blacks often display, persist in asserting that they are so far inferior to the whites in mental power that they can only be looked upon as a link between the monkey tribe and the human race. I allow that they are somewhat behind the whites in the intellectual culture, but I believe that this is not because they are deficient in understanding, but because their education is totally neglected. No schools are erected for them, no instruction given them. In a word, not the least thing is done to develop the capabilities of their minds. As was the case in old despotic countries, their minds are purposely kept enchained, for, were they once to awake from their present condition, the consequences to the whites might be fearful. They are 4 times as numerous as the latter, and if they ever become conscious of this superiority, the whites might probably be placed in the position that the unhappy blacks have hitherto occupied. But I am losing myself in conjectures and reasonings, which may, perhaps, become the pen of a learned man, but certainly not mine, since I assuredly do not possess the necessary amount of education to decide upon such questions. My object is merely to give a plain description of what I have seen. Although the number of slaves in the Brazils is very great, there is nowhere such a thing as a slave market. The importation of them is publicly prohibited, yet thousands are smuggled in every year, and disposed of in some underhand manner, which everyone knows and everyone employs. It is true that English ships are constantly cruising off the coasts of Brazil and Africa, but even if a slaver happened to fall into their hands, the poor blacks, I was told, were no more free than if they had come to the Brazils. They are all transported to the English colonies, where, at the expiration of 10 years, they are supposed to be set at liberty. But during this period their owners allow the great number to die, of course, in the returns only, and the poor slaves remain slaves still. But I repeat that I only know this from hearsay. After all, slaves are far from being as badly off as many Europeans imagine. In the Brazils they are generally pretty well treated, they are not overworked, their food is good and nutritious, and the punishments are neither particularly frequent nor heavy. The crime of running away is the only one which is visited with great rigor. Besides a severe beating, they have fetters placed round their neck and feet. These they have to wear for a considerable period. Another manner of punishment consists in making them wear a tin mask, which is fastened with a lock behind. This is the mode of punishment adopted for those who drink, or are in the habit of eating earth or lime. During my long stay in the Brazils, I only saw one negro who had got on a mask of this description. I very much doubt whether, on the whole, the lot of these slaves is not less wretched than that of the peasants of Russia, Poland, or Egypt, who are not called slaves. I was one day very much amused at being asked to stand godmother to a negro, which I did, although I was not present at either baptism or confirmation. There is a certain custom here, that when a slave has done anything for which he expects to be punished, he endeavors to fly to some friend of his owner, and obtain a note asking for the remission of his punishment. The writer of such a letter has the title of godfather bestowed on him, and it would be accounted an act of the greatest impoliteness not to grant the godfather's request. In this way I myself was fortunate enough to save a slave from punishment. The town is tolerably well lighted, and the lighting is continued to a considerable distance, on all sides, beyond the town itself. this measure was introduced on account of the great number of blacks. No slave dare be seen in the streets later than 9 o'clock in the evening without having a pass from his master, certifying that he is going on business for him. If a slave is ever caught without a pass, he is immediately conveyed to the house of correction, where his head is shaved, and he himself obliged to remain until his master buys his freedom for 4 or 5 mil-réis, 8 shillings 8 pence, or 10 shillings 10 pence. In consequence of this regulation, the streets may be traversed with safety at any hour of the night. One of the most disagreeable things in Rio de Janeiro is the total absence of sewers. In a heavy shower, every street becomes a regular stream, which it is impossible to pass on foot. In order to traverse them, it is requisite to be carried over by negroes. At such times, all intercourse generally ceases, the streets are deserted, parties are put off, and even the payment of bills of exchange deferred. It is very seldom that people will hire a carriage, for it is an absurd custom here to pay as much for a short drive as if the carriage were required for the whole day. In both cases the charge is 6 mil-réis, 13 shillings. The carriages are half-covered ones, with seats for 2, and are drawn by a pair of mules, on one of which the driver rides. Carriages and horses like the English are very seldom to be met with. As regards the arts and sciences, I may mention the Academy of Fine Arts, museum, theatre, etc. In the Academy of Fine Arts is something of everything, and not much of anything. A few figures and busts, most in plaster, a few architectural plans and pencil drawings, and a collection of very old paintings. It really seemed to me as if some private picture gallery had been carefully weeded of all the rubbish in it, which had then been put here out of the way. Most of the oil paintings are so injured that it is scarcely possible to make out what they are intended to represent, which, after all, is no great loss. The one thing respectable about them is their venerable antiquity. A startling contrast is produced by the copies of them made by the students. If the colours in the old pictures are faded, in the modern ones they blaze with a superfluity of vividness. Red, yellow, green, etc., are there in all their force. Such a thing as mixing, softening, or blending them has evidently never been thought of. Even at the present moment, I really am at a loss to determine whether the worthy students intended to found a new school for colouring, or whether they merely desired to make up in the copies for the damage time had done the originals. There were as many blacks and mulattoes among the students as whites, but the number of them altogether was inconsiderable. Music, especially singing and the pianoforte, is almost in a more degraded position than painting. In every family the young ladies play and sing, but of tact, style, arrangement, time, etc., the innocent creatures have not the remotest idea, so that the easiest and most taking melodies are often not recognizable. The sacred music is a shade better, although even the arrangements of the imperial chapel itself are susceptible of many improvements. The military bands are certainly the best, and these are generally composed of negroes and mulattoes. The exterior of the opera house does not promise anything very beautiful or astonishing, and the stranger is consequently much surprised to find on entering a large and magnificent house with a deep stage. I should say it could contain more than 2,000 persons. There are 4 tiers of spacious boxes rising one above the other, the balustrades of which, formed of delicately wrought iron trellis work, give the theatre a very tasty appearance. The pit is only for men. I was present at a tolerably good representation by an Italian company of the opera of Lucrezia Borgia. The scenery and costumes are not amiss. If, however, I was agreeably surprised by my visit to the theatre, I experienced quite a contrary feeling on going to the museum. In a land so richly and luxuriously endowed by nature, I expect an equally rich and magnificent museum, and found a number of very fine rooms, it is true, which one day or other may be filled, but which at present are empty. The collection of birds, which is the most complete of all, is really fine. That of the minerals is very defective, and those of the quadrupeds and insects poor in the extreme. The objects which most excited my curiosity were the heads of 4 savages in excellent preservation. 2 of them belonged to the Malay, and 2 to the New Zealand tribes. The later especially I could not sufficiently contemplate, completely covered as they were with tattooing of the most beautiful and elegant design, and so well preserved that they seemed only to have just ceased to live. During the period of my stay in Rio de Janeiro, the rooms of the museum were undergoing repairs, and the new classification of the different objects was also talked of. In consequence of this, the building was not open to the public, and I have to thank the kindness of Herr Riedel, the director, for allowing me to view it. He acted himself as my guide, and like me, regretted that in a country where the formation of a rich museum would be so easy a task, so little had been done. I likewise visited the studio of the sculptor Patrick, a native of Dresden, who came over at the unsolicited command of the court, to execute a statue of the Emperor in Carrara marble. The Emperor is represented the size of life, in a standing position, and arrayed in his imperial robes, with the ermine cloak thrown over his shoulder. The head is strikingly like, and the whole figure worked out of the stone with great artistic skill. I believe this statue was destined for some public building. End of section 3. Section 4 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 2. Arrival and Sojourn in Rio de Janeiro. Part 2. I was fortunate enough, during my stay in Rio de Janeiro, to witness several different public festivals. The first was on the 21st of September, in the Church of Santa Cruz, on the occasion of celebrating the anniversary of the patron saint of the country. Early in the morning, several hundred soldiers were drawn up before the church, with an excellent band, which played a number of lively airs. Between 10 and 11, the military and civil officers began gradually to arrive, the subordinate ones, as I was told, coming first. On their entrance into the church, a brownish-red silk cloak, which concealed the whole of the uniform, was presented to each. Every time that another of a higher rank appeared, all those already in the church rose from their seats, and advancing towards the newcomer as far as the church door, accompanied him respectfully to his place. The Emperor and his wife arrived the last of all. The Emperor is extremely young, not quite 21, but 6 feet tall and very corpulent. His features are those of the Habsburg-Lothering family. The Empress, a Neapolitan princess, is small and slim, and forms a strange contrast when standing beside the athletic figure of her husband. High Mass, which was listened to with great reverence by every one, began immediately after the entrance of the court, and after this was concluded, the imperial pair proceeded to their carriage, presenting the crowd, who were waiting in the church, their hands to kiss as they went along. This mark of distinction was bestowed not only on the officers and officials of superior rank, but on every one who pressed forward to obtain it. A second and more brilliant festival occurred on the 19th of October. It was the Emperor's birthday, and was celebrated by High Mass in the Imperial Chapel. This chapel is situated near the Imperial Palace, to which it is connected by means of a covered gallery. Besides the imperial family, all the general officers, as well as the first officials of the state, were present at the Mass, but in full uniform, without the ugly silk cloaks. Surrounding all was a row of lancers, the bodyguard. It is impossible for any but an eye-witness to form an idea of the richness and profusion of the gold embroidery, the splendid epaulettes, and beautiful set orders, etc., displayed on the occasion, and I hardly believe that anything approaching it could be seen at any European court. During High Mass, the foreign ambassadors and the ladies and gentlemen admitted to court assembled in the palace, where, on the Emperor's return, every one was admitted to kiss his hand. The ambassadors, however, took no part in this proceeding, but merely made a simple bow. This edifying ceremony could easily be seen from the square, as the windows are very near the ground and were also open. On such occasions continual salutes are fired from the imperial ships, and sometimes from others in the harbour. On the 2nd of November I saw a festival of another description, namely, a religious one. During this and the following days, old and young proceed from one church to another to pray for the souls of the departed. They have a singular custom here of not burying all their dead in the churchyard, many bodies being placed, at an additional expense, in the church itself. For this purpose there are in every church particular chambers, with catacombs formed in the walls. The corpse is strewed with lime, and laid in a catacomb of this description, where, after a lapse of 8 or 10 months, the flesh is completely eaten away. The bones are then taken out, cleaned by boiling, and collected in an urn, on which is engraved the name, birthday, etc. of the deceased. These urns are afterwards set up in the passages of the church, or sometimes even taken home by their relations. On All Souls' Day the walls of the chambers are hung with black cloth, gold lace, and other ornaments, and the urns are richly decorated with flowers and ribbons, and are lighted up by a great number of tapers in silver candelabra and chandeliers, placed upon high stands. From an early hour in the morning until noon, the women and young girls begin praying very fervently for the souls of their deceased relations, and the young gentlemen, who are quite as curious as those in Europe, go to see the young girls pray. Females on this day are dressed in mourning, and often wear, to the great disgust of the curious young gentlemen before mentioned, a black veil over their head and face. No one, by the way, is allowed to wear a bonnet at any festival of the church. But the most brilliant of the public festivals I saw here was the christening of the imperial princes, which took place on the 15th of November in the imperial chapel, which is connected with the palace. Towards 3 o'clock in the afternoon a number of troops were drawn up in the courtyard of the palace. The guards were distributed in the corridors and the church, while the bands played a series of pleasing melodies, frequently repeating the national anthem, which the late Emperor Peter I is said to have composed. Equipage after equipage began to roll up to the palace, and set down the most brilliantly attired company of both sexes. At 4 o'clock the procession began to leave the palace. First came the court band, clothed in red velvet, and followed by 3 heralds, in old Spanish custom, magnificently decorated hats and feathers, and black velvet suits. Next walked the officers of the law, and the authorities of every rank, chamberlains, court physicians, senators, deputies, generals, and ecclesiastics, privy councillors and secretaries, and lastly, after this long line of different personages, came the Lord Steward of the young princes, whom he bore upon a magnificent white velvet cushion, edged with gold lace. Immediately behind him followed the Emperor and the little princess's nurse, surrounded by the principal nobles and ladies of the court. On passing through the triumphal arch of the gallery, and coming before the pallium of the church, the Emperor took his little daughter into his own arms, and presented her to the people, an act which pleased me exceedingly, and which I considered extremely appropriate. The Empress with her ladies had likewise already arrived in the church through the inner corridors, and the ceremony commenced forthwith. The instant the princess was baptized, the event was announced to the whole town by salvos of artillery, volleys of musketry, and the discharge of rockets. At the conclusion of the ceremony, which lasted above an hour, the procession returned in the same order in which it had arrived, and the chapel was then opened to the people. I was curious enough to enter with the rest, and I must own I was quite surprised at the magnificence and taste with which the building was decorated. The walls were covered with silk and velvet hangings, ornamented with gold fringe, while rich carpets were spread underfoot. On large tables in the middle of the nave were displayed the most valuable specimens of the church plate, gold and silver vases, immense dishes, plates and goblets artistically engraved and ornamented with embossed or open work, while magnificent vessels of crystal containing the most beautiful flowers, and massive candelabra with innumerable lights sparkled in the midst. On a separate table near the high altar were all the costly vessels and furniture which had been employed at the christening. and in one of the side chapels the princess's cradle, covered with white satin and ornamented with gold lace. In the evening the town, or rather the public buildings, were illuminated. The proprietors of private houses are not required to light up, and they either avail themselves of the privilege, or at most hang out a few lanterns, a fact which will be readily understood when it is known that such illuminations last for 6 or 8 days. The public buildings, on the contrary, are covered from top to bottom with countless lamps, which look exactly like a sea of fire. The most original and really amusing fetes to celebrate the christening of the princess were those given on several evenings in some of the barracks. Even the emperor himself made his appearance there for a few moments on different occasions. They were also the only fetes I saw here which were not mixed up with religious solemnities. The sole actors in them were the soldiers themselves, of whom the handsomest and most active had previously been selected and exercised in the various evolutions and dances. The most brilliant of these fetes took place in the barracks of the Rua Barbone. A semicircular and very tasty gallery was erected in the spacious courtyard, and in the middle of the gallery were busts of the imperial couple. This gallery was set apart for the ladies invited, who made their appearance as if dressed for the most splendid ball. At the entrance of the courtyard they were received by the officers and conducted to their places. Before the gallery stood the stage, and at each side of the latter were ranged rows of seats for the less fashionable females. Beyond these seats was standing room for the men. At 8 o'clock the band commenced playing, and shortly afterwards the representation began. The soldiers appeared, dressed in various costumes, as Highlanders, Poles, Spaniards, etc. Nor was there any scarcity of danseuses, who, of course, were likewise private soldiers. What pleased me most was that both the dress and behaviour of the military young ladies were highly becoming. I had expected at least some little exaggeration, or at best no very elegant spectacle, and was therefore greatly astonished, not only with the correctness of the dances and evolutions, but also with the perfect propriety with which the whole affair was conducted. The last fete that I saw took place on the 2nd of December, in celebration of the Emperor's birthday. After High Mass, the different dignitaries again waited on the Emperor to offer their congratulations, and were admitted to the honour of kissing his hand, etc. The imperial couple then placed themselves at a window of the palace, while the troops defiled before them, with their bands playing the most lively airs. It would be difficult to find better dressed soldiers than those here. Every private might easily be mistaken for a lieutenant, or at least a non-commissioned officer. But unluckily their bearing, size, and colour are greatly out of keeping with the splendour of their uniform. A mere boy of 14 standing next to a full-grown, well-made man, a white coming after black, and so on. The men are pressed into the service. The time of serving is from 4 to 6 years. I had heard and read a great deal in Europe of the natural magnificence and luxury of the Brazils, of the ever clear and smiling sky, and the extraordinary charm of the continual spring. But though it is true that the vegetation is perhaps richer, and the fruitfulness of the soil more luxuriant and vigorous than in any other part of the world, and that every one who desires to see the working of nature in its greatest force and incessant activity must come to Brazil, still it must not be thought that all is good and beautiful, and that there is nothing which will not weaken the magical effect of the first impression. Although everyone begins by praising the continual verdure and the uninterrupted splendor of spring met with in this country, he is, in the end, but too willing to allow that even this, in time, loses its charm. A little winter would be preferable, as the reawakening of nature, the resuscitation of the slumbering plants, the return of the sweet perfume of spring, enchants all the more, simply because during a short period we have been deprived of it. I found the climate and the air exceedingly oppressive, and the heat, although at that period hardly above 86 degrees in the shade, very weakening. During the warm months, which last from the end of December to May, the heat rises in the shade to 99 degrees, and in the sun to above 122. In Egypt I bore a greater amount of heat with far greater ease. a circumstance which may perhaps be accounted for by the fact that the climate is there drier, while here there is always an immense degree of moisture. Fogs and mists are very common. The hills and eminences, nay, even whole tracts of country, are often enveloped in impenetrable gloom, and the whole atmosphere loaded with damp vapours. In the month of November I was seriously indisposed for a considerable period. I suffered, especially in the town, from an oppressive feeling of fatigue and weakness, and to the kindness and friendship of Herr Geiger, the secretary to the Austrian consulate, and his wife, who took me with them into the country and showed me the greatest attention, do I alone owe my recovery. I ascribed my illness altogether to the unusual dampness of the atmosphere. The most agreeable season is said to be the winter, from June to October. That, with a temperature of from 63 degrees to 72 degrees, is mostly dry and clear. This period is generally selected by the inhabitants for travelling. During the summer, violent thunderstorms are of frequent occurrence. I myself only saw 3 during my stay in the Brazils, all of which were over in an hour and a half. The lightning was almost incessant, and spread like a sheet of fire over the greater portion of the horizon. The thunder, on the other hand, was inconsiderable. From 16th of September to 9th of December were so rare that I really could have counted them, and I am at a loss to understand how so many travellers have spoken of the ever beautiful, smiling and blue sky of the Brazils. This must be true of some other portion of the year. A fine evening and long twilight is another source of enjoyment, which may be said to be unknown. At sunset every one hastens home, as it is immediately followed by darkness and damp. In the height of summer the sun sets at about 6:15, and all the rest of the year 6 o'clock. 20 or 30 minutes afterwards night sets in. The mosquitoes, ants, baratin, and sand fleas are another source of annoyance. Many a night have I been obliged to sit up, tormented and tortured by the bite of these insects. It is hardly possible to protect provisions from the attacks of the baratin and ants. The latter, in fact, often appear in long trains of immeasurable length, pursuing their course over every obstacle which stands in the way. During my stay in the country, at Herr Geiger's, I beheld a swarm of this description traverse a portion of the house. It was really most interesting to see what a regular line they formed. Nothing could make them deviate from the direction they had first determined on. Madame Geiger told me that she was one night awoke by a horrible itching. She sprang immediately out of bed, and beheld a swarm of ants of the above description pass over her bed. There is no remedy for this. The end of the procession, which often lasts 4 or 6 hours, must be waited for with patience. Provisions are to some extent protected from them by placing the legs of the tables and presses in plates filled with water. Clothes and linen are laid in tightly fitting tin canisters to protect them not only from the ants, but also from the baratin and the damp. The worst plague of all, however, are the sand fleas, which attach themselves to one's toes, underneath the nails, or sometimes to the soles of the feet. The moment a person feels an itching in these parts, he must immediately look at the place. If he sees a small black point, surrounded by a small white ring, the former is the flea, and the latter the eggs which it has laid in the flesh. The first thing done is to loosen the skin all round as far as the white ring is visible. The whole deposit is then extracted, and a little snuff strewed in the empty space. The best plan is to call in the first black you may happen to see, as they all perform this operation very skilfully. As regards the natural products of the Brazils, a great many of the most necessary articles are wanting in the list. It is true that there are sugar and coffee, but no corn, no potatoes, and none of our delicious varieties of fruit. The flour of manioc, which is mixed up with the other materials of which the dishes are composed, supplies the place of bread, but is far from being so nutritious and strengthening, while the different kinds of sweet-tasting roots are certainly not to be compared to our potatoes. The only fruit which are really excellent are the oranges, bananas, and mangoes. Their celebrated pineapples are neither very fragrant nor remarkably sweet. I certainly have eaten much finer flavoured ones that have been grown in an European hothouse. The other kinds of fruit are not worth mentioning. Lastly, with the two very necessary articles of consumption, milk and meat, the former is very watery, and the latter very dry. On instituting a comparison between the Brazils and Europe, both with respect to the impression produced by the whole, as also to the separate advantages and disadvantages of each, we shall perhaps at first find the scale inclined towards the former country, but only to turn ultimately with greater certainty in favour of the latter. The Brazils is, perhaps, the most interesting country in the world for travellers, but for a place of permanent residence I should most decidedly prefer Europe. I saw too little of the manners and customs of the country to be qualified to pronounce judgment upon them, and I shall therefore, on this head, confine myself to a few remarks. The manners seem, on the whole, to differ but little from those of Europe. The present possessors of the country, as is well known, derive their descent from Portugal, and the Brazilians might very aptly be termed Europeans translated into Americans, and it is very natural that in this translation many peculiarities have been lost, while others have stood forth in greater relief. The strongest feature in the character of the European American is the greed for gold. This often becomes a passion, and transforms the most faint-hearted white into a hero, for it certainly requires the courage of one to live alone, as planter, on a plantation with perhaps some 100 slaves, far removed from all assistance, and with the prospect of being irrevocably lost in the event of any revolt. This grasping feeling is not confined to the men alone. It is found among the women as well, and is greatly encouraged by a common custom here, agreeably to which a husband never assigns his wife so much for pin money, but, according to his means, make her a present of one or more male or female slaves, whom she can dispose of as she chooses. She generally has them taught how to cook, sew, embroider, or even instructed in some trade, and then lets them out by the day, week, or month, to people who possess no slaves of their own; or she lets them take in washing at home, or employs them in the manufacture of various ornamental objects, fine pastry, etc., which she sends them out to sell. The money for these things belongs to her, and is generally spent in dress and amusement. In the case of tradesmen and professional men, the wife is always paid for whatever assistance she may lend her husband in his business. Morality, unfortunately, is not very general in the Brazils. One cause of this may be traced to the manner in which the children are first brought up. They are confided entirely to the care of blacks. Negresses suckle them when they are infants. Their nurses are negresses. Their attendants are negresses, and I have often seen girls of 8 or 10 years of age taken to school or any other place by young negroes. The sensuality of the black is too well known for us to be surprised with such a state of things at the general and early demoralization. In no other place did I ever behold so many children with such pale and worn faces as in the streets of Rio Janeiro. The second cause of immorality here is, without doubt, the want of religion. The Brazils are thoroughly Catholic. Perhaps there are no countries save Spain and Italy that can be compared to them. Almost every day there is some procession, service, or church festival, but these are attended merely for the sake of amusement, while the true religious feeling is entirely wanting. We may also ascribe to this deep demoralization and want of religion the frequent occurrence of murders, committed not for the sake of robbery or theft, but from motives of revenge and hatred. The murderer either commits the deed himself, or has it perpetrated by one of his slaves, who is ready to lend himself for the purpose in consideration of a mere trifle. The discovery of the crime need cause the assassin no anxiety, provided he is rich, for in this country everything, I was assured, can be arranged or achieved with money. I saw several men in Rio Janeiro who had, according to report, committed either themselves or by the means of others not one but several murders, and yet they not only enjoyed perfect liberty, but were received in every society. In conclusion, I beg leave to address a few words to those of my countrymen who think of leaving their native land to seek their fortune on the distant coast of Brazil, a few words which I could desire to see as far spread and as well known as possible. There are people in Europe, not a whit better than the African slave-dealers, and such people are those who delude poor wretches with exaggerated accounts of the richness of America and her beautiful territories, of the overabundance of the products of the soil, and the lack of hands to take advantage of them. These people, however, care little about the poor dupes. Their object is to freight the vessels belonging to them, and to effect this they take from their deluded victim the last penny he possesses. During my stay here, several vessels arrived with unfortunate immigrants of this description. The government had not sent for them, and therefore would afford them no relief. Money they had none, and consequently could not purchase land, neither could they find employment in working on the plantations, as no one will engage Europeans for this purpose, because, being unused to the warm climate, they would soon succumb beneath the work. The unhappy wretches had thus no resource left. They were obliged to beg about the town, and, in the end, were fain to content themselves with the most miserable occupations. A different fate awaits those who are sent for by the Brazilian government to cultivate the land or colonize the country. These persons receive a piece of uncleared ground, with provisions and other help. But if they come over without any money at all, even their lot is no enviable one. Want, hunger, and sickness destroy most of them, and but a very small number succeed, by unceasing activity and an iron constitution, in gaining a better means of livelihood than what they left behind them in their native land. Those only who exercise some trade find speedy employment and an easy competency. But even this will, in all probability, soon be otherwise, for great numbers are pouring in every year, and latterly the negroes themselves have been, and are still being, more frequently taught every kind of trade. Let every one, therefore, obtain trustworthy information before leaving his native land. Let him weigh calmly and deliberately the step he is about to take, and not allow himself to be carried away by deceptive hopes. The poor creature's misery on being undeceived is so much the more dreadful, because he does not learn the truth until it is too late, until he has already fallen a victim to poverty and want. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Lorna Pfeiffer. Chapter 3. Excursions in the Neighborhood of Rio de Janeiro. The waterfalls near Tachuca, Boa Vista, the botanical gardens and their environs, the Corcovado Mountains, 2,253 feet above the level of the sea, palaces of the imperial family, the newly founded German colony of Petrópolis, attempt at murder by a maroon negro. An excursion to the waterfalls near Tachuca, to Boa Vista, and the botanical gardens is one of the most interesting near the city, but it requires 2 days, as it takes a long time to see the botanical gardens alone. Count Berchthold and myself proceeded as far as Andaraí, 4 miles, in an omnibus, and then continued our journey on foot, between patches of wood and low hills. Elegant country houses are situated upon the eminences and along the high road. When we had walked 4 miles, a path to the right conducted us to a small waterfall, neither very high nor well supplied, but still the most considerable one in the vicinity of Rio de Janeiro. We then returned to the high road, and in half an hour reached a little elevated plain, whence the eye ranged over a valley of the most remarkable description, one portion of it being in a state of wild chaotic confusion, and the other resembling a blooming garden. In the former were strewed masses of broken granite, from which, in some places, larger blocks reared their heads, like so many colossi, while in others large fragments of rock lay towering one above the other. In the second portion stood the finest fruit trees in the midst of luxuriant pastures. This romantic valley is enclosed on 3 sides by noble mountains, the fourth being open and disclosing a full view of the sea. In this valley we found a small venda, where we recruited ourselves with bread and wine, and then continued our excursion to the so-called Great Waterfall, with which we were less astonished than we had been with the smaller one. A very shallow sheet of water flowed down over a broad but nowise precipitous ledge of rock into the valley beneath. After making our way through the valley, we came to the Porto Massalu, where a number of trunks of trees, hollowed out and lying before the few huts situated in the bay, apprised us that the inhabitants were fishermen. We hired one of these beautiful conveyances to carry us across the little bay. The passage did not take more than a quarter of an hour at the most, and for this, as strangers, we were compelled to pay 2,000 reis, 4 shillings. We had now, at one moment, to wade through plains of sand, and the next to clamber over the rocks by wretched paths. In this laborious fashion we proceeded for at least 12 miles, until we reached the summit of a mountain, which rises like the party wall of 2 mighty valleys. This peak is justly called the Boa Vista. The view extends over both valleys, with the mountain ranges and rows of hills which intersect them, and embraces, among other high mountains, the Corcovado and the Two Brothers, and in the distance the capital, with the surrounding country houses and villages, the various bays, and the open sea. Unwillingly did we leave this beautiful position, but being unacquainted with the distance we should have to go before reaching some hospitable roof, we were obliged to hasten on. Besides which, negroes are the only persons met with on these lonely roads, and a rencontre with any of them by night is a thing not at all to be desired. We descended therefore into the valley, and resolved to sleep at the first inn we came to. More fortunate than most people in such cases, we not only found an excellent hotel with clean rooms and good furniture, but fell in with company which amused us in the highest degree. It consisted of a mulatto family, and attracted all my attention. The wife, a tolerably stout beauty of about 30, was dressed out in a fashion which, in my own country, no one, save a lady of an exceedingly vulgar taste, would ever think of adopting. All the valuables she possessed in the world she had got about her. Wherever it was possible to stick anything of gold or silver, there it was sure to be. A gown of heavy silk and a real cashmere enveloped her dark brown body, and a charming little white silk bonnet looked very comical placed upon her great heavy head. The husband and 5 children were worthy of their respective wife and mother, and in fact this excess of dress extended even to the nurse, a real unadulterated negress, who was also overloaded with ornaments. On one arm she had 5, and on the other 6 bracelets of stones, pearls, and coral, but which, as far as I could judge, did not strike me as being particularly genuine. When the family rose to depart, 2 landaus, each with 4 horses, drove up to the door, and man and wife, children and nurse, all stepped in with the same majestic gravity. As I was still looking after the carriages, which were rolling rapidly towards the town, I saw some one on horseback nodding to me. It was my friend, Herr Geiger. On hearing that we intended to remain for the night where we were, he persuaded us to accompany him to the estate of his father-in-law, which was situated close at hand. In the latter gentleman we made the acquaintance of a most worthy and cheerful old man of 70 years of age, who, at that period, was directing architect and superintendent of the fine arts under government. We admired his beautiful garden and charming residence, built with great good taste in the Italian style. Early on the following morning I accompanied Count Berchthold to the Botanical Gardens. Our curiosity to visit these gardens was very great. We hoped to see there magnificent specimens of trees and flowers from all parts of the world, but we were rather disappointed. The gardens have been founded too recently, and none of the large trees have yet attained their full growth. There is no very great selection of flowers or plants, and to the few that are there not even tickets are fixed to acquaint the visitor with their names. The most interesting objects for us were the monkey's bread tree, with its gourds weighing 10 or 25 pounds, and containing a number of kernels, which are eaten not only by monkeys, but also by men; the clove, camphor, and cocoa tree; the cinnamon and tea bush, etc. We also saw a very peculiar kind of palm tree. The lower portion of the trunk, to the height of 2 or 3 feet, was brown and smooth, and shaped like a large tub or vat. The stems that sprang from this were light green, and like the lower part, very smooth, and at the same time shining as if varnished. They were not very high, and the crest of leaves, as is the case with other palms, only unfolded itself at the top of the tree. Unfortunately, we were unable to learn the names of this kind of palm, and in the whole course of my voyage I never met with another specimen. We did not leave the gardens before noon. We then proceeded on foot 4 miles as far as Botafogo, and thence reached the city by omnibus. Herr Geiger had invited Count Berthold, Herr Richter, a native of Vienna, and myself to an excursion to the Corcovado Mountains, and accordingly, on the 1st November, at a time when we are often visited by storms and snow, but when the sun is here in his full force, and the sky without a cloud, at an early hour in the morning, did we commence our pilgrimage. The splendid aqueduct was our guide as far as the springs from which it derives the water, which point we reached in an hour and a half, having been so effectually protected by the deep shade of lovely woods, that even the intense heat of the sun, which reached during the day more than 117 degrees in the sun, scarcely annoyed us. We stopped at the springs, and on a sign from Herr Geiger, an athletic negro made his appearance, loaded with a large hamper of provisions. Everything was soon prepared, a white cloth was spread out, and the eatables and drinkables placed upon it. Our meal was seasoned with jokes and good humour, and when we started afresh on our journey we felt revived both in body and mind. The last cone of the mountain gave us some trouble. The route was very precipitous, and lay over bare, hot masses of rock. But when we did reach the top, we were more than repaid by seeing spread before us such a panorama as most assuredly is very seldom to be met with in the world. All that I had remarked on my entrance into the port lay there before me, only more clearly defined and more extended, with innumerable additional objects. We could see the whole town, all the lower hills, which half hid it from my view on my arrival, the large bay reaching as far as the Organ Mountain, and on the other side the romantic valley containing the botanical gardens and a number of beautiful country houses. I recommend every one who comes to Rio Janeiro, although it be only for a few days, to make this excursion, since from this spot he can, with one glance, perceive all the treasures which nature, with so truly liberal a hand, has lavished upon the environs of this city. He will here see virgin forests, which, if not quite as thick and beautiful as those farther inland, are still remarkable for their luxuriant vegetation. Mimosa and arenbaum of a gigantic size, palms, wild coffee trees, orchidean, parasites and creepers, blossoms and flowers without end, birds of the most brilliant plumage, immense butterflies, and sparkling insects flying in swarms from blossom to blossom, from branch to branch. A most wonderful effect also is produced by the millions of fireflies, which find their way into the very tops of the trees, and sparkle between the foliage, like so many brightly twinkling stars. I had been informed that the ascent of this mountain was attended with great difficulty. I did not, however, find this to be the case, since the summit may be reached with the greatest ease in 3 hours and 3/4, while 3 parts of the way can also be performed on horseback. The regular residence of the imperial family may be said to be the Palace of Cristóvão, about half an hour's walk from the town. It is there that the emperor spends most of the year, and where also all political councils are held and state business transacted. The palace is small, and is distinguished neither for taste nor architectural beauty. Its sole charm is its situation. It is placed upon a hill, and commands a view of the Organ Mountain and one of the bays. The palace garden itself is small, and is laid out in terraces right down into the valley below. A larger garden that serves as a nursery for plants and trees joins it. Both these gardens are highly interesting for Europeans, since they contain a great number of plants which either do not exist at all in Europe, or are only known from dwarf specimens in hot houses. Herr Riedel, who has the management of both gardens, was kind enough to conduct us over them himself, and to draw my attention more especially to the tea and bamboo plantations. Ponte de Caixa, 4 miles from the town, is another imperial garden. There are 3 mango trees here, which are very remarkable from their age and size. Their branches describe a circle of more than 80 feet in circumference, but they no longer bear fruit. Among the most agreeable walks in the immediate vicinity of the town, I may mention the Telegraph Mountain, the public garden, Jardim Público, the Praia do Flamengo, and the cloisters of Santa Gloria and Santa Teresa, etc. I had heard so much in Rio Janeiro of the rapid rise of Petrópolis, a colony founded by Germans in the neighborhood of Rio Janeiro, of the beauty of the country where it was situated, and of the virgin forests through which a part of the road ran, that I could not resist the temptation of making an excursion thither. My travelling companion, Count Berchthold, accompanied me, and on the 26th of September we took 2 places on board one of the numerous barques which sail regularly every day for the Porto de Estrela, a distance of 20 or 22 nautical miles, from which place the journey is continued by land. We sailed through a bay remarkable for its extremely picturesque views, and which often reminded me vividly of the peculiar character of the lakes in Sweden. It is surrounded by ranges of lovely hills, and is dotted over with small islands, both separate and in groups, some of which are so completely overgrown with palms, as well as other trees and shrubs, that it seems impossible to land upon them, while others either rear their solitary heads like huge rocks from the waves, or are loosely piled one upon the other. The round form of many of the latter is especially remarkable. They almost seem to have been cut out with a chisel. Our bark was manned by 4 negroes and a white skipper. At first we ran before the wind with full sails, and the crew took advantage of this favourable opportunity to make a meal, consisting of a considerable quantity of flour of manioc, boiled fish, roasted mill, Turkish corn, oranges, cocoa-nuts, and other nuts of a smaller description. Indeed, there was even white bread, which for blacks is a luxury, and I was greatly delighted to see them so well taken care of. In 2 hours the wind left us, and the crew were obliged to take to the oars, the manner of using which struck me as very fatiguing. At each dip of the oar into the water, the rower mounts upon a bench before him, and then, during the stroke, throws himself off again with his full force. In 2 hours more we left the sea, and taking a left-hand direction, entered the river Jeromerim, at the mouth of which is an inn, where we stopped half an hour, and where I saw a remarkable kind of lighthouse, consisting of a lantern affixed to a rock. The beauty of the country is now at an end, that is, in the eyes of the vulgar. A botanist would, at this point, find it more than usually wonderful and magnificent, for the most beautiful aquatic plants, especially the nymphea, the pontedera, and the Cyprian grass, are spread out, both in the water and all around it. The 2 former twine themselves to the very top of the nearest sapling, and the Cyprian grass attains a height of from 6 to 8 feet. The banks of the river are flat, and fringed with underwood and young trees. The background is formed by ranges of hills. The little houses, which are visible now and then, are built of stone, and covered with tiles, yet, nevertheless, they present a tolerably poverty-stricken appearance. After sailing up the river for 7 hours, we reached, without accident, Porto de Estrela, a place of some importance, since it is the emporium for all the merchandise which is sent from the interior, and then conveyed by water to the capital. There are 2 good inns, and, besides these, a large building, similar to a Turkish khan, and an immense tiled roof, supported on strong stone pillars. The first was appropriate to the merchandise, and the second to the donkey drivers, who had arranged themselves very comfortably underneath it, and were preparing their evening meal over various fires that were blazing away very cheerfully. Although fully admitting the charms of such quarters for the night, we preferred retiring to the Star Inn, where clean rooms and beds and skilfully spiced dishes possessed more attraction for us. 27th of September. From Porto de Estrela to Petrópolis the distance is 7 leagues. This portion of the journey is generally performed upon mules, the charge for which is 4 mil-réis, 8 shillings 8 pennies each, but as we had been told in Rio Janeiro that the road afforded a beautiful walk, parts of it traversing splendid woods, and that it was besides much frequented and perfectly safe, being the great means of communication with Minas Gerais, we determined to go on foot, and that the more willingly as the Count wished to botanize and I to collect insects. The first 8 miles lay through a broad valley, covered with thick brambles and young trees, and surrounded with lofty mountains. The wild pineapples at the side of the road presented a most beautiful appearance. They were not quite ripe, and were tinged with the most delicate red. Unfortunately, they are far from being as agreeable to the taste as they are to the sight, and consequently are very seldom gathered. I was greatly amused with the humming-birds, of which I saw a considerable number of the smallest species. Nothing can be more graceful and delicate than these little creatures. They obtain their food from the calyx of the flowers, round which they flutter like butterflies, and indeed are very often mistaken for them in their rapid flight. It is very seldom that they are seen on a branch or twig in a state of repose. After passing through the valley, we reached the Serra, as the Brazilians term the summit of each mountain that they cross. The present one was 3,000 feet high. A broad paved road, traversing virgin forests, runs up the side of the mountain. I had always imagined that in virgin forests the trees had uncommonly thick and lofty trunks. I found that this was not here the case. The vegetation is probably too luxuriant, and the larger trunks are suffocated and rot beneath the masses of smaller trees, bushes, creepers, and parasites. The two latter description of plants are so abundant, and cover so completely the trees, that it is often impossible to see even the leaves, much less the stems and branches. Herr Schleicher, a botanist, assured us that he once found upon one tree 36 different kinds of creepers and parasites. We gathered a rich harvest of flowers, plants, and insects, and loitered along, enchanted with the magnificent woods and not less beautiful views, which stretched over hill and dale towards the sea and its bays, and even as far as the capital itself. Frequent troopers, driven by negroes, as well as the number of pedestrians we met, eased our minds of every fear, and prevented us from regarding it as at all remarkable that we were being continually followed by a negro. As, however, we arrived at a somewhat lonely spot, he sprang suddenly forward, holding in one hand a long knife, and in the other a lasso, rushed upon us, and gave us to understand, more by gestures than words, that he intended to murder and then drag us into the forest. We had no arms, and we had been told that the road was perfectly safe, and the only weapons of defence we possessed were our parasols, if I except a clasp knife, which I instantly drew out of my pocket and opened, fully determined to sell my life as dearly as possible. We parried our adversary's blows as long as we could with our parasols, but these lasted but a short time. Besides, he caught hold of mine, which, as we were struggling for it, broke short off, leaving only a piece of the handle in my hand. In the struggle, however, he dropped his knife, which rolled a few steps from him. I instantly made a dash, and thought I had got it, when he, more quick than I, thrust me away with his feet and hands, and once more obtained possession of it. He waved it furiously over my head, and dealt me 2 wounds, a thrust and a deep gash, both in the upper part of the left arm. I thought I was lost, and despair alone gave me the courage to use my own knife. I made a thrust at his breast. This he warded off, and I only succeeded in wounding him severely in the hand. The Count sprang forward, and seized the fellow from behind, and thus afforded me an opportunity of raising myself from the ground. The whole affair had not taken more than a few seconds. The negro's fury was now roused to its highest pitch by the wounds he had received. He gnashed his teeth at us like a wild beast, and flourished his knife with frightful rapidity. The Count in his turn had received a cut right across the hand, and we had been irrevocably lost, had not Providence sent us assistance. We heard the tramp of horses' hoofs upon the road, upon which the negro instantly left us and sprang into the wood. Immediately afterwards 2 horsemen turned a corner of the road, and we hurried towards them. Our wounds, which were bleeding freely, and the way in which our parasols were hacked, soon made them understand the state of affairs. They asked us which direction the fugitive had taken, and springing from their horses hurried after him. Their efforts, however, would have been fruitless if 2 negroes who were coming from the opposite side had not helped them. As it was, the fellow was soon captured. He was pinioned, and as he would not walk, severely beaten, most of the blows being dealt upon the head, so that I feared the poor wretch's skull would be broken. In spite of this he never moved a muscle, and lay, as if insensible to feeling, upon the ground. The 2 other negroes were obliged to seize hold of him, when he endeavoured to bite every one within his reach, like a wild beast, and carry him to the nearest house. Our preservers, as well as the Count and myself, accompanied him. We then had our wounds dressed, and afterwards continued our journey, not, it is true, entirely devoid of fear, especially when we met 1 or more negroes, but without any further mishap, and with a continually increasing admiration of the beautiful scenery. The colony of Petropolis is situated in the midst of a virgin forest, at an elevation of 2,500 feet above the level of the sea, and at the time of our visit it had been founded about 14 months, with the especial purpose of furnishing the capital with certain kinds of fruit and vegetables, which, in tropical climates, would thrive only in very high situations. A small row of houses already formed a street, and on a large space that had been cleared away stood the wooden carcass of a larger building, the imperial villa, which, however, would have some difficulty in presenting anything like an imperial appearance, on account of the low doors that contrasted strangely with the broad, lofty windows. The town is to be built around the villa, though several detached houses are situated at some distance away in the woods. One portion of the colonists, such as mechanics, shopkeepers, etc., had been presented with small plots of ground for building upon near the villa. The cultivators of the soil had received larger patches, although not more than 2 or 3 yokes. What misery must not these poor people have suffered in their native country to have sought another hemisphere for the sake of a few yokes of land! We here found the good old woman who had been our fellow passenger from Germany to Rio Janeiro, in company with her son. Her joy at being once more able to share in the toils and labours of her favourite had, in this short space of time, made her several years younger. Her son acted as our guide, and conducted us over the infant colony, which is situated in broad ravines. The surrounding hills are so steep that when they are cleared of timber and converted into gardens, the soft earth is easily washed away by heavy showers. At a distance of 4 miles from the colony, a waterfall foams down a chasm which it has worn away for itself. It is more remarkable for its valley-like enclosure of noble mountains and the solemn gloom of the surrounding woods than for its height or body of water. 29th of September. In spite of the danger we had incurred in coming, we returned to Porto de Estrela on foot, went on board a bark, sailed all night, and arrived safely in Rio Janeiro the next morning. Every one, both in Petropolis and the capital, was so astonished at the manner in which our lives had been attempted, that if we had not been able to show our wounds, we should never have been believed. The fellow was at first thought to have been drunk or insane, and it was not till later that we learned the real motives of his conduct. He had some time previously been punished by his master for an offence, and on meeting us in the wood he no doubt thought that it was a good opportunity of satisfying with impunity his hatred against the whites. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 4. Journey into the Interior of the Brazils. Part 1. the towns of Morro Queimado, Nova Friburgo, and Aldeia do Pedro, plantations of the Europeans, burning forests, virgin forests, last settlement of the whites, visit to the Indians, also called Puris or Raboclés, return to Rio de Janeiro. This second journey I also made in company of Count Berthold, after having resolved on penetrating into the interior of the country, and paying a visit to the primitive inhabitants of the Brazils. 2nd of October. We left Rio de Janeiro in the morning, and proceeded in a steamer as far as the port of Sampaio, a distance of 28 miles. This port lies at the mouth of the river Macacu, what consists of only one inn and 2 or 3 small houses. We here hired mules to take us to the town of Morro Queimado, 80 miles off. I may take this opportunity of remarking that it is the custom in the Brazils to hire the mules without muleteers, a great mark of confidence on the part of the owners towards travelers. Arrived at their destination, the animals are delivered up at a certain place fixed on by the proprietor. We preferred, however, to take a muleteer with us, as we were not acquainted with the road, a piece of precaution we regretted the less, on finding the way frequently obstructed with wooden gates, which had always to be opened and shut again. The price for hiring a mule was 12 mil-réis, £1 6s. As we arrived at Porto Sampaio by 2 o'clock, we resolved on going on as far as Ponte do Pinheiro, a distance of 16 miles. The road lay mostly through valleys covered with large bushes and surrounded by low rocks. The country wore a general aspect of wildness, and only here and there were a few scanty pasture grounds and poverty-stricken huts to be seen. The little town of Ponte de Cairas, which we passed, consists of a few shops and vendas, a number of smaller houses, an inconsiderable church, and an apothecary's. The principal square looked like a meadow. Ponte do Pinheiro is rather larger. We experienced here a very good reception, and had an excellent supper, consisting of fowls stewed in rice, flour of manioc, and Portuguese wine. We had also good beds and breakfasts. The whole cost us, however, 4 mil-réis, 8s. 8d. 3rd of October. We did not set off till 7 o'clock. Here, as everywhere else in the country, there is no getting away early in the morning. The scenery was of the same character as that passed the day before, except that we were approaching the more lofty mountains. The road was tolerably good, but the bridges across the streams and sloughs execrable. We esteemed ourselves fortunate whenever we passed one without being compelled to stop. After a ride of 3 hours, 9 miles, we reached the great sugar fazenda de Colégio, which, in its arrangements, is exactly like a large country seat. To the spacious residence is attached a chapel, with the offices lying all around. The whole is enclosed by a high wall. Far and wide stretched the fields and low eminences, covered with sugar canes. Unfortunately, we could not see the mode of preparing the sugar, as the canes were not yet ripe. A planter's fortune in the Brazils is calculated by the number of his slaves. There were 800 of them on the plantation we were viewing, a large property, since each male slave costs from 600 to 700 mil-réis, 60 to 70 pounds. Not far from this fazenda, to the right of the high road, lies another very considerable one, called Papagaios. Besides these, we saw several smaller plantations, which lent a little animation to the uniformity of the scene. St. Anna, 16 miles distant, is a small place, consisting of only a few poor houses, a little church, and an apothecary's. The last is a necessary appendage to every Brazilian village, even though it only contains 12 or 15 huts. We here made a repast of eggs with a bottle of wine, and gave our mules a feed of mill, for which a cheating landlord, Herr Gebhardt, charged us 3 mil-réis, 6s. 6d. Today we did not proceed further than Mendoza, 12 miles, a still more insignificant place than Santa Ana. A small shop and a venda were the only houses at the roadside, though in the background we perceived a manioc fazenda, to which we paid a visit. The proprietor was kind enough first to offer us some strong coffee without milk, a customary mark of attention in the Brazils, and then to conduct us over his plantation. The manioc plant shoots out stalks from 4 to 6 feet in height, with a number of large leaves at their upper extremities. The valuable portion of the plant is its bulbous root, which often weighs 2 or 3 pounds, and supplies the place of corn all through the Brazils. It is washed, peeled, and held against the rough edge of a millstone, turned by a negro, until it is completely ground away. The whole mass is then gathered into a basket, plentifully steeped in water, and is afterwards pressed quite dry by means of a press. Lastly, it is scattered upon large iron plates, and slowly dried by a gentle fire kept up beneath. It now resembles a very coarse kind of flour, and is eaten in 2 ways, wet and dry. In the first case it is mixed with hot water until it forms a kind of porridge. In the second, it is handed round under the form of coarse flour in little baskets, and every one at table takes as much as he chooses and sprinkles it over his plate. 4th of October. The mountain ranges continue drawing nearer and nearer to each other, and the woods become thicker and more luxuriant. The various creeping plants are indescribably beautiful. Not only do they entirely cover the ground, but they are so intertwined with the trees that their lovely flowers hang on the highest branches, and look like the blossoms of the trees themselves. But there are likewise trees whose own yellow and red blossoms resemble the most beautiful flowers, while there are others whose great white leaves stand out like silver from the surrounding mass of flowery green. Woods like these might well be called the giant gardens of the world. The palm trees have here almost disappeared. We soon reached the mountain range we had to cross, and on our way often ascended such elevated spots that we had a free view extending as far back as the capital. On the top of the mountain, Alta da Serra, 16 miles from Mendoza, we found a venda. From this spot the distance to Morro Queimado is 16 miles, which took us a long time, as the road is either up or downhill the whole way. We were continually surrounded by the most magnificent woodlands, and were only rarely reminded by a small plantation of cabi or mill that we were in the neighborhood of men. We did not perceive the little town until we had surmounted the last eminence and were in its immediate vicinity. It lies in a large and picturesque hollow, surrounded by mountains at an elevation of 3,200 feet above the level of the sea. As night was near at hand, we were glad enough to reach our lodgings, which were situated on one side of the town, in the house of a German named Linderoth. They were very comfortable, and, as we afterwards found, exceedingly reasonable, seeing that for our rooms and 3 good meals a day we only paid 1 mil-réis, 2 shillings 2 pence. 5th of October. The small town of Nova Friburgo, or Morro Queimado, was founded about 15 years since by French, Swiss, and Germans. It contains not quite 100 substantial houses, the greater part of which form an extremely broad street, while the others lie scattered about here and there. We had already heard, in Rio Janeiro, a great deal of the Messieurs Basque and Frise, and we particularly recommended not to forget to pay a visit to each. Herr Basque is a naturalist, and resides here with his wife, who is almost as scientific as himself. We enjoyed many an hour in their entertaining society, and were shown many interesting collections of quadrupeds, birds, serpents, insects, etc. The collection of these last, indeed, was more rich and remarkable than that in the Museum of Rio Janeiro. Herr Basque has always a great many orders from Europe to send over various objects of natural history. Herr Fries is the director and proprietor of an establishment for boys, and preferred establishing his school in this cool climate than in the hot town beneath. He was kind enough to show us all his arrangements. As it was near evening when we paid our visit, school was already over, but he presented all his scholars to us, made them perform a few gymnastic exercises, and proposed several questions on geography, history, arithmetic, etc., which, without exception, they answered very carefully and correctly. His establishment receives 60 boys, and was quite full, although the annual charge for each boy is 1,000 mil-réis, 108 pounds 6 shillings 8 pence. The 6th of October. We had at first intended to stop only one day in Nova Friburgo, and then continue our journey. Unfortunately, however, the wound which the Count had received on our excursion to Petrópolis became, through the frequent use of the hand and the excessive heat, much worse. Inflammation set in, and he was consequently obliged to give up all ideas of going any further. With my wounds I was more fortunate, for as they were on the upper part of the arm, I had been enabled to pay them a proper degree of care and attention. They were now proceeding very favourably, and neither dangerous nor troublesome. I had, therefore, no resource left but either to pursue my journey alone, or to give up the most interesting portion of it, namely, my visit to the Indians. To this last idea I could by no means reconcile myself. I inquired, therefore, whether the journey could be made with any degree of safety, and as I received a sort of half-satisfactory answer, and Herr Lindenroth found me also a trusty guide, I procured a good double-barreled pistol, and set out undaunted upon my trip. We at first remained for some time in the midst of mountain ranges, and then again descended into the warmer region beneath. The valleys were generally narrow, and the uniform appearance of the woods was often broken by plantations. The latter, however, did not always look very promising, most of them being so choked up with weeds that it was frequently impossible to perceive the plant itself, especially when it was young and small. It is only upon the sugar and coffee plantations that any great care is bestowed. The coffee trees stand in rows upon tolerably steep hillocks. They attain a height of from 6 to 12 feet, and begin to bear sometimes as soon as the second, but in no case later than the third year, and are productive for 10 years. The leaf is long and slightly serrated, the blossom white, while the fruit hangs down in the same manner as a bunch of grapes, and resembles a longish cherry, which is first green, then red, brown, and nearly black. During the time it is red, the outer shell is soft, but ultimately becomes perfectly hard and resembles a wooden capsule. Blossoms and fruit in full maturity are found upon the trees at the same time, and hence the harvest lasts nearly the whole year. The latter is conducted in two ways. The berries are either gathered by hand, or large straw mats are spread underneath, and the trees well shaken. The first method is the more troublesome, but without comparison the better one. Another novelty which I saw here for the first time were the frequent burning forests, which had been set on fire to clear the ground for cultivation. In most cases I merely saw immense clouds of smoke curling upwards in the distance, and desired nothing more earnestly than to enjoy a nearer view of such a conflagration. My wish was destined to be fulfilled today, as my road lay between a burning forest and a burning rost. The intervening space was not, at the most, more than 50 paces broad, and was completely enveloped in smoke. I could hear the cracking of the fire, and through the dense vapour perceive thick, forked columns of flame shoot upwards towards the sky, while now and then loud reports, like those of a cannon, announced the fall of the large trees. On seeing my guide enter this fiery gulf, I was, I must confess, rather frightened, but I felt assured, on reflecting, that he would certainly not foolishly risk his own life, and that he must know from experience that such places were passable. At the entrance sat two negroes, to point out the direction that wayfarers had to follow, and to recommend them to make as much haste as possible. My guide translated for me what they said, and spurred on his mule. I followed his example, and we both galloped at full speed into the smoking pass. The burning ashes now flew around us in all directions, while the suffocating smoke was even more oppressive than the heat. Our beasts, too, seemed to have great difficulty in drawing breath, and it was as much as we could do to keep them in a gallop. Fortunately, we had not above 500 or 600 paces to ride, and consequently succeeded in making our way safely through. In the Brazils, a conflagration of this kind never extends very far, as the vegetation is too green and offers too much opposition. The wood has to be ignited in several places, and even then the fire frequently goes out, and when most of the wood is burnt, many patches are found unconsumed. Soon after passing this dangerous spot, we came to a magnificent rock, the sides of which must have risen almost perpendicularly to a height of 600 or 800 feet. A number of detached fragments lay scattered about the road, forming picturesque groups. To my great astonishment, I learned from my guide that our lodging for the night was near at hand. We had scarcely ridden 20 miles, but he affirmed that the next venda where we could stop was too far distant. I afterwards discovered that his sole object was to spin out the journey, which was a very profitable one for him, since, besides good living for himself and fodder for his 2 mules, he received 4 mil-réis, 8 shillings 8 pence a day. We put up, therefore, at a solitary venda, erected in the middle of the forest, and kept by Herr Mollas. During the day we had suffered greatly from the heat, the thermometer standing in the sun at 119 degrees 75 Fahrenheit. The circumstance which must strike a traveller most forcibly in the habits of the colonists and inhabitants of the Brazils is the contrast between fear and courage. On the one hand, every one you meet upon the road is armed with pistols and long knives, as if the whole country was overrun with robbers and murderers, while on the other, the proprietors live quite alone on their plantations, and without the least apprehension, in the midst of their numerous slaves. The traveller, too, fearlessly passes the night in some venda, situated in impenetrable woods, with neither shutters to the windows nor good locks to the doors, besides which the owner's room is a considerable distance from the chambers of the guests, and it would be utterly impossible to obtain any assistance from the servants, who are all slaves, as they live either in some corner of the stable or in the loft. At first I felt very frightened at thus passing the night alone, surrounded by the wild gloom of the forest, and in a room that was only very insecurely fastened. But, as I was everywhere assured that such a thing as a forcible entry into a house had never been heard of, I soon dismissed my superfluous anxiety, and enjoyed the most tranquil repose. I know very few countries in Europe where I should like to traverse vast forests and pass the night in such awfully lonely houses, accompanied by only a hired guide. On the 7th of October, also, we made only a short day's journey of 20 miles, to the small town of Cantagalo. The scenery was of the usual description, consisting of narrow, circumscribed valleys and mountains covered with endless forests. If little fazendas and the remains of woods which had been set on fire had not, every now and then, reminded us of the hand of man, I should have thought that I was wandering through some yet undiscovered part of Brazil. The monotony of our journey was rather romantically interrupted by our straying for a short distance from the right road. In order to reach it again, we were obliged to penetrate by untrodden paths through the woods, a task presenting difficulties of which an European can scarcely form an idea. We dismounted from our mules, and my guide threw back, on either side, the low-hanging branches, and cut through the thick web of creepers, while one moment we were obliged to climb over broken trunks, or squeeze ourselves between others, at the next we sank knee-deep among endless parasitical plants. I began almost to despair of ever effecting a passage, and even up to the present day am at a loss to understand how we succeeded in escaping from this inextricable mass. The little town of Cantagallo is situated in a narrow valley and contains about 80 houses. The venda stands apart, the town not being visible from it. The temperature here is warm as in Rio de Janeiro. On my return to the venda after a short walk to the town, I applied to my landlady, in order to obtain a near and really correct idea of a Brazilian household. The good woman, however, gave herself very little trouble, either in looking after the house or the kitchen. As is the case in Italy, this was her husband's business. A negress and 2 young negroes cooked, the arrangements of the kitchen being of the most primitive simplicity. The salt was pressed fine with a bottle. The potatoes, when boiled, underwent the same process. The latter were also subsequently squeezed in the frying pan with a plate, to give them the form of a pancake. A pointed piece of wood served for a fork, etc. There was a large fire burning for every dish. Every one whose complexion was white sat down with us at table. All the dishes, consisting of cold roast beef, black beans with boiled carne seca, potatoes, rice, manioc flour, and boiled manioc roots, were placed upon the table at the same time, and every one helped himself as he pleased. At the conclusion of our meal we had strong coffee without milk. The slaves had beans, carne seca, and manioc flour. 8th of October. Our goal today was the Fazenda Boa Esperança, 24 miles off. 4 miles beyond Cantagallo we crossed a small waterfall, and then entered one of the most magnificent virgin forests I had yet beheld. A small path, on the bank of a little brook, conducted us through it. Palms, with their majestic tops, raised themselves proudly above the other trees, which, lovingly interlaced together, formed the most beautiful bowers. Orchids grew in wanton luxuriance upon the branches and twigs. Creepers and ferns climbed up the trees, mingling with the boughs, and forming thick walls of blossoms and flowers, which displayed the most brilliant colors, and exhaled the sweetest perfume. Delicate humming-birds twittered around our heads. The pepper-pecker, with his brilliant plumage, soared shyly upwards. Parrots and paroquets were swinging themselves in the branches, and numberless beautifully marked birds, which I only knew from having seen specimens in the museum, inhabited this fairy grove. It seemed as if I was riding in some fairy park, and I expected every moment to see sylphs and nymphs appear before me. I was so happy that I felt richly recompensed for all the fatigue of my journey. One thought only obscured this beautiful place, and that was that weak men should dare to enter the lists with the giant nature of the place, and make it bend before his will. How soon, perhaps, may this profound and holy tranquillity be disturbed by the blows of some daring settler's axe, to make room for the wants of men. I saw no dangerous animals, save a few dark green snakes, from 5 to 7 feet long, a dead ounce that had been stripped of its skin, and a lizard 3 feet in length, which ran timidly across our path. I met with no apes. They appeared to conceal themselves deeper in the woods, where no human footstep is likely to disturb them. In their sports and gambols. During the whole distance from Cantagallo to the small village of Santa Rita, 16 miles, if it had not again been for a few coffee plantations, I should have thought the place completely forgotten by men. Near Santa Rita are some gold washings in the river of the same name, and not far from them diamonds also are found. Since seeking or digging for diamonds is no longer an imperial monopoly, every one is at liberty to employ himself in this occupation, and yet it is exercised as much as possible in secret. No one will acknowledge looking for them, in order to avoid paying the state its share as fixed by law. The precious stones are sought for and dug out at certain spots, from heaps of sand, stones, and soil, which have been washed down by the heavy rains. I had found lodgings in a venda for the last time, the preceding evening, at Cantagallo. I had now to rely upon the hospitality of the proprietors of the fazendas. Custom requires that, on reaching a fazenda, any person who desires to stop the middle of the day or the night there should wait outside and ask, through the servant, permission to do so. It is not until his application is granted, which is almost always the case, that the traveler dismounts from his mule and enters the building. They received me at Fazenda da Boa Esperança in the most friendly manner, and as I happened to arrive exactly at dinner time, it was between 3 and 4 o'clock, covers were immediately laid for me and my attendant. The dishes were numerous, and prepared very nearly in the European fashion. Great astonishment was manifested in every venda and fazenda at seeing a lady arrive, accompanied only by a single servant. The first question was whether I was not afraid thus to traverse the woods alone, and my guide was invariably taken on one side and questioned as to why I travelled. As he was in the habit of seeing me collect flowers and insects, he supposed me to be a naturalist, and replied that my journey had a scientific object. After dinner, the amiable lady of the house proposed that I should go and see the coffee plantations, warehouses, etc., and I willingly accepted her offer, as affording me an opportunity of viewing the manner in which the coffee was prepared, from beginning to end. The mode of gathering it I have already described. When this is done, the coffee is spread out upon large plots of ground, trodden down in a peculiar manner, and enclosed by low stone walls, scarcely a foot high, with little drain holes in them, to allow of the water running off in case of rain. On these places the coffee is dried by the glowing heat of the sun, and then shaken in large stone mortars, 10 or 20 of which are placed beneath a wooden scaffolding, from which wooden hammers, set in motion by water power, descend into the mortars, and easily crush the husks. The mass thus crushed is then placed in wooden boxes, fastened in the middle of a long table, and having small openings at each side, through which both the berry itself and the husk fall slowly out. At the table are seated negroes, who separate the berry from the husk, and then cast it into shallow copper cauldrons, which are easily heated. In these it is carefully turned, and remains until it is quite dried. This last process requires some degree of care, as the color of the coffee depends upon the degree of heat to which it is exposed. If dried too quickly, instead of the usual greenish color, it contracts a yellowish tinge. On the whole, the preparation of coffee is not fatiguing, and even the gathering of it is far from being as laborious as reaping is with us. The negro stands in an upright posture when gathering the berry, and is protected by the tree itself against the great heat of the sun. The only danger he incurs is of being bitten by some venomous snake or other, an accident, however, which fortunately rarely happens. The work on a sugar plantation, on the contrary, is said to be exceedingly laborious, particularly that portion of it which relates to weeding the ground and cutting the cane. I have never yet witnessed a sugar harvest, but perhaps may do so in the course of my travels. All work ceases at sunset, when the negroes are drawn up in front of their master's house for the purpose of being counted, and then, after a short prayer, have their supper, consisting of boiled beans, bacon, carne seca, and manioc flour, handed out to them. At sunrise they again assemble, are once more counted, and after prayers and breakfast go to work. I had an opportunity of convincing myself in this, as well as in many other fazendas, vendas, and private houses, that the slaves are by far not so harshly treated as we Europeans imagine. They are not overworked, perform all their duties very leisurely, and are well kept. Their children are frequently the playmates of their masters' children, and knock each other about as if they were all equal. There may be cases in which certain slaves are cruelly and undeservedly punished, but do not the like instances of injustice occur in Europe also? I am certainly very much opposed to slavery, and should greet its abolition with the greatest delight. But, despite this, I again affirm that the negro slave enjoys, under the protection of the law, a better lot than the free fellah of Egypt, or many peasants in Europe who still groan under the right of soccage. The principal reason of the better lot of the slave compared to that of the miserable peasant in the case in point may perhaps partly be that the purchase and keep of the one is expensive, while the other costs nothing. The arrangements in the houses belonging to the proprietors of the fazendas are extremely simple. The windows are unglazed and are closed at night with wooden shutters. In many cases the outer roof is the common covering of all the rooms, which are merely separated from one another by low partitions, so that you can hear every word your neighbor says, and almost the breathing of the person sleeping next to you. The furniture is equally simple: a large table, a few straw sofas, and a few chairs. The wearing apparel is generally hung up against the walls, the linen alone being kept in tin cases to protect it from the attacks of the ants. In the country, the children of even the most opulent persons run about frequently without shoes or stockings. Before they go to bed, they have their feet examined to see whether any sand fleas have nestled in them, and if such be the case, they are extracted by the elder Negro children. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 4. Journey into the Interior of the Brazils. Part 2. 9th of October. Early in the morning I took leave of my kind hostess, who, like a true careful housewife, had wrapped up a roasted fowl, maniac flour, and a cheese for me, so that I was well provisioned on setting off. The next station, Aldeia do Pedro, on the banks of the Paraibi, was situated at a distance of 16 miles. Our way lay through magnificent woods, and before we had traversed half of it, we arrived at the river Paraibi, one of the largest in the Brazils, and celebrated, moreover, for the peculiar character of its bed, which is strewed with innumerable cliffs and rocks. These, owing to the low state of the stream, were more than usually conspicuous. On every side rose little islands, covered with small trees or underwood, lending a most magic appearance to the river. During the rainy season, most of these cliffs and rocks are covered with water, and the river then appears more majestic. On account of the rocks, it can only be navigated by small boats and rafts. As you proceed along the banks, the scenery gradually changes. The fore part of the mountain ranges subside into low hills, the mountains themselves retreat, and the nearer you approach Aldeia do Pedro, the wider and more open becomes the valley. In the background alone are still visible splendid mountain ranges, from which rises a mountain higher than the rest, somewhat more naked and almost isolated. To this my guide pointed, and gave me to understand that our way lay over it, in order to reach the Puris who live beyond. About noon I arrived at Aldeia do Pedro, which I found to be a small village with a stone church. The latter might, perhaps, contain 200 persons. I had intended continuing my journey to the Puris the same day, but my guide was attacked with pains in his knee, and could not ride further. I had therefore no resource but to alight at the priest's, who gave me a hearty welcome. He had a pretty good house immediately adjoining the church. 10th of October. As my guide was worse, the priest offered me his negro to replace him. I thankfully accepted his offer, but could not set off before 1 o'clock, for which I was, in some respects, not sorry, as it was Sunday, and I hoped to see a great number of the country people flock to the mass. This, however, was not the case. Although it was a very fine day, there were hardly 30 people at church. The men were dressed exactly in the European fashion. The women wore long cloaks with collars, and had white handkerchiefs upon their heads, partly falling over their faces as well. The latter they uncovered in church. Both men and women were barefooted. As chance would have it, I witnessed a burial and a christening. Before Mass commenced, a boat crossed over from the opposite bank of the Paraibi, and on reaching the side, a hammock, in which was the deceased, was lifted out. He was then laid in a coffin, which had been prepared for the purpose in a house near the churchyard. The corpse was enveloped in a white cloth, with the feet and half the head protruding beyond it. The latter was covered with a peaked cap of shining black cloth. The christening took place before the burial. The person who was to be christened was a young negro of 15, who stood with his mother at the church door. As the priest entered the church to perform Mass, he christened him, in passing by, without much ceremony or solemnity, and even without sponsors. The boy, too, seemed to be as little touched by the whole affair as a new-born infant. I do not believe that either he or his mother had the least idea of the importance of the rite. The priest then hurriedly performed Mass, and read the burial service over the deceased, who had belonged to rather a wealthy family, and therefore was respectably interred. Unfortunately, when they wanted to lower the corpse into its cold resting place, the ladder was found to be too short and too narrow, and the poor wretch was so tossed about, coffin and all, that I expected every moment to see him roll out. But all was of no avail, and after a great deal of useless exertion no other course was left but to place the coffin on one side and enlarge the grave, which was done with much unwillingness and amid an unceasing volley of oaths. This fatiguing work being at last finished, I returned to the house, where I took a good déjeuner à la fourchette in company with the priest, and then set out with my black guide. We rode for some time through a broad valley between splendid woods, and had to cross two rivers, the Paraibi and the Pomba, in trunks of trees hollowed out. For each of these wretched conveyances I was obliged to pay 1 mil-réis, 2 shillings and 2 pence, and to incur great danger into the bargain, not so much on account of the stream and the small size of the craft, as of our mules, which, fastened by their halter, swam alongside, and frequently came so near that I was afraid that we should be every moment capsized. After riding 12 miles further, we reached the last settlement of the whites. On an open space, which had with difficulty been conquered from the virgin forest, stood a largish wooden house, surrounded by a few miserable huts, the house serving as the residence of the whites, and the huts as that of the slaves. A letter which I had brought from the priest procured me a welcome. The manner of living in this settlement was of such a description that I was almost tempted to believe that I was already among savages. The large house contained an entrance hall leading into 4 rooms, each of which was inhabited by a white family. The whole furniture of these rooms consisted of a few hammocks and straw mats. The inhabitants were cowering upon the floor, playing with the children, or assisting one another to get rid of their vermin. The kitchen was immediately adjoining the house, and resembled a very large barn with openings in it. Upon a hearth that took up nearly the entire length of the barn, several fires were burning, over which hung small kettles, and at each side were fastened wooden spits. On these were fixed several pieces of meat, some of which were being roasted by the fire, and some cured by the smoke. The kitchen was full of people, whites, puris, and negroes, children whose parents were whites and puris, or puris and negroes. In a word, the place was like a book of specimens containing the most varied ramifications of the 3 principal races of the country. In the courtyard was an immense number of fowls, beautifully marked ducks and geese. I also saw some extraordinarily fat pigs, and some horribly ugly dogs. Under some cocoa palms and tamarind trees were seated white and colored people, separate and in groups, mostly occupied in satisfying their hunger. Some had got broken basins or pumpkin gourds before them, in which they kneaded up with their hands boiled beans and manioc flour. This thick and disgusting-looking mess they devoured with avidity. Others were eating pieces of meat, which they likewise tore with their hands, and threw into their mouths alternately with handfuls of manioc flour. The children, who also had their gourds before them, were obliged to defend the contents valiantly, for at one moment a hen would peck something out, and at the next a dog would run off with a bit, or sometimes even a little pig would waggle up and invariably give a most contented grunt when it had not performed the journey for nothing. While I was making these observations, I suddenly heard a merry cry outside the courtyard. I proceeded to the place from which it issued, and saw two boys dragging towards me a large dark brown serpent, certainly more than 7 feet long, at the end of a bast rope. It was already dead, and as far as I could learn from the explanations of those about me, it was of so venomous a kind that if a person is bitten by it, he immediately swells up and dies. I was rather startled at what I heard, and determined at least not to set out through the wood just as evening was closing in, as I might have to take up my quarters for the night under some tree. I therefore deferred my visit to the savages until the next morning. The good people imagined that I was afraid of the savages, and earnestly assured me that they were a most harmless race, from whom I had not the least to fear. As my knowledge of Portuguese was limited to a few words, I found it rather difficult to make myself understood, and it was only by the help of gesticulations, with now and then a small sketch, that I succeeded in enlightening them as to the real cause of my fear. I passed the night, therefore, with these half-savages, who constantly showed me the greatest respect, and overwhelmed me with attention. A straw mat, which, at my request, was spread out under shelter in the courtyard, was my bed. They brought me for supper a roast fowl, rice and hard eggs, and for dessert oranges and tamarind pods. The latter contained a brown, half-sweet, half-sour pulp, very agreeable to the taste. The women lay all round me, and by degrees we managed to get on wonderfully together. I showed them the different flowers and insects I had gathered during the day. This doubtless induced them to look upon me as a learned person, and as such to impute to me a knowledge of medicine. They begged me to prescribe for different cases of illness, bad ears, eruptions of the skin, and in the children a considerable tendency to scrofula, etc. I ordered lukewarm baths, frequent fomentations, and the use of oil and soap, applied externally and rubbed into the body. May Heaven grant that these remedies have really worked some good. On the 11th of October I proceeded into the forest in company with a negress and a puri to find out the Indians. At times we had to work our way laboriously through the thicket, and then again we would find narrow paths by which we pursued our journey with greater ease. After 8 hours' walking, we came upon a number of puris, who led us into their huts, situated in the immediate vicinity, where I beheld a picture of the greatest misery and want. I had often met with a great deal of wretchedness in my travels, but never so much as I saw here. On a small space, under lofty trees, 5 huts, or rather sheds, formed of leaves, were erected, 18 feet long by 12 feet broad. The frames were formed of 4 poles stuck in the ground, with another reaching across, and the roof of palm leaves, through which the rain could penetrate with the utmost facility. On 3 sides these bowers were entirely open. In the interior hung a hammock or 2, and on the ground glimmered a little fire, under a heap of ashes, in which a few roots, Indian corn, and bananas were roasting. In one corner, under the roof, a small supply of provisions was hoarded up, and a few gourds were scattered around. These are used by the savages instead of plates, pots, water jugs, etc. The long bows and arrows, which constitute their only weapons, were leaning in the background against the wall. I found the Indians still more ugly than the negroes. Their complexion is a light bronze, stunted in stature, well knit, and about the middle size. They have broad and somewhat compressed features, and thick, coal-black hair, hanging straight down, which the women sometimes wear in plaits fastened to the back of the head, and sometimes falling down loose about them. Their forehead is broad and low, the nose somewhat flattened, the eyes long and narrow, almost like those of the Chinese, and the mouth large, with rather thick lips. To give a still greater effect to all these various charms, a peculiar look of stupidity is spread over the whole face, and is more especially to be attributed to the way in which their mouths are always kept opened. Most of them, both men and women, were tattooed with a reddish or blue color, though only round the mouth, in the form of a moustache. Both sexes are passionately fond of smoking, and prefer brandy to everything. Their dress was composed of a few rags, which they had fastened round their loins. I had already heard, in Nova Friburgo, a few interesting particulars concerning the Puris, which I will here relate. The number of the Brazilian Indians at the present time is calculated at about 500,000, who live scattered about the forests in the heart of the country. Not more than 6 or 7 families ever settle on the same spot, which they leave as soon as the game in the neighborhood has been killed and all the fruit and roots consumed. A large number of these Indians have been christened. They are always ready, for a little brandy or tobacco, to undergo the ceremony at the shortest notice, and only regret that it cannot be repeated more frequently, as it is soon over. The priest believes that he has only to perform the rite in order to gain another soul for heaven, and afterwards gives himself very little concern, either about the instruction or the manners and morals of his converts. These, it is true, are called Christians, or tamed savages, but live in the same heathen manner that they previously did. Thus, for instance, they contract marriages for indefinite periods, elect their caciques, chiefs, from the strongest and finest men, follow all their old customs on the occasion of marriages and deaths, just the same as before baptism. Their language is very poor. They are said, for example, only to be able to count 1 and 2, and are therefore obliged, when they desire to express a larger number, to repeat these 2 figures continually. Furthermore, for today, tomorrow, and yesterday, they possess only the word day, and express their more particular meanings by signs. For today they say day and feel their head, or point upwards. For tomorrow they again use the word day and point their fingers in a straightforward direction. And for yesterday they use the same word and point behind them. The Puris are said to be peculiarly adapted for tracking runaway Negroes, as their organs of smell are very highly developed. They smell the trace of the fugitive on the leaves of the trees, and if the Negro does not succeed in reaching some stream in which he can either walk or swim for a considerable distance, it is asserted that he can very seldom escape the Indian engaged in pursuit of him. These savages are also readily employed in felling timber and cultivating Indian corn, manioc, etc., as they are very industrious, and think themselves well paid with a little tobacco, brandy, or colored cloth. But on no account must they be compelled to do anything by force. They are free men. They seldom, however, come to offer their assistance, unless they are half starved. I visited the huts of all these savages, and as my guides had trumpeted forth my praises as being a woman of great knowledge, I was here asked my advice for the benefit of every one who was ill. In one of the huts I found an old woman groaning in her hammock. On my drawing nearer, they uncovered the poor creature, and I perceived that all her breast was eaten up by cancer. She seemed to have no idea of a bandage, or any means of soothing the pain. I advised her to wash the wound frequently with a decoction of mallows, and in addition to this, to cover it over with the leaves of the same plant. I only trust that my advice procured her some trifling relief. This horrible disease, unfortunately, does not appear to be at all rare among the Puris, for I saw many of their women, some of whom had large hard swellings, and others even small tumors on the breast. After having sufficiently examined everything in the huts, I went with some of the savages to shoot parrots and monkeys. We had not far to go, in order to meet with both, and I had now an opportunity of admiring the skill with which these people use their bows. They brought down the birds even when they were on the wing, and very seldom missed their mark. After shooting 3 parrots and an ape, we returned to the huts. The good creatures offered me the best hut they possessed, and invited me to pass the night there. being rather fatigued by the toilsome nature of my journey on foot, the heat, and the hunting excursion, I very joyfully accepted their proposition. The day, too, was drawing to a close, and I should not have been able to reach the settlement of the whites before night. I therefore spread out my cloak upon the ground, arranged a log of wood so as to serve instead of a pillow, and for the present seated myself upon my splendid couch. In the meanwhile my hosts were preparing the monkey and the parrots by sticking them on wooden spits and roasting them before the fire. In order to render the meal a peculiarly dainty one, they also buried some Indian corn and roots in the cinders. They then gathered a few large fresh leaves off the trees, tore the roasted ape into several pieces with their hands, and placing a large portion of it, as well as a parrot, Indian corn, and some roots upon the leaves, put it before me. My appetite was tremendous, seeing that I had tasted nothing since the morning. I therefore immediately fell to on the roasted monkey, which I found superlatively delicious. The flesh of the parrot was far from being so tender and palatable. After our meal, I begged the Indians to perform one of their dances for me, a request with which they readily complied. As it was already dark, they brought a quantity of wood, which they formed into a sort of funeral pile, and set on fire. The men then formed a circle all around and began the dance. They threw their bodies from side to side in a most remarkably awkward fashion, but always moving the head forwards in a straight line. The women then joined in, remaining, however, at some little distance in the rear of the men, and making the same awkward movements. They now began a most horrible noise, which was intended for a song, at the same time distorting their features in a frightful manner. One of them stood near, playing upon a kind of stringed instrument, made out of the stem of a cabbage palm, and about 2 feet or 2 feet and a half in length. A hole was cut in it in a slanting direction, and 6 fibers of the stem had been raised up, and kept in an elevated position at each end by means of a small bridge. The fingers were then used for playing upon these as upon a guitar. The tone was very low, disagreeable, and hoarse. The first dance they named the dance of peace or joy. The men then performed a much wilder one alone. After providing themselves for the purpose with bows, arrows, and stout clubs, they again formed a circle, but their movements were much quicker and wilder than in the first instance, and they likewise hit about them with their clubs in a horrible fashion. They then suddenly broke their rank, strung their bows, placed their arrows ready, and went through the pantomime of shooting after a flying foe, uttering at the same time the most piercing cries, which echoed through the whole forest. I started up in a fright, for I really believed that I was surrounded by enemies, and that I was delivered up into their power, without any chance of help or assistance. I was heartily glad when this horrible war dance came to a conclusion. After retiring to rest, and when all around had gradually become hushed into silence, I was assailed by apprehensions of another description. I thought of the number of wild beasts and the horrible serpents that might perhaps be concealed quite close to me, and then of the exposed situation I was in. This kept me awake a long time, and I often fancied I heard a rustling among the leaves, as if one of the dreaded animals were breaking through. At length, however, my weary body asserted its rights. I laid my head upon my wooden pillow, and consoled myself with the idea that the danger was, after all, not so great as many of we travellers wish to have believed. Otherwise, how would it be possible for the savages to live as they do, without any precautions, in their open huts? On the 12th of October, early in the morning, I took leave of the savages, and made them a present of various bronze ornaments, with which they were so delighted that they offered me everything they possessed. I took a bow with a couple of arrows, as mementos of my visit, returned to the wooden house, and having also distributed similar presents there, mounted my mule, and arrived late in the evening at Aldeia do Pedro. On the morning of the 13th of October, I bade the obliging priest farewell, and with my attendant, who by this time was quite recovered, began my journey back to Nova Friburgo, and in this instance, although I pursued the same road, was only 3 days instead of 4 on the way. On arriving, I found Count Berthold, who was now quite well. We determined, therefore, before returning to Rio Janeiro, to make a little excursion to a fine waterfall about 12 miles from Nova Friburgo. By mere chance, we learned that the christening of the Princess Isabella would take place on the 19th, and, as we did not wish to miss this interesting ceremony, we preferred returning directly. We followed the same road we had taken in coming, till about 4 miles before reaching Ponte de Pinheiro, and then struck off towards Porto de Praia. This road was 32 miles longer by land, but so much shorter by sea that the passage is made by steamer from Porto de Praia to Rio Janeiro in half an hour. The scenery around Pinheiro was mostly dull and tedious, almost like a desert, the monotony of which was only broken here and there by a few scanty woods or low hills. We were not lucky enough to see the mountains again until we were near the capital. I must here mention a comical mistake of Herr Basque of Nova Friburgo, which we at first could not understand, but which afterwards afforded a good deal of amusement. Herr Basque had recommended us a guide, whom he described as a walking encyclopedia of knowledge, and able to answer all our questions about trees, plants, scenery, etc., in the most complete manner. We esteemed ourselves exceedingly fortunate to obtain such a phoenix of a guide, and immediately took advantage of every opportunity to put his powers to the test. He could, however, tell us nothing at all. If we asked him the name of a river, he replied that it was too small and had no name. The trees, likewise, were too insignificant, the plants too common. The ignorance was rather too much. We made inquiry, and found that Herr Basque had not intended to send us the guide we had, but his brother, who, however, had died 6 months previously, a circumstance which Herr Basque must have forgotten. On the evening of the 18th of October we arrived safely in Rio Janeiro. We immediately inquired about the christening, and heard it had been put off till the 15th of November, and that on the 19th of October only the Emperor's anniversary would be kept. We had thus hurried back to no purpose, without visiting the waterfall near Nova Friburgo, which we might have admired very much at our leisure. On our return, we only came 8 miles out of our way. End of section 7.
Section 8 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Section 8. Chapter 5. The Voyage Round Cape Horn. Departure from Rio Janeiro. Santos and St. Paulo. Circumnavigation of Cape Horn. The Straits of Magellan. Arrival in Valparaiso. 8th December 1846 to 2nd March 1847. When I paid £25 for my place in the fine English bark, John Renwick, Captain Bell, the latter promised me that he would be ready to sail on the 25th of November at the latest, and would stop at no intermediate port, but shape his course direct to Valparaiso. The first part of this promise I believed, because he assured me that every day he stopped cost him £7, and the second because, as a general rule, I willingly believe everyone, even ship captains. In both particulars, however, was I deceived, for it was not until the 8th of December that I received a notice to go on board that evening, and then for the first time the captain informed me that he must run into Santos to lay in a stock of provisions, which were there much cheaper than in Rio Janeiro; that he also intended clearing out a cargo of coal and taking in another of sugar. He did not tell me till we arrived in Santos itself, where he also assured me that all these different matters would not take him more than 3 or 4 days. I took my leave of my friends and went on board in the evening. Count Berchtold and Messrs. Geiger and Rister accompanying me to the ship. Early in the morning of the 9th of December we weighed anchor, but the wind was so unfavourable that we were obliged to tack the whole way in order to gain the open sea, and it was not until about 10 A.M. that we lost sight of land. There were 8 passengers besides myself, 5 Frenchmen, 1 Belgian, and 2 citizens of Milan. I looked upon the latter as half countrymen of mine, and we were soon very good friends. It was the second time this year that the 2 Italians were making the voyage round Cape Horn. Their first had not been fortunate. They reached Cape Horn in winter, which in those cold southern latitude lasts from April till about November. [Footnote: In the southern hemisphere the seasons, as regard the months, are exactly the contrary to what they are in the northern. For instance, when it is winter on the one side of the equator, it is summer on the other, etc.] They were unable to circumnavigate the Cape, being driven back by violent contrary winds and storms, against which they strove for 14 weary days without making the least progress. The crew now lost courage, and affirmed that it would be advisable to turn back and wait for more favourable winds. The captain, however, was not of this opinion, and succeeded so well in working upon the pride of the crew that they once more engaged in their conflict with the elements. It was, however, for the last time, for the very same night a tremendous sea broke over the ship, tearing away all her upper works, and sweeping the captain and 6 of the sailors overboard. The water poured in torrents into the cabins, and drove every one from their berths. The bulwarks, boats, and binnacle were carried clean off, and the mainmast had to be cut away. The sailors then turned the ship about, and after a long and dangerous voyage, succeeded in bringing her, dismasted as she was, into Rio Janeiro. This story was not very encouraging, but the fine weather and our good ship relieved us of all anxiety. With regard to the vessel, we could not have chosen a better. It had large comfortable cabins, an exceedingly good-natured and obliging captain, and a bill of fare which must have contented the most dainty palate. Every day we had roast or stewed fowls, ducks or geese, fresh mutton or pork, eggs variously prepared, plum pudding and tarts. To all this were added side dishes of ham, rice, potatoes, and other vegetables, and for dessert dried fruit, nuts, almonds, cheese, etc. There was also plenty of bread, fresh baked every day, and good wine. We all unanimously acknowledged that we had never been so well treated, or had so good a table in any sailing vessel before, and we could therefore, in this respect, look forward to our voyage without any apprehension. On the 12th of December we hove in sight of the mountain ranges of Santos, and at 9 o'clock the same evening we reached a bay which the captain took for that of the same name. Lighted torches were repeatedly held over the vessel's side to summon a pilot. No pilot, however, made his appearance, and we were, therefore, obliged to trust to chance, and anchor at the mouth of the bay. On the morning of the 13th a pilot came on board, and astonished us with the intelligence that we had anchored before the wrong bay. We had some trouble in working our way out, and anchoring about noon in the right one. A pretty little chateau-like building immediately attracted our attention. We took it for some advanced building of the town, and congratulated one another on having reached our temporary destination so quickly. On approaching nearer, however, we could perceive no signs of the town, and learned that the building was a small fort, and that Santos was situated in a second bay communicating with the first by a small arm of the sea. Unluckily, the wind had by this time fallen, and we were obliged to be at anchor all day, and it was not until the 14th that a slight breeze sprang up and wafted us into port. Santos is most charmingly situated at the entrance of a large valley. Picturesque hills, adorned with chapels and detached houses, rise on each side, and immediately beyond are considerable mountain ranges, spreading in a semicircle round the valley, while a lovely island forms a most beautiful foreground to the whole. We had scarcely landed before the captain informed us that we must stop for at least 5 days. The Italians, one of the Frenchmen, and myself determined that we would take advantage of this delay to make an excursion to St. Paulo, the largest inland town of the Brazils, and about 40 miles from Santos. The same evening we hired mules, for which we paid 5 milreis (10s. 10d.) each, and set out upon our trip. 15th of December. Early in the morning we armed ourselves with well charged double barrelled pistols, having been alarmed by accounts of the maroon negroes, about 100 of whom were said to be at that time lurking in the mountains, and to be so daring that they extended their inroads as far as the vicinity of Santos itself. [Footnote: Maroon negroes are those negroes who have run away from their masters. They generally collect in large bands, and retire into the recesses of the virgin forests, whence, however, they often emerge to steal and plunder. Their depredations are not unfrequently accompanied by murder.] The first 8 miles led through the valley to the lofty range of mountains which we had to cross. The road was good, and more frequented than any I had yet seen in the Brazils. Handsome wooden bridges traverse the rivers Vicente and Cubatao. One of these bridges is actually covered, but then every one is charged a pretty high toll. In one of the vendas at the foot of the mountain we fortified ourselves with some excellent pancakes, laid in a stock of sugar canes, the juice of which is excessively refreshing in the great heat, and then proceeded to scale the Serra, 3,400 feet high. The road was inexorable, full of holes, pits, and puddles, in which our poor beasts often sank above their knees. We had to skirt chasms and ravines, with torrents rolling loudly beneath, yet not visible to us, on account of the thick underwood which grew over them. Some part of the way, too, lay through virgin forests, which, however, were not nearly so beautiful or thick as some I had traversed on my excursion to the Puries. There were hardly any palm trees, and the few there were reminded us, from their thin stems and scanty foliage, of those of a colder climate. The prospect from the Serra struck us all with astonishment. The entire valley with its woods and prairies was spread far and wide before our sight as far as the bays, the little detached huts being quite indistinguishable, while only a part of the town and a few masts of ships were perceptible in the distance. A turning in the road soon shut out this charming picture from our gaze. We then left the Serra, and entered upon a woody, uneven tract, alternating with large level grass plots, covered with low brushwood, and innumerable molehills 2 feet high. Half way from Santos to St. Paulo is a place called Rio Grande, the houses of which lie, after the Brazilian fashion, so far apart that no one would suppose they had any connection with each other. The owner of the mules used on this journey resides here, and here likewise the money for their hire is paid. If the traveller desires to proceed immediately, he has fresh mules given him, but, should he prefer stopping the afternoon or night, he finds very good victual and clean rooms, for which he has nothing to pay, as they are included in the 5 milreis (10s. 10d.) charged for the mules. We snatched a hasty morsel or two, and then hurried on, in order to complete the second half of the road before sunset. The plain became broader and broader the nearer we approached the town. The beauty of the scenery falls off very much, and for the first time since I left Europe did I see fields and hills of sand. The town itself, situated upon a hill, presents a tolerable appearance. It contains about 22,000 inhabitants, and is a place of considerable importance for the internal commerce of the country. In spite of this, however, it has neither an inn nor any other place where strangers can alight. After inquiring for a long time in vain for lodgings, we were directed to a German and a Frenchman, with the remark that both received lodgers out of pure politeness. We went first to the German, who very bluntly cut us short by saying he had no room. From him we proceeded to the Frenchman, who sent us to a Portuguese, and on visiting the latter we received the same answer we had obtained from the German. We were now greatly embarrassed, the more so because the wearisome nature of our journey had so fatigued the Frenchman that he was hardly able any longer to sit upright in his saddle. In this critical position I thought of the letter of recommendation that Herr Geiger had given me in Rio Janeiro, for a German gentleman of the name of Loskiel, who had settled here. I had intended not to deliver this letter until the next day, but necessity knows no law, and so I paid my visit the same evening. He was kind enough to interest himself for us in the warmest manner imaginable. He gave one of the gentlemen and myself lodgings in his own house, and our 2 companions in that of a neighbour of his, inviting all of us to dine at his table. We now learned that in St. Paulo no one, not even a hotel keeper, will receive a stranger if he has not been provided with a letter of recommendation. It is certainly a lucky thing for travellers that this strange custom is not prevalent everywhere. 16th of December. After having completely recovered ourselves from the fatigue of our yesterday's ride, our first thought was to view the curiosities of the town. We asked our hospitable host for information on this point, but he merely shrugged his shoulders and said that he knew of no curiosities, unless indeed we chose to look upon the botanical gardens in the light of one. We went out therefore after breakfast, and first of all viewed the town, where we found the number of large and well built houses was, in comparison to the size of the 2 palaces, greater than in Rio Janeiro, although even here there was nothing like taste or peculiar architectural style. The streets are tolerably wide, but present an extraordinarily deserted appearance, the universal silence being broken only by the insupportable creaking of the country people's carts. These carts rest upon 2 wheels, or rather 2 wooden discs, which are often not even hooped with iron to keep them together. The axle, which is likewise of wood, is never greased, and thus causes the demoniacal kind of music to which I alluded. A peculiarity of dress, very remarkable in this hot climate, is here prevalent. All the men, with the exception of the slaves, wear large cloth cloaks, 1/2 of which they throw over their shoulder. I even saw a great many women enveloped in long broadcloth capes. In St. Paulo there is a high school. Those who study there, and come from the country or the smaller towns, are exposed to the inconvenience of being refused lodging under any one's roof. They are obliged to hire and furnish houses for themselves, and be their own housekeepers. We visited several churches which possess very little worth looking at, either inside or out, and then concluded by proceeding to the Botanical Gardens, which also contains no object of any interest, with the exception of a plantation of Chinese teas. All our sightseeing did not occupy us more than a few hours, and we could very conveniently have begun our journey back to Santos the next morning, but the Frenchman, who, on account of the great fatigue he had suffered, had not accompanied us in our walk, begged us to put off our return for half a day longer, and to arrange it in such a manner that we should pass the night in Rio Grande. We willingly acceded to his wish, and set out upon the afternoon of the 17th, after thanking our kind host most cordially for his hospitable entertainment. In Rio Grande we found an excellent supper, convenient sleeping apartments, and a good breakfast the next morning. About 12 o'clock on the 18th of December we arrived safely in Santos, and the Frenchman then confessed to us he had felt so fatigued on arriving in St. Paulo from his long ride that he was afraid of being seriously ill. However, he recovered himself completely in a few days, but assured us that it would be some time before he again accompanied us on one of our trips. The first question we put to the captain was, "When do you weigh anchor?" To which he very politely replied, that as soon as he had cleared out 200 tons of coal and shipped 6,000 sacks of sugar, he should be ready to set sail, and in consequence of this we had to remain 3 whole weary weeks in Santos. We were still in Santos when we celebrated New Year's Day, 1847, and at last, on the 2nd of January, we were lucky enough to bid the town adieu, but did not proceed far, for in the first bay the wind fell, and did not spring up again till after midnight. It was now Sunday, and no true Englishman will set sail on a Sunday. We remained, therefore, lying at anchor the whole of the 3rd of January, looking with very melancholy feelings after 2 ships whose captains, in spite of the holiness of the day, had profited by a fresh breeze and sailed gaily past us. On the same evening we saw a vessel, which our captain affirmed was a slaver, run into the bay. It kept as far as possible from the fort, and cast anchor at the most outward extremity of the bay. As the night was clear and moonlight, we walked late upon the deck, when, true enough, we saw little boats laden with negroes pulling in shore. An officer, indeed, came from the fort to inquire into the doings of this suspicious craft, but the owner seemed to afford him a satisfactory account, for he left the ship, and the slaves continued during the whole night to be quietly and undisturbedly smuggled in as before. On the morning of the 4th of January, as we sailed past the vessel, we beheld a great number of the poor creatures still standing upon the deck. Our captain inquired of the slave dealer how many slaves he had on board, and we learned with astonishment that the number amounted to 670. Much has already been said and written upon this horrible trade. It is everywhere execrated, and looked upon as a blot on the human race, and yet it still continues to flourish. This day promised to turn out a very melancholy one in many respects. We had hardly lost sight of the slaver before one of our own crew had nearly committed suicide. The steward, a young mulatto, had contracted the bad habit of indulging too much in liquor. The captain had often threatened to punish him severely, but all to no purpose, and this morning he was so intoxicated that the sailors were obliged to lay him in the corner of the forecastle, where he might sleep himself sober. Suddenly, however, he leapt up, clambered onto the forepart of the ship, and threw himself into the sea. Luckily it was almost a calm, the water was quite still, and we had hopes of saving him. He soon reappeared at the side of the vessel, and ropes were thrown him from every side. The love of life was awakened in his breast, and caused him to grasp involuntarily at the ropes, but he had not strength enough to hold on. He again sank, and it was only after great exertion that the brave sailors succeeded in rescuing him from a watery grave. Hardly had he recovered his senses ere he endeavoured to throw himself in again, exclaiming that he had no wish to live. The man was raving mad, and the captain was obliged to have him bound hand and foot, and chained to the mast. On the following day he was deprived of his office, and degraded to the rank of subordinate to the new steward. 5th of January. Mostly calms. Our cook caught to day a fish 3 feet long, and remarkable for the manner in which it changed colour. When it came out of the water it was a bright yellow, to which colour it owes the name of dorado. At the expiration of 1 or 2 minutes, the brilliant yellow changed into a light sky blue, and after its death its belly again turned into a beautiful light yellow, but the back was a brownish green. It is reckoned a great delicacy, but for my part I found its flesh rather dry. On the 9th of January we were off the Rio Grande. In the evening everything seemed to promise a violent storm. The captain consulted his barometer every second almost, and issued his orders according to its indications. Black clouds now began to drive towards us, and the wind increased to such a pitch that the captain had all the hatchways carefully fastened down, and the crew ready to reef the sails at a moment's notice. At a little past 8 the hurricane broke forth. Flash after flash of lightning darted across the horizon from every side, and lighted the sailors in their work, the agitated waves being illuminated with the most dazzling brilliancy. The majestic rolling of the thunder drowned the captain's voice, and the white foaming billows broke with such terrific force over the deck that it appeared as if they would carry everything with them into the depths of the ocean. Unless there had been ropes stretched on either side of the ship for the sailors to catch hold of, the latter would most certainly have been washed away. Such a storm as this affords much food for reflection. You are alone upon the boundless ocean, far from all human help, and feel more than ever that your life depends upon the Almighty alone. The man who, in such a dreadful and solemn moment, can still believe there is no God, must indeed be irretrievably struck with mental blindness. A feeling of tranquil joy always comes over me during such great convulsions of nature. I very often have myself bound near the binnacle, and let the tremendous waves break over me, in order to absorb, as it were, as much of the spectacle before me as possible. On no occasion did I ever feel alarmed, but always confident and resigned. At the expiration of 4 hours the storm had worn itself out, and was succeeded by a perfect calm. On the 10th of January we caught sight of sea turtles and a whale. The latter was only a young one, about 40 feet long. 11th of January. We were now off the Rio Plata, and found the temperature very perceptibly cooler. [Footnote: The Rio Plata is one of the largest rivers in Brazil. Up to the present time we had seen no signs of sea tangle or molluscae, but during the night we beheld some molluscae for the first time, shining like stars at a great depth below the surface of the water. In these latitudes the constellation of the Southern Cross keeps increasing in brilliancy and beauty, though it is far from being as wonderful as it is said to be. The stars in it, 4 in number, and disposed somewhat to the following manner, are, it is true, large and splendid, but they did not excite, either in myself or any other person of our company, much more admiration than the other constellations. As a general rule, many travellers exaggerate a great deal. On the one hand, they often describe things which they have never seen themselves, and only know from hearsay, and on the other, they adorn what they really have seen with a little too much imagination. 16th January. In 37 degrees south latitude we fell in with a strong current, running from south to north, and having a yellow streak down the middle of it. The captain said that this streak was caused by a shoal of small fishes. I had some water drawn up in a bucket, and really found a few dozen living creatures, which, in my opinion, however, belonged rather to some species of molluscae than to any kind of fish. They were about 3/4 of an inch long, and as transparent as the most delicate water bubbles. They were marked with white and yellow spots on the fore part of their bodies, and had a few feelers underneath. In the night of the 20th to 21st of January we were overtaken by a very violent storm, which so damaged our mainmast that the captain determined on running into some haven on the first opportunity, and putting in a new one. For the present the old one was made fast with cables, iron chains, and braces. In 43 degrees north latitude we saw the first sea tangle. The temperature had by this time very perceptibly decreased in warmth, the glass often standing no higher than 59 degrees or 63 degrees Fahrenheit. 23rd January. We were so near Patagonia that we could easily make out the outline of the coast. 26th January. We still kept near the land. In 50 degrees south latitude we saw the chalky mountains of Patagonia. Today we passed the Falkland Islands, which stretched from 51 degrees to 52 degrees south latitude. We did not see them, however, as we kept as near the land as possible, in order not to miss the Straits of Magellan. For some days the captain had been studying an English book, which, in his opinion, clearly proved that the passage through the Straits of Magellan was far less dangerous and far shorter than that round Cape Horn. I asked him how it happened that other sailors knew nothing of this valuable book, and why all vessels bound for the western coast of America went round Cape Horn. He could give me no other answer than that the book was very dear, and that that was the reason no one bought it. [Footnote: Other captains assured me that it was only possible for men of war to pass through the Straits of Magellan, as the passage requires a great number of hands. Every evening the ship must be brought to an anchor, and the crew must constantly be in readiness to trim or reef the sails, on account of the various winds which are always springing up. End of footnote. To me this bold idea of the captain's was extremely welcome. I already pictured in my mind the 6 feet tall Patagonians putting off to us in their boats. I saw myself taking their mussels, plants, ornaments, and weapons in exchange for coloured ribbons and handkerchiefs, while, to render my satisfaction complete, the captain said that he should land at Port Famine, a Patagonian haven, to supply the injured portion of our mainmast. How thankful was I, in secret, for the storm for having reduced our ship to her present condition! Too soon, however, were all my flattering hopes and dreams dispelled. On the 27th of January the latitude and longitude were taken, and it was then found that the Straits of Magellan were 27 minutes or nautical miles behind us. But as we were becalmed, the captain promised, in case of a favourable wind should spring up, to endeavour to return as far as the Straits. I placed no more confidence in this promise, and I was right. About noon a scarcely perceptible breeze sprang up, which the captain, in high spirits, pronounced a favourable one for rounding Cape Horn. If he had ever really intended to pass through the Straits, he would only have had to cruise about for a few hours, for the wind soon changed and blew directly in a desired direction. 28th January. We were constantly so near Terra del Fuego that we could make out every bush with the naked eye. We could have reached the land in 1 hour, without retarding our voyage in the least, for we were frequently becalmed; but the captain would not consent, as the wind might spring up every instant. The coast appeared rather steep, but not high. The foreground was composed of meagre pasture, alternating with tracts of sand, and in the background were ranges of woody hills, beyond which rose snow-covered mountains. On the whole, the country struck me as being more inhabitable than the island of Iceland, which I had visited a year and a half previously. The temperature, too, must here be higher, as even at sea we have 54 degrees 5 minutes and 59 degrees Fahrenheit. I saw 3 kinds of sea tangle, but could only obtain a specimen of one, resembling that which I had seen in 44 degrees south latitude. The second kind was not very different, but it was only the third that had pointed leaves, several of which together formed a sort of fan, several feet long and broad. On the 30th of January we passed very near the Staten Islands, lying between 56 degrees and 57 degrees south latitude. They are composed of bare high mountains, and separated from Terra del Fuego by an arm of the sea called Le Maire, only 7 miles long and about the same distance across. The captain told us, seamanlike, that on one occasion of his sailing through these straits, his ship had got into a strong current, and regularly danced, turning round during the passage at least 1,000 times. I had already lost a great deal of confidence in the captain's tales, but I kept my eye steadily fixed upon a Hamburg brig that happened to be sailing ahead, to see whether she would dance, but neither she nor our own bark was so obliging. Neither vessel turned even once, and the only circumstance worthy of remark was the heaving and foaming of the waves in the strait, while at both ends the sea lay majestically calm before our eyes. We had passed the strait in an hour, and I took the liberty of asking the captain why our ship had not danced, to which he replied it was because we had both wind and current with us. It is perhaps possible that under other circumstances the vessel might have turned round once or twice, but I strongly doubt its doing so 1,000 times. This was, however, a favourite number with our worthy captain. One of the gentlemen once asked him some question about the first London hotels, and was told that it was impossible to remember their names, as there were above 1,000 of the first class. Near the Strait Le Maire begins, in the opinion of the seamen, the dangerous part of the passage round Cape Horn, and ends off the Straits of Magellan. Immediately we entered it, we were greeted with 2 most violent bursts of wind, each of which lasted about half an hour. They came from the neighbouring icy chasms in the mountains of Terra del Fuego, and split 2 sails, and broke the great studding sail yard, although the sailors were numerous and quick. The distance from the end of the Strait Le Maire to the extreme point of the cape is calculated to be not more than 70 miles, and yet this trifling passage cost us 3 days. At last, on the 3rd of February, we were fortunate enough to reach the southernmost point of America, so dreaded by all mariners. Bare, pointed mountains, one of which looks like a crater that has fallen in, form the extremity of the mighty mountain chain, and a magnificent group of colossal black rocks, basalt, of all shapes and sizes, are scattered at some distance in advance, and are separated only by a small arm of the sea. The extreme point of Cape Horn is 600 feet high. At this spot, according to our works in geography, the Atlantic Ocean changes its name and assumes that of the Pacific. Sailors, however, do not give it the latter designation before reaching the Straits of Magellan, as up to this point the sea is continually stormy and agitated, as we learned to our cost, being driven by violent storms as far back as 60 degrees south latitude. Besides this, we lost our topmast, which was broken off, and which, in spite of the heavy sea, had to be replaced. The vessel, meanwhile, being so tossed about that we were often unable to take our meals at the table, but were obliged to squat down upon the ground, and hold our plates in our hands. On one of these fine days the steward stumbled with the coffee pot, and deluged me with its burning contents. Luckily, only a small portion fell upon my hands, so that the accident was not a very serious one. After battling for 14 days with winds and waves, with rain and cold, We at last arrived off the western entrance to the Straits of Magellan, having accomplished the most dangerous portion of our voyage. [Footnote: The glass sank in the daytime to 48 degrees and 50 degrees, and at night to 28 degrees below zero.] During these 14 days we saw very few whales or albatrosses, and not one iceberg. We thought that we should now quietly pursue our way along the placid sea, trusting confidently in its peaceful name. For 3 whole days we had nothing to complain of, but in the night of the 19th to the 20th of February we were overtaken by a storm worthy of the Atlantic itself, which lasted for nearly 24 hours, and cost us 4 sails. We suffered most damage from the tremendous waves, which broke with such fury over the ship that they tore up one of the planks on the deck, and let the water into the cargo of sugar. The deck itself was like a lake, and the portholes had to be opened in order to get rid of the water more quickly. The water leaked in the hold at the rate of 2 inches an hour. We could not light any fire, and were obliged to content ourselves with bread and cheese and raw ham, which we with great difficulty conveyed to our mouth as we sat upon the ground. The last cask of lamp oil, too, fell a sacrifice to this storm, having been torn from its fastenings and broken into pieces. The captain was very apprehensive of not having enough oil to light the compass till we arrived at Valparaiso, and all the lamps on the ship were, in consequence, replaced by candles, and the small quantity of oil remaining kept for the compass. In spite of all these annoyances, we kept up our spirits, and even, during the storm, we could scarcely refrain from laughing at the comical positions we all fell into whenever we attempted to stand up. The remainder of the voyage to Valparaiso was calm, but excessively disagreeable. The captain wished to present a magnificent appearance on arriving, so that the good people might believe that wind and waves could not injure his fine vessel. He had the whole ship painted from top to bottom with oil colours. Even the little doors in the cabins were not spared this infliction. Not content with creating a most horrid disturbance over our heads, the carpenter invaded even our cabins, filling all our things with sawdust and dirt, so that we poor passengers had not a dry or quiet place of refuge in the whole ship. Just as much as we had been pleased with Captain Bell's politeness during all the previous part of the voyage, we were indignant at his behaviour during the last 5 or 6 days. But we could offer no resistance, for the captain is an autocrat on board his own ship, knowing neither a constitution nor any other limit to his despotic power. At 6 o'clock in the evening of the 2nd of March, we ran into the port of Valparaiso. Section 8. Section 9 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Section 9. Arrival and Residence in Valparaiso. Appearance of the town. Public buildings. A few observations on the manners and customs of the lower classes. The eating houses of Polonia. The Cherub, Angelito. The railroad. Gold and silver mines. The appearance of Valparaiso is dull and monotonous. The town is laid out in 2 long streets at the foot of dreary hills, which look like gigantic masses of sand, but which really consist of large rocks covered with thin layers of earth and sand. On some of these hills are houses, and on one of them is the churchyard, which, combined with the wooden church towers built in the Spanish style, relieves to a slight degree the wearisome uniformity of the prospect. Not less astounding than the deserted look of the port was the miserably wretched landing place, which is composed of a high wooden quay about 100 feet long, stretching out into the sea, with narrow steps like ladders against the side. It was a most pitiable sight to see a lady attempting to go up or down. All persons who were in the least weak or awkward had to be let down with ropes. The two principal streets are tolerably broad, and very much frequented, especially by horsemen. Every Chilian is born a horseman, and some of their horses are such fine animals that you involuntarily stop to admire their proud action, their noble bearing, and the nice symmetry of their limbs. The stirrups are curiously formed, consisting of long, heavy pieces of wood hollowed out, and into which the rider places the tips of his feet. The spurs are remarkably large, and are often about 4 inches in diameter. The houses are constructed completely in the European style, with flat Italian roofs. The more ancient buildings have only a ground floor, and are small and ugly, while most of the modern ones have a spacious and handsome first floor. The interior, too, of the latter is generally very tasty. Large steps conduct into a lofty, well ventilated entrance hall on the first floor, from which the visitor passes, through large glass doors, into the drawing room and other apartments. The drawing room is the pride, not only of every European who has settled in the country, but also of the Chilians, who often spend very large sums in the decorations. Heavy carpets cover all the floor, rich tapestry hangs against the walls, furniture and mirrors of the most costly description are procured from Europe, and on the tables are strewed magnificent albums, adorned with the most artistic engravings. The elegant fireplaces, however, convinced me that the winters here are not as mild as the inhabitants would fain have had me believe. Of all the public buildings, the theatre and the Exchange are the finest. The interior of the former is very neat, and contains a roomy pit and 2 galleries portioned off as boxes. The inhabitants of the town patronize the theatre a great deal, but not so much on account of the Italian operas played there, as for the sake of possessing a common place of meeting. The ladies always come in full dress, and mutual visits are made in the boxes, all of which are very spacious, and beautifully furnished with mirrors, carpets, sofas, and chairs. The second fine building, the Exchange, comprises a good-sized, cheerful hall, with convenient rooms adjoining. From the hall there is a pleasant view over the town and sea. The building belonging to the German Club contains some fine apartments, with reading and card rooms. The only thing that pleased me about the churches were the towers, which consist of 2 or 3 octagons, placed one above the other, and each one supported by 8 columns. They are composed of wood, the altars and pillars of the nave being of the same material. The nave itself presents rather a poor and naked appearance, occasioned in a great degree by the absence of sittings. The men stand, and the women bring with them little carpets which they spread before them, and on which they either kneel or sit. Ladies in easy circumstances have their carpets brought by their maids. The cathedral is called La Matriza. The public promenades of Valparaiso are not very pleasant, as most of the sidewalks and roads are covered almost a foot deep with sand and dust, which the slightest breath of wind is sufficient to raise in thick clouds. After 10 o'clock in the morning, when the sea breeze begins blowing, the whole town is very often enveloped by it. A great many persons are said to die here from diseases of the chest and lungs. The most frequented places of resort are Polanka and the lighthouse. Near the latter especially, the prospect is very beautiful, extending as it does on a clear day as far as some of the majestic snow-covered spurs of the Andes. The streets, as I have already mentioned, are tolerably lively. Peculiar omnibuses and cabriolets traverse them frequently. The fare from one end of the town to the other is 1 real (2½ pence). There are also a great number of asses, mostly employed in carrying water and provisions. The lower classes are remarkably ugly. The Chilians have a yellowish brown complexion, thick black hair, most unpleasant features, and such a peculiarly repulsive cast of countenance that any physiognomist would straightway pronounce them to be robbers or pickpockets at the least. Captain Bell had told me a great deal of the extraordinary honesty of these people, and in his usual exaggerated manner assured us that a person might leave a purse of gold lying in the street with the certainty of finding it the next day on the same spot. But in spite of this, I must frankly confess that on my part I should be rather fearful of meeting these honest creatures, even by day, in a lonely spot, with the money in my pocket. I had subsequently opportunities of convincing myself of the fallaciousness of the captain's opinion, for I often met with convicts chained together and employed in the public buildings and cleaning the roads. The windows and doors, too, are secured with bolts and bars in a manner almost unknown in any town of Europe. At night, in all the streets and on all the hills which are inhabited, the parties of police who call out to one another in exactly the same manner that the advanced posts do during a campaign. Mounted patrols also traverse the town in every direction, and persons returning alone from the theatre or from a party often engage their services to conduct them home. Burglariously entering a house is punished with death. All these precautions do not, most decidedly, argue much for the honesty of the people. I will take this opportunity of mentioning a scene of which I was myself an eyewitness, as it happened before my window. A little boy was carrying a number of plates and dishes on a board, when the latter unluckily slipped from his grasp, and all the crockery lay in fragments at his feet. At first the poor fellow was so frightened that he stood like a column, gazing with a fixed look at the pieces, and then began to cry most bitterly. The passers-by stopped, it is true, to look at the unfortunate child, but did not evince the least compassion. They laughed and went on. In any other place they would have raised a little subscription, or at least pitied and consoled him, but certainly would not have seen anything to laugh at. The circumstance is of itself a mere trifle, but it is exactly by such trifles that we are often enabled to form a true estimate of people's real characters. Another adventure also, but of quite a different and most horrible kind, happened during my stay in Valparaiso. As I have already remarked, it is the custom here, as well as in many countries of Europe, to sentence criminals to hard labour on public works. One of the convicts endeavoured to bribe his gaoler to let him escape, and so far succeeded that the latter promised, on his paying an ounce (17 Spanish dollars, £3 8s.), to give him an opportunity for flight. The prisoners are allowed every morning and afternoon to receive the visits of their friends and relations, and likewise to accept provisions from them. The wife of the convict in question profited by this regulation to bring her husband the necessary money, and on receiving this, the gaoler arranged matters so that on the next morning the convict was not fastened to the same chain with a fellow criminal, as is usually the case, but could walk alone, and thus easily get clear off, more especially as the spot in which they worked was a very lonely one. The whole affair was very cunningly arranged, but either the gaoler changed his mind, or perhaps from the beginning had intended to act as he did. He fired at the fugitive and shot him dead. It is very seldom that any pure descendants of the original inhabitants are to be seen. We met with only 2. They struck me as very similar to the Puris of Brazil, except that they have not such small ugly-shaped eyes. In this country there are no slaves. The dress of the Chilians is quite in the European taste, especially as regards the women. The only difference with the men is that, instead of a coat, they frequently wear the poncho, which is composed of 2 pieces of cloth or merino, each about 1 ell broad and 2 ells long. The 2 pieces are sewn together, with the exception of an opening in the middle for the head to pass through. The whole garment reaches down to the hips, and resembles a square cape. The poncho is worn of all colours, green, blue, bright red, etc., and looks very handsome, especially when embroidered all round with coloured silk, which is the case when the wearer is opulent. In the streets the women invariably wear large scarfs, which they draw over their heads in church. My intention, on coming to Chili, was to stop for a few weeks in order to have time for an excursion to the capital, Santiago, and after that to proceed to China, as I had been told in Rio Janeiro that there was a ship from Valparaiso to China every month. Unfortunately, this was not the case. I found that vessels bound for that country was very seldom to be met with, but that there happened to be one at that moment, which would sail in 5 or 6 days. I was generally advised not to lose the opportunity, but rather to abandon my design of visiting Santiago. I reflected for a little and agreed to do so, although with a heavy heart, and in order to avoid all disappointment immediately went to the captain, who offered to take me for 200 Spanish dollars (£40). I agreed, and had 5 days left, which I determined to spend in carefully examining Valparaiso and its environs. I should have had plenty of time to pay Santiago a flying visit, since it is only 130 miles from Valparaiso, but the expenses would have been very heavy, as there is no public conveyance, and consequently I should have been obliged to hire a carriage for myself. Besides this, I should have derived but little satisfaction from the mere superficial impressions, which would have been all I could have obtained of either town. I contented myself, therefore, with Valparaiso alone. I toiled industriously up the surrounding hills and mountains, visited the huts of the lower classes, witnessed their national dances, etc., determined that here at least I would become acquainted with everything. On some of the hills, especially on the Serra Allegri, there are the most lovely country houses, with elegant gardens and a most beautiful view over the sea. The prospect inland is not so fine, as chains of tall, naked, ugly mountains rise up behind the hills, and completely shut in the scene. The huts of the poor people are miserably bad, being mostly built of clay and wood, and threatening to fall down every moment. I hardly ventured to enter them, thinking that the interior was of a piece with the exterior, and was consequently astonished at seeing not only good beds, chairs, and tables, but very often elegant little altars adorned with flowers. The inmates, too, were far from being badly dressed, and the linen hung out before many of these hovels struck me as superior to much that I had seen at the windows of some of the most elegant houses, situated in the principal streets of the towns of Sicily. A very good idea of the manners and customs of the people may be easily obtained by strolling, on Sundays and fête days, near Polanka, and visiting the eating houses. I will introduce my reader to one of these places. In one corner, on the ground, burns a fierce fire, surrounded by innumerable pots and pans, between which are wooden pits with beef and pork, simmering and roasting in the most enticing manner. An ungainly wooden framework, with a long broad plank on it, occupies the middle of the room, and is covered with a cloth whose original colour it would be an impossibility to determine. This is the table at which the guests sit. During the dinner itself, the old patriarchal customs are observed, with this difference, that not only do all the guests eat out of one dish, but that all the eatables are served up in one, and one only. Beans and rice, potatoes and roast beef, paradise apples and onions, etc., etc., lie quietly side by side, and are devoured in the deepest silence. At the end of the repast a goblet filled with wine, or sometimes merely water, is passed from hand to hand, and after this has gone round, the company begin to talk. In the evening dancing is vigorously pursued to the music of a guitar. Unfortunately, it was Lent during my visit, when all public amusements are prohibited. The people themselves, however, were not so particular, and were only too ready, for a few reaux, to go through the Samaqueca and Refolosa, the national dances of the country. I had soon seen sufficient. The gestures and movements of the dancers were beyond all description unbecoming, and I could but pity the children, whose natural modesty cannot fail to be nipped in the bud by witnessing the performance of these dances. I was equally displeased with a remarkable custom prevalent here, in accordance with which the death of a little child is celebrated by its parents as a grand festival. They name the deceased child an angelito (little angel), and adorn it in every possible way. Its eyes are not closed, but, on the contrary, opened as wide as possible, and its cheeks are painted red. It is then dressed out in the finest clothes, crowned with flowers, and placed in a little chair in a kind of niche, which also is ornamented with flowers. The relations and neighbours then come and wish the parents joy at possessing such an angel, and during the first night the parents, relations, and friends execute the wildest dances, and feast in the most joyous fashion before the angelito. I heard that in the country it was not unusual for the parents to carry the little coffin to the churchyard themselves, followed by the relations, with the brandy bottle in their hands, and giving vent to their joy in the most outrageous manner. A merchant told me that one of his friends, who holds a judicial appointment, had, a short time previous, been called to decide a curious case. A grave digger was carrying one of these deceased angels to the churchyard, when he stepped into a tavern to take a dram. The landlord inquired what he had got under his poncho, and on learning that it was an angelito, offered him 2 reaux for it. The gravedigger consented. The landlord quickly arranged a niche with flowers in the drinking room, and then hastened to inform the whole neighbourhood what a treasure he had got. They all came, admired the little angel, and drank and feasted in its honour. But the parents soon heard of it, hurried down to the tavern, took away their child, and had the landlord brought before the magistrate. On hearing the case, the latter could scarcely restrain from laughing, but arranged the matter amicably, as such a crime was not mentioned in the statute book. The manner in which patients are conveyed to the hospital here is very remarkable. They are placed upon a simple wooden armchair, with one band fastened in front of them to prevent their falling off, and another beneath for them to place their feet on. A most horrible sight when the sick person is so weak that he can no longer hold himself in an upright posture. I was not a little astonished on hearing that, in this country, where there is yet no post, or indeed any regular means of conveyance from one place to another, that a railroad was about being constructed from here to Santiago. The work has been undertaken by an English company, and the necessary measurements already begun. As the localities are very mountainous, the railroad will have to make considerable windings in order to profit by the level tracks, and this will occasion an enormous outlay, quite out of proportion to the present state of trade or the amount of passenger traffic. At present there are not more than 2 or 3 vehicles a day from one place to the other, and if by chance 10 or 15 passengers come from Santiago to Valparaiso, the thing is talked of over the whole town. This has given rise to the belief that the construction of a railroad has merely been seized on as an excuse, in order to enable those concerned to search about the country undisturbed for gold and silver. Persons discovering mines are highly favoured, and have full right of property to their discovery, being obliged merely to notify the same to the government. This licence is pushed to such an extent that if, for instance, a person can advance any plausible grounds for asserting that he has found a mine in a particular spot, such as under a church or house, etc., he is at liberty to have either pulled down, provided he is rich enough to pay for the damage done. About 15 years ago, a donkey driver accidentally hit upon a productive silver mine. He was driving several asses over the mountain, when one of them gave way. He seized a stone, and was about to throw it after the animal, but stumbled and fell to the ground, while the stone escaped from his grasp and rolled away. Rising in a great passion, he snatched a second from the earth, and had drawn his arm to throw the stone, when he was struck by its uncommon weight. He looked at it more closely, and perceived that it was streaked with rich veins of pure silver. He preserved the stone as a treasure, marked the spot, drove his asses home, and then communicated his important discovery to one of his friends, who was a miner. Both of them then returned to the place, which the miner examined, and pronounced the soil full of precious ore. Nothing was now wanting save capital to carry on their operations. This they procured by taking the miner's employer into partnership, and in a few years all 3 were rich men. The 6 days had now elapsed, and the captain sent me a message to be on board with my bag and baggage the next day, as he intended putting out to sea in the evening. But on the morning of his intended departure, my evil genius conducted a French man of war into the harbour. Little imagining that this was destined to overturn all my plans, I proceeded very tranquilly to the landing place, where I met the captain hastening to meet me, with a long story about his half cargo, and the necessity he was under of completing his freight with provisions for the use of the French garrison at Tahiti, and so forth. In a word, the end of the matter was, that I was informed we should have to stop another 5 days. In the first burst of my disappointment, I paid a visit to the Sardinian consul, Herr Bayerbach, and told him of the position in which I was placed. He consoled me in a most kind and gentlemanly manner, as well as he could, and on learning that I had already taken up my quarters on board, insisted on my occupying a chamber in his country house in the Serra Allegri. Besides this, he introduced me to several families, where I passed many very pleasant hours, and had the opportunity of inspecting some excellent collections of mussel shells and insects. Our departure was again deferred from day to day, so that, although in this manner I spent 15 days in Chile, I saw nothing more of it than Valparaiso and its immediate neighbourhood. As Valparaiso is situated to the south of the equator, and, as is well known, the seasons of the southern hemisphere are exactly the contrary to those of the northern, it was now autumn. I saw (34° south latitude) almost the same kinds of fruits and vegetables as those we have in Germany, especially grapes and melons. The apples and pears were not so good nor so abundant as with us. In conclusion, I will here give a list of the prices which travellers have to pay for certain things. A room that is at all decent in a private house costs 4 or 5 Rio (2s.) a day; the table d'hôte a piastre (4s.). But washing is more expensive than anything else, on account of the great scarcity of water, for every article, large or small, costs a real (6d.). A passport, too, is excessively dear, being charged 8 Spanish dollars (£1 12s.). End of Section 9.
Section 10 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 7. The Voyage from Valparaiso to Canton via Tahiti. Part 1. Departure from Valparaiso. Tahiti. Manners and customs of the people. Fête and ball in honor of Louis Philippe. Excursions. A Tahitian dinner. The Lake Vaihiria. The defile of Fanatua and the Diadem. Departure. Arrival in China. On the 17th of March, Captain Van Wyck Jurianse sent me word that his ship was ready for sea, and that he should set sail the next morning. The news was very unwelcome to me, as for the last 2 days I had been suffering from English cholera, which on board ship, where the patient cannot procure meat broth or any other light nourishment, and where he is always more exposed to the sudden changes of the weather than he is on shore, is very apt to be attended with grave results. I did not, however, wish to miss the opportunity of visiting China, knowing how rarely it occurred, nor was I desirous of losing the $200 (£40) already paid for my passage, and I therefore went on board, trusting in my good luck, which had never forsaken me on my travels. During the first few days I endeavoured to master my illness by observing a strict diet, and abstaining from almost everything, but to no purpose. I still continued to suffer, until I luckily thought of using salt water baths. I took them in a large tub, in which I remained a quarter of an hour. After the second bath I felt much better, and after the 6th I was completely recovered. I merely mention this malady, to which I was very subject in warm climates, that I may have the opportunity of remarking that sea baths or cooling drinks, such as buttermilk, sour milk, sherbet, orangeade, etc., are very efficacious remedies. The ship in which I made my present voyage was the Dutch bark Luitpold, a fine strong vessel, quite remarkable for its cleanliness. The table was pretty good, too, with the exception of a few Dutch dishes, and a superfluity of onions. To these, which played a prominent part in everything that was served up, I could not accustom myself, and felt greatly delighted that a large quantity of this noble production of the vegetable kingdom became spoiled during the voyage. The captain was a polite and kind man, and the mates and sailors were also civil and obliging. In fact, as a general rule, in every ship that I embarked in, I was far from finding the seamen so rough and uncivil as travellers often represent them to be. Their manners are certainly not the most polished in the world, neither are they extraordinarily attentive or delicate, but their hearts and dispositions are mostly good. After 3 days' sailing, we saw on the 21st of March the island of St. Felix, and on the morning following St. Ambrosio. They both consist of naked, inhospitable masses of rock, and serve at most as resting places for a few gulls. We were now within the tropics, but found the heat greatly moderated by the trade winds, and only unbearable in the cabin. For nearly a month did we now sail on, without the slightest interruption, free from storms, with the same monotonous prospect of sky and water before us, until, on the 19th of April, we reached the archipelago of the Society Islands. This archipelago, stretching from 130 degrees to 140 degrees longitude, is very dangerous, as most of the islands composing it scarcely rise above the surface of the water. In fact, to make out David Clark's Island, which was only 12 miles distant, the captain was obliged to mount to the shrouds. During the night on the 21st to the 22nd of April, we were overtaken by a sudden and violent storm, accompanied by heavy thunder. This storm our captain termed a thundergust. While it lasted, flashes of lightning frequently played around the mast tops, occasioned by electricity. They generally flutter for 2 or 3 minutes about the most elevated point of any object, and then disappear. The night of the 22nd to the 23rd of April was a very dangerous one, even the captain said so. We had to pass several of the low islands in dark rainy weather, which completely concealed the moon from us. About midnight our position was rendered worse by the springing up of a strong wind, which, together with incessant flashes of lightning, caused us to expect another squall. Luckily, however, morning broke, and we escaped both the storm and the islands. In the course of the day we passed the Bice Islands, and 2 days later, on the 25th of April, we beheld one of the Society Islands, Maitea. On the following morning, being the 39th of our voyage, we came in sight of Tahiti, and the island opposite to it, Emao, also called Moreo. The entrance into Papeete, the port of Tahiti, is exceedingly dangerous. It is surrounded by reefs of coral as by a fortress, while wild and foaming breakers, rolling on every side, leave but a small place open through which a vessel can steer. A pilot came out to meet us, and although the wind was so unfavourable that the sails had to be trimmed every instant, steered us safely into port. Afterwards, when we had landed, we were congratulated heartily on our good fortune. Everyone had watched our course with the greatest anxiety, and at the last turn the ship took, expected to see her strike upon a coral reef. This misfortune had happened to a French man of war that at the period of our arrival had been lying at anchor for some months, engaged in repairing the damage done. Before we could come to an anchor we were surrounded by half a dozen pirogues or boats manned by Indians, who climbed up from all sides upon the deck to offer us fruit and shellfish, but not as formerly for red rags or glass beads. Such golden times for travellers are over. They demanded money, and were as grasping and cunning in their dealings as the most civilized Europeans. I offered one of them a small bronze ring. He took it, smelt it, shook his head, and gave me to understand that it was not gold. He remarked another ring on my finger, and seizing hold of my hand, smelt this second ring as well, then twisted his face into a friendly smile, and made signs for me to give him the ornament in question. I afterwards had frequent opportunities of remarking that the natives of these islands have the power of distinguishing between pure and counterfeit gold by the smell. Some years ago, the island of Tahiti was under the protection of the English, but at present it is under that of the French. It had long been a subject of dispute between the two nations, until a friendly understanding was at last come to in November 1846. Queen Pomaré, who had fled to another island, had returned to Papeete 5 weeks before my arrival. She resides in a 4-roomed house, and dines daily with her family at the governor's table. The French government is having a handsome house built for her use, and allows her a pension of 25,000 francs per annum, £141, 13 shillings, 4 pence. No stranger is allowed to visit her without the governor's permission, but this is easily obtained. Papeete was full of French troops, and several men of war were lying at anchor. The place contains 3,000 or 4,000 inhabitants, and consists of a row of small wooden houses, skirting the harbour, and separated by small gardens. In the immediate background is a fine wood, with a number of huts scattered about in different parts of it. The principal buildings are the governor's house, the French magazines, the military bakehouse, the barracks, and the queen's house, which, however, is not quite completed. Besides these, a number of small wooden houses were in the course of erection, the want of them being greatly felt. At the time of my visit, even officers of high rank were obliged to be contented with the most wretched huts. I went from hut to hut, in the hopes of being able to obtain some small room or other, but in vain. All were already occupied. I was at last obliged to be satisfied with a small piece of ground which I found at the carpenter's, whose room was already inhabited by 4 different individuals. I was shown a place behind the door, exactly 6 feet long and 4 broad. There was no flooring but the earth itself. The walls were composed of wickerwork. The bed was quite out of the question, and yet for this accommodation I was obliged to pay 1 florin and 30 kreuzers a week, about 7 shillings. The residence or hut of an Indian consists simply of a roof of palm trees, supported on a number of poles, with sometimes the addition of walls formed of wickerworks. Each hut contains only 1 room, from 20 to 50 feet long, and from 10 to 30 feet broad, and is frequently occupied by several families at the same time. The furniture is composed of finely woven straw mats, a few overlids, and 2 or 3 wooden chests and stools. The last, however, are reckoned articles of luxury. Cooking utensils are not wanted, as the cookery of the Indians does not include soups or sauces, their provisions being simply roasted between 2 hot stones. All they require is a knife and a cocoa shell for water. Before their huts, or on the shore, lie their pirogues, formed of the trunks of trees hollowed out, and so narrow, small, and shallow, that they would constantly be overturning, if there were not on one side 5 or 6 sticks, each about a foot long, fastened by a crossbar to preserve the equilibrium. In spite of this, however, one of these boats is very easily upset, unless a person steps in very cautiously. When, on one occasion, I proceeded in a pirogue to the ship, the good-hearted captain was horror-struck, and, in his concern for my safety, even reprimanded me severely, and besought me not to repeat the experiment a second time. The costume of the Indians has been, since the first settlement of the missionaries, about 50 years ago, tolerably becoming, especially in the neighbourhood of Papeete. Both men and women wear round their loins a kind of apron made of coloured stuff, and called a pareo. The women let it fall as low down as their ankles, the men not farther than the calf of their leg. The latter have a short coloured skirt underneath it, and again beneath that large flowing trousers. The women wear a long full blouse. Both sexes wear flowers in their ears, which have such large holes bored in them that the stalk can very easily be drawn through. The women, both old and young, adorn themselves with garlands of leaves and flowers, which they make in the most artistic and elegant manner. I have often seen men, too, wearing the same kind of ornament. On grand occasions they cast over their ordinary dress an upper garment, called a tiputa, the cloth of which they manufacture themselves from the bark of the bread and cocoa trees. The bark, while it is still tender, is beaten between 2 stones, until it is as thin as paper. It is then coloured yellow and brown. One Sunday I went into the meeting house to see the people assembled there. Note. All the Indians are Christians, Protestants, but I fear only in name. End of note. Before entering they all laid aside their flowers, with which they again ornamented themselves at their departure. Some of the women had black satin blouses on, and European bonnets of an exceedingly ancient date. It would not be easy to find a more ugly sight than that of their plump, heavy heads and faces in these old-fashioned bonnets. During the singing of the psalms there was some degree of attention, and many of the congregation joined in very becomingly, but while the clergyman was performing the service, I could not remark the slightest degree of devotion in many of them. The children played, joked, and ate, while the adults gossiped or slept. And although I was assured that many could read and even write, I saw only 2 old men who made any use of their Bibles. The men are a remarkably strong and vigorous race, 6 feet being by no means an uncommon height amongst them. The women likewise are very tall, but too muscular; they might even be termed unwieldy. The features of the men are handsomer than those of the women. They have beautiful teeth and fine dark eyes, but generally a large mouth, thick lips, and an ugly nose, the cartilage being slightly crushed when the child is born, so that the nose becomes flat and broad. This fashion appears to be most popular with the females, for their noses are the ugliest. Their hair is jet black and thick, but coarse. The women and girls usually wear it plaited in 2 knots. The color of their skin is a copper brown. All the natives are tattooed, generally from the hips half down the legs, and frequently this mode of ornamenting themselves is extended to the hands, feet, and other parts of the body. The designs resemble arabesques. They are regular and artistic in their composition, and executed with much taste. That the population of this place should be so vigorous and well formed is the most surprising, if we reflect on their depraved and immoral kind of life. Little girls of 7 or 8 years old have their lovers of 12 or 14, and their parents are quite proud of the fact. The more lovers a girl has, the more she is respected. As long as she is not married, she leads a most dissolute life, and it is said that not all the married women make the most faithful wives possible. I had frequent opportunities of seeing the national dances, which are the most unbecoming I ever beheld, although every painter would envy me my good fortune. Let the reader picture to himself a grove of splendid palms and other gigantic trees of the torrid zone, with a number of open huts, and a crowd of good-humoured islanders assembled beneath, to greet in their fashion the lovely evening which is fast approaching. Before one of the huts a circle is formed, and in the centre sit 2 Herculean and half-naked natives, beating time most vigorously on small drums. 5 similar colossi are seated before them, moving the upper parts of their bodies in the most horrible and violent manner, and more especially the arms, hands, and fingers. The latter they have the power of moving in every separate joint. I imagine that by these gestures they desired to represent how they pursue their enemy, ridicule his cowardice, rejoice at their victory, and so forth. During all this time they howl continually in a most discordant manner, and make the most hideous faces. At the commencement the men appear alone upon the scene of action, but after a short time 2 female forms dart forward from among the spectators, and dance and rave like 2 maniacs. The more unbecoming, bold, and indecent their gestures, the greater the applause. The whole affair does not at most last longer than 2 minutes, and the pause before another dance is commenced not much longer. An evening's amusement of this description often lasts for hours. The younger members of the society very seldom take any part in the dances. It is a great question whether the immorality of these islanders has been lessened by French civilization. From my own observations, as well as from what I was told by persons well informed on the subject, I should say that this has not yet been the case, and that, for the present, there is but little hope of its being so, while on the other side the natives have acquired a number of useless wants, in consequence of which the greed for gold has been fearfully awakened in their breasts. As they are naturally very lazy, and above all things disinclined to work, they have made the female portion of the community the means of gaining money. Parents, brothers, and even husbands offer to their foreign masters those belonging to them, while the women themselves offer no opposition, as in this manner they can obtain the means for their own display, and money for their relations, without trouble. Every officer's house is the rendezvous of several native beauties, who go out and in at every hour of the day. Even abroad they are not particular. They will accompany any man without the least hesitation, and no gentleman ever refuses a conductress of this description. As a female of an advanced age, I may be allowed to make a few observations upon such a state of things, and I frankly own that, although I have travelled much and seen a great deal, I have never witnessed such shameful scenes of public depravity. As a proof of what I assert, I will mention a little affair which happened one day before my hut. 4 fat graces were squatted on the ground smoking tobacco, when an officer, who happened to be passing, caught a glimpse of the charming picture, rushed up at double quick pace, and caught hold of one of the beauties by the shoulder. He began by speaking softly to her, but as his anger increased, he changed his tone to one of loud abuse. But neither entreaties nor threats produced the slightest effect upon the delicate creature to whom they were addressed. She remained coolly in the same position, continuing to smoke with the greatest indifference, and without deigning even to cast upon her excited swain a look, far less answer him a word. He became enraged to such a pitch that he so far forgot himself as to loosen the gold ear-rings from her ear, and threatened to take away all the finery he had given her. Even this was not sufficient to rouse the girl from her stolid calmness, and the valiant officer was at last obliged to retreat from the field of battle. From his conversation, which was half in French and half in the native dialect, I learned that in 3 months the girl had cost him about 400 francs in dress and jewellery. Her wishes were satisfied, and she quietly refused to have anything more to say to him. I very often heard the feeling, attachment, and kindness of this people spoken of in terms of high praise, with which, however, I cannot unreservedly agree. Their kindness I will not precisely dispute. They readily invite a stranger to share their hospitality, and even kill a pig in his honour, give him a part of their couch, etc. But all this costs them no trouble, and if they are offered money in return, they take it eagerly enough, without so much as thanking the donor. As for feeling and attachment, I should almost be inclined to deny that they possess them in the slightest degree. I saw only sensuality, and none of the nobler sentiments. I shall return to this subject when describing my journey through the islands. On the 1st of May I witnessed a highly interesting scene. It was the fête of Louis Philippe, the King of the French, and the governor, M. Bruat, exerted himself to the utmost to amuse the population of Tahiti. In the forenoon there was a tournament on the water, in which the French sailors were the performers. Several boats with lusty oarsmen put out to sea. In the bows of each boat was a kind of ladder or steps on which stood one of the combatants with a pole. The boats were then pulled close to one another, and each combatant endeavoured to push his antagonist into the water. Besides this, there was a mat de cocagne, with coloured shirts, ribbons, and other trifles fluttering at the top, for whoever chose to climb up and get them. At 12 o'clock the chiefs and principal personages were entertained at dinner. On the grass plot before the governor's house were heaped up various sorts of provisions, such as salt meat, bacon, bread, baked pork, fruits, etc. But instead of the guests taking their places all around, as we had supposed they would have done, the chiefs divided everything into different portions, and each carried his share home. In the evening there were fireworks and a ball. No part of the entertainment amused me more than the ball, where I witnessed the most startling contrasts of art and nature. Elegant French women side by side with their brown, awkward sisters, and the staff officers in full uniform, in juxtaposition with the half-naked islanders. Many of the natives wore on this occasion broad white trousers, with a skirt over them, but there were others who had no other garments than the ordinary short shirt and the pareo. One of the chiefs who appeared in this costume and was afflicted with elephantiasis offered a most repulsive spectacle. Note. Elephantiasis in this country generally shows itself in the feet, and extends up as far as the calves of the legs. These portions of the body, when so affected, are greatly swollen, and covered with scurf and blotches, so that they really might be taken for those of an elephant. End of note. This evening I saw Queen Pomaré for the first time. She is a woman of 36 years of age, tall and stout, but tolerably well preserved. As a general rule, I found that the women here fade much less quickly than in other warm climates. Her face is far from ugly, and there is a most good-natured expression round her mouth, and the lower portion of her face. She was enveloped in a sky-blue satin gown, or rather sort of blouse, ornamented all round with 2 rows of rich black blonde. She wore large jessamine blossoms in her ears, and a wreath of flowers in her hair, while in her hand she carried a fine pocket handkerchief beautifully embroidered and ornamented with broad lace. In honor of the evening she had forced her feet into shoes and stockings, though on other occasions she went barefoot. The entire costume was a present from the King of the French. The queen's husband, who is younger than herself, is the handsomest man in Tahiti. The French jokingly call him the Prince Albert of Tahiti, not only on account of his good looks, but because, like Prince Albert in England, he is not named the king, but simply the queen's consort. He had on the uniform of a French general, which became him very well, the more so that he was not in the least embarrassed in it. The only drawback were his feet, which were very ugly and awkward. Besides these two high personages, there was in the company another crowned head, namely King Otume, the owner of one of the neighboring islands. He presented a most comical appearance, having put on, over a pair of full but short white trousers, a bright yellow calico coat, that most certainly had not been made by a Parisian artiste, for it was a perfect model of what a coat ought not to be. The monarch was barefoot. The queen's ladies of honor, 4 in number, as well as the most of the wives and daughters of the chiefs, were dressed in white muslin. They had also flowers in their ears and garlands in their hair. Their behavior and deportment were surprising, and 3 of the young ladies actually danced French quadrilles with the officers, without making a fault in the figures. I was only anxious for their feet, as no one save the royal couple wore either shoes or stockings. Some of the old women had arrayed themselves in European bonnets, while the young ones brought their children, even the youngest, with them, and, to quiet the latter, suckled them without ceremony before the company. Before supper was announced, the queen disappeared in an adjoining room to smoke a cigar or two, while her husband passed the time in playing billiards. At table I was seated between Prince Albert of Tahiti and the canary-coloured King Otume. They were both sufficiently advanced in the rules of good breeding to show me the usual civilities, that is, to fill my glass with water or wine, to hand me the various dishes, and so on, but it was evident that they were at great trouble to catch the tone of European society. Some of the guests, however, forgot their parts now and then. The queen, for instance, asked, during the dessert, for a second plate, which she filled with sweetmeats, and ordered to be put on one side for her to take home with her. Others had to be prevented from indulging too much in the generous champagne, and on the whole the entertainment passed off in a becoming and good-humoured manner. I subsequently dined with the royal family several times at the governor's. The queen then appeared in the national costume, with the coloured pareo and chemise, as did also her husband. Both were barefoot. The heir apparent, a boy of 9 years old, is affianced to the daughter of a neighbouring king. The bride, who is a few years older than the prince, is being educated at the court of Queen Pomaré, and instructed in the Christian religion, and the English and Tahitian languages. The arrangements of the queen's residence are exceedingly simple. For the present, until the stone house which is being built for her by the French government is completed, she lives in a wooden one containing 4 rooms, and partly furnished with European furniture. As peace was now declared in Tahiti, there was no obstacle in my making a journey through the whole island. I had obtained a fortnight's leave of absence from the captain, and was desirous of devoting this time to a trip. I imagined that I should have been able to join one or other of the officers, who are often obliged to journey through the island on affairs connected with the government. To my great surprise I found, however, that they had all some extraordinary reason why it was impossible for me to accompany them at that particular time. I was at a loss to account for this incivility, until one of the officers themselves told me the answer to the riddle, which was this: every gentleman always travelled with his mistress. Monsieur , who let me into the secret, offered to take me with him to Papara, where he resided, but even he did not travel alone, as, besides his mistress, Tati, the principal chief of the island, and his family accompanied him. Note: I purposely abstain from mentioning the names of any of the gentlemen at Tahiti, a piece of reserve which I think entitles me to their thanks. End of note. This chief had come to Papeete to be present at the fête of the 1st of May. On the 4th of May we put off to sea in a boat, for the purpose of coasting round to Papara, 42 miles distant. I found the chief Tati to be a lively old man, nearly 90 years of age, who remembered perfectly the second landing of the celebrated circumnavigator of the globe, Captain Cook. His father was at that period the principal chief, and had concluded a friendly alliance with Cook, and, according to the custom then prevalent at Tahiti, had changed names with him. Tati enjoys from the French government a yearly pension of 6,000 francs, £240, which after his death will fall to his eldest son. He had with him his young wife and 5 of his sons. The former was 23 years old, and the ages of the latter varied from 12 to 18. The children were all the offspring of other marriages, this being his 5th wife. As we had not left Papeete till nearly noon, and as the sun set soon after 6 o'clock, and the passage between the numberless rocks is highly dangerous, we landed at Paya, 22 miles, where a 6th son of Tati's ruled as chief. The island is intersected in all directions by noble mountains, the loftiest of which, the Oroena, is 6,200 feet high. In the middle of the island the mountains separate, and a most remarkable mass of rock raises itself from the midst of them. It has the form of a diadem, with a number of points, and it is to this circumstance that it owes its name. Around the mountain range winds a forest girdle, from 400 to 600 paces broad. It is inhabited, and contains the most delicious fruit. Nowhere did I ever eat such breadfruit, mangoes, oranges, and guavas as I did here. As for cocoa nuts, the natives are so extravagant with them that they generally merely drink the water they contain, and then throw away the shell and the fruit. In the mountains and ravines there are a great quantity of plantains, a kind of banana, which are not commonly eaten, however, without being roasted. The huts of the natives lie scattered here and there along the shore. It is very seldom that a dozen of these huts are seen together. The breadfruit is somewhat similar in shape to a watermelon, and weighs from 4 to 6 pounds. The outside is green and rather rough and thin. The natives scrape it with mussel shells, and then slip the fruit up long ways into 2 portions, which they roast between 2 heated stones. The taste is delicious. It is finer than that of potatoes, and so like bread that the latter may be dispensed with without any inconvenience. The South Sea Islands are the real home of the fruit. It is true that it grows in other parts of the tropics, but it is very different from that produced here. In Brazil, for instance, where the people call it monkey's bread, it weighs from 5 to 30 pounds, and is full inside of kernels, which are taken out and eaten when the fruit is roasted. These kernels taste like chestnuts. The mango is a fruit resembling an apple, and of the size of man's fist. Both the rind and the fruit itself are yellow. It tastes a little like turpentine, but loses this taste more and more the riper it gets. This fruit is of the best description. It is full and juicy, and has a long, broad kernel in the middle. The bread and mango trees grow to a great height and circumference. The leaves of the former are about 3 feet long, 1.5 feet broad, and deeply serrated, while those of the latter are not much larger than the leaves of our own apple trees. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 7. The Voyage from Valparaiso to Canton via Tahiti. Part 2. Before reaching Paya, we passed several interesting places, among which may be mentioned 4. A small French fort, situated upon a hill. Near Taipari it is necessary to pass between 2 rows of dangerous breakers, called the Devil's Entrance. The foaming waves rose in such volume, and to so great a height, that they might almost be mistaken for walls. In the plain, near Punavia, is a large fort, supported by several towers, built upon the neighboring hills. At this point the scenery is beautiful. The mountain range breaks here, so that the eye can follow for a long distance the windings of a picturesque valley, with black and lofty mountain Olofena in the background. Delighted as I was, however, with the beauty of the objects around me, I was no less pleased with those beneath. Our boat glided along over countless shallows, where the water was as clear as crystal, so that the smallest pebble at the bottom was distinctly visible. I could observe groups and clusters of colored coral and madrepore stones, whose magnificence challenges all description. It might be said that there was a quantity of fairy flower and kitchen gardens in the sea, full of gigantic flowers, blossoms, and leaves, varied by fungi and pulse of every description. Like open arabesque work, the whole interspersed with pretty groups of rocks of every hue. The most lovely shellfish were clinging to these rocks, or lying scattered on the ground, while endless shoals of variegated fish darted in and out between them, like so many butterflies and humming birds. These delicate creatures were scarcely 4 inches long, and surpassed, in richness of color, anything I had seen. Many of them were of the purest sky blue, others a light yellow, while some, again, that were almost transparent, were brown, green, etc. On our arrival at Paya, about 6 in the evening, the young Tati had a pig, weighing around 18 or 20 pounds, killed and cooked, after the fashion of Tahiti, in honor of his father. A large fire was kindled in a shallow pit, in which were a number of stones. A quantity of breadfruit, majore, that had been first peeled and split into 2 portions with a very sharp wooden axe, was then brought. When the fire had gone out, and the stones heated to the requisite degree, the pig and the fruit were laid upon them, a few other heated stones placed on the top, and the whole covered up with green branches, dry leaves, and earth. During the time that the victuals were cooking, the table was laid. A straw mat was placed upon the ground, and covered with large leaves. For each guest there was a cocoa nut shell, half filled with meaty, a sourish beverage extracted from the cocoa palm. In an hour and a half the victuals were dug up. The pig was neither very artistically cooked nor very enticing, but cut up as quick as lightning, being divided by the hand and knife into as many portions as there were guests, and each person had his share, together with half a breadfruit, handed to him upon a large leaf. There was no one at our rustic table besides the officer, his mistress, the old Tati, his wife, and myself, as it is contrary to the custom of the country for the host to eat with his guests, or the children with their parents. With the exception of this ceremony, I did not observe any other proof of love or affection between the father and son. The old man, for instance, although 90 years of age, and suffering besides from a violent cough, was obliged to pass the night under nothing but a light roof, open to the weather, while his son slept in his well-closed huts. On the 5th of May we left Taipari with empty stomachs, as old Tati was desirous of entertaining us at one of his estates, about 2 hours' journey distant. On our arrival, and as soon as the stones were heated for our meal, several of the natives out of the neighbouring huts hastened to profit by the opportunity to cook their provisions as well, bringing with them fish, pieces of pork, breadfruit, plantains, and so on. The fish and meat were enveloped in large leaves. For our use, besides breadfruit and fish, there was a turtle, weighing perhaps more than 20 pounds. The repast was held in a hut, to which the whole neighbourhood also came, and forming themselves into groups a little on one side of us principal guests, eat the provisions they had brought with them. Each person had a cocoa nut shell full of meaty before them. Into this he first threw every morsel, and took it out again with his hand, and then what remained of the meaty was drunk at the end of the meal. We had, each of us, a fresh cocoa nut with a hole bored into it, containing at least a pint of clear, sweet-tasting water. This is erroneously termed by us milk, but it only becomes thick and milky when the cocoa nut is very stale, in which condition it is never eaten in these islands. Tati, with his family, remained here, while we proceeded to Papara, an hour's walk. The road was delightful, leading mostly through thick groves of fruit trees, but it would not suit a person with a tendency to hydrophobia, for we were obliged to wade through more than half a dozen streams and brooks. At Papara, Monsieur Blanc possessed some landed property, with a little wooden 4-roomed house, in which he was kind enough to give me a lodging. We here heard of the death of one of the Tati's sons, of which he numbered 21. He had been dead 3 days, and his friends were awaiting Tati to pay the last honours to the deceased. I had intended to make an excursion to the Lake Vaihiria, but deferred doing so in order to be present at the burial. On the following morning, the 6th of May, I paid a visit to the hut of the deceased. Monsieur Blanc gave me a new handkerchief to take with me as a present, a relic of the old superstition which the people of this island have introduced into Christianity. These presents are supposed to calm the soul of the deceased. The corpse was lying in a narrow coffin upon a low bier, both of which were covered with a white pall. Before the bier were hung 2 straw mats, on which were spread the deceased's clothes, drinking vessels, knives, and so forth, while on the other lay the presents, making quite a heap of shirts, parillos, pieces of cloth, etc., all so new and good that they might have served to furnish a small shop. Old Tati soon entered the hut, but quickly returned into the open air, stopping only a few instants, as the corpse was already most offensive. He sat down under a tree and began talking very quietly and unconcernedly with the neighbors, as if nothing had happened. The female relatives and neighbors remained in the hut. They too chatted and gossiped very contentedly, and moreover ate and smoked. I was obliged to have the wife, children, and relations of the deceased pointed out to me, for I was unable to recognize them by their demeanor. In a little time the stepmother and wife rose, and throwing themselves on the coffin howled for half an hour, but it was easy to see that their grief did not come from the heart. Their moaning was always pitched in the same monotonous key. Both then returned with smiling faces and dry eyes to their seats, and appeared to resume the conversation at the point at which they had broken it off. The deceased's canoe was burnt upon the shore. I had seen enough, and returned to my quarters to make some preparations for my trip to the lake the next day. The distance is reckoned to be 18 miles, so that the journey there and back may be performed in 2 days with ease, and yet a guide had the conscience to ask $10 (£2) for his services. With the assistance of old Tati, however, I procured one for $3 (12s.) Pedestrian trips are very fatiguing on Tahiti, since it is so richly watered that the excursionist is constantly obliged to wade through plains of sand and rivers. I was very suitably clothed for the purpose, having got strong men's clothes, without any stockings, trousers, and a blouse, which I had fastened up as high as my hips. Thus equipped, I began, on the 7th of May, my short journey, in company with my guide. In the first third of my road, which lay along the coast, I counted about 32 brooks which we were obliged to walk through. We then struck off through ravines into the interior of the islands, first calling, however, at a hut to obtain some refreshment. The inmates were very friendly, and gave us some bread, fruit, and fish, but very willingly accepted a small present in exchange. In the interior the fine fruit trees disappear, and their place is supplied by plantains, taros, and a kind of bush, growing to the height of 12 feet, and called oputu (maranta). The last, in fact, grew so luxuriantly that we frequently experienced the greatest difficulty in making our way through. The taro, which is planted, is from 2 to 3 feet high, and has fine large leaves and tubercles, similar to the potato, but which do not taste very good when roasted. The plantain or banana is a pretty little tree, from 15 to 20 feet high, with leaves like those of the palm, and a stem which is often 8 inches in diameter, but is not of wood but cane, and very easily broken. It belongs properly to the herbiferous species, and grows with uncommon rapidity. It reaches its full growth the first year. In the second it bears fruit, and then dies. It is produced from shoots, which generally spring up near the parent tree. Through one mountain stream, which chafed along the ravine over a stony bed, and in some places was exceedingly rapid, and, in consequence of the rain that had lately fallen, was frequently more than 3 feet deep, we had to wade 62 times. My guide caught hold of me by the hand whenever we passed a dangerous spot, and dragged me, often half swimming, after him. The water constantly reached above my hips, and all idea of getting dry again was totally out of question. The path also became at every step more fatiguing and dangerous. I had to clamber over rocks and stones covered to such an extent with the foliage of the oputu that I never knew with any degree of certainty where I was placing my foot. I received several severe wounds on my hands and feet, and frequently fell down on the ground when I trusted for support to the treacherous stem of a banana, which would break beneath my grasp. It was really a breakneck sort of excursion, which is very rarely made even by the officers, and certainly never by ladies. In 2 places the ravine became so narrow that the bed of the stream occupied its whole extent. It was here that the islanders, during the war with the French, built stone walls, 5 feet in height, to protect them against the enemy, in case they should have attacked them from this side. In 8 hours' time we had completed the 18 miles, and attained an elevation of 1800 feet. The lake itself was not visible until we stood upon its shores, as it lies in a slight hollow. It is about 800 feet across. The surrounding scenery is the most remarkable. The lake is so closely hemmed in by a ring of lofty and precipitous green mountains that there is no room even for a footing between the water and the rocks, and its bed might be taken for an extinguished volcano filled with water, a supposition which gained additional force from the masses of basalt which occupied the foreground. It is plentifully supplied with fish, one kind of which is said to be peculiar to the locality. It is supposed that the lake has a subterranean outlet, which as yet remains undiscovered. To cross the lake, it is either necessary to swim over, or trust oneself to a dangerous kind of boat, which is prepared by the natives in a few minutes. Being desirous of making the attempt, I intimated this by signs to my guide. In an instant he tore off some plantain branches, fastened them together with long tough grass, laid a few leaves upon them, launched them in the water, and then told me to take possession of this apology for a boat. I must own that I felt rather frightened, although I did not like to say so. I stepped on board, and my guide swam behind and pushed me forward. I made the passage to the opposite side and back without any accident, but I was in truth rather alarmed the whole time. The boat was small and floated under rather than upon the water. There was nothing I could support myself with, and every minute I expected to fall into the lake. I would not advise anyone who cannot swim ever to follow my example. After I had sufficiently admired the lake and the surrounding scenery, we retraced our way for some 100 yards, until we reached a little spot roofed over with leaves. Here my guide quickly made a good fire, after the Indian fashion. He took a small piece of wood, which he cut to a fine point, and then selecting a second piece, he made it into a narrow furrow, not very deep. In this he rubbed the pointed stick until the little particles which were detached during the operation began to smoke. These he threw into a quantity of dry leaves and grass which he had got together for the purpose, and swung the whole several times round in the air until it burst out into flames. The entire process did not take more than 2 minutes. For our supper he gathered a few plantains and laid them on the fire. I profited by the opportunity to dry my clothes, by sitting down near the fire and turning first one side towards it and then the other. Half wet through and tolerably fatigued, I retired to my couch of dry leaves immediately after partaking of our scanty meal. It is a fortunate circumstance that in these wild and remote districts neither men nor beasts afford the slightest grounds for apprehension. The former are very quiet and peaceably inclined, and, with the exception of a few wild boars, the latter are not dangerous. The island is especially favoured. It contains no poisonous hurtful insects or reptiles. It is true there are a few scorpions, but so small and harmless that they may be handled with impunity. The mosquitoes alone were the source of very considerable annoyance, as they are in all southern countries. The 8th of May. It began to rain very violently during the night, and in the morning I was sorry to see that there was not much hope of its clearing up. On the contrary, the clouds became blacker and blacker, and collecting from all sides, like so many evil spirits, poured down in torrents upon the innocent earth. Nevertheless, in spite of this, there was no other course open to us but to bid defiance to the angry water deity, and proceed upon our journey. In half an hour I was literally drenched. This being the case, I went on uncomplainingly, as it was impossible for me to become wetter than I was. On my return to Papara, I found that Tati's son was not buried, but the ceremony took place the next day. The clergyman pronounced a short discourse at the side of the grave, and as the coffin was being lowered, the mats, straw hat, and clothes of the deceased as well as a few of the presents were thrown in with it. The relations were present, but as unconcerned as I was myself. The graveyard was in the immediate vicinity of several muraes. The latter are small 4-cornered plots of ground, surrounded by stone walls 3 or 4 feet high, where the natives used to deposit their dead, which were left exposed upon wooden frames until the flesh fell from the bones. These were then collected and buried in some lonely spot. The same evening I witnessed a remarkable mode of catching fish. 2 boys waded out into the sea, one with a stick and the other with a quantity of burning chips. The one with the stick drove the fish between the rocks, and then hid them, the other lightening him in the meanwhile. They were not very fortunate, however. The more common and successful manner of fishing is with nets. Almost every day Monsieur Blanc had visits from officers who were passing, accompanied by their mistresses. The reader may easily imagine that the laws of propriety were not, however, always strictly observed, and as I had no desire to disturb the gentlemen in their intellectual conversation and amusement, I retired with my book into the servants' room. They too would laugh and joke, but at least in such a manner that there was no occasion to blush for them. It was highly amusing to hear Monsieur Blanc launch out in praise of the attachment and gratitude of his Indian beauty. He would have altered his tone had he seen her behaviour in his absence. On one occasion I could not help telling one of the gentlemen my opinion of the matter, and expressing my astonishment that they could treat these grasping and avaricious creatures with such attention and kindness, to load them with presents, anticipate their every wish, and forgive and put up with their most glaring faults. The answer I received was, that these ladies, if not so treated and loaded with presents, would quickly run off, and that, in fact, even by the kindest attention, they never allowed themselves to be influenced very long. From all I saw, I must repeat my former assertion that the Tahitian people are endowed with none of the more noble sentiments of humanity, but that their only pleasures are merely animal. Nature herself encourages them to this in an extraordinary manner. They have no need to gain their bread by the sweat of their brow. The island is most plentifully supplied with beautiful fruit, tubercles of all descriptions, and tame pigs, so that the people have really only to gather the fruit and kill the pigs. To this circumstance is to be attributed the difficulty that exists of obtaining any one as a servant, or in any other capacity. The most wretched journeyman will not work for less than $1 a day. The price for washing a dozen handkerchiefs or any other articles is also $1, 4 shillings, not including soap. A native whom I desired to engage as guide demanded $1.50 a day. I returned from Papara to Papeete in the company of an officer and his native beauty. We walked the 36 miles in one day. On our way we passed the hut of the girl's mother, where we partook of a most splendid dish. It was composed of breadfruit, mangoes, and bananas, kneaded together into a paste, and cooked upon hot stones. It was eaten while warm, with a sauce of orange juice. On taking leave, the officer gave the girl a present of $1 to give her mother. The girl took it as indifferently as if it were not of the slightest value, and her mother did exactly the same, neither of them pronouncing one word of thanks or manifesting the least sign of satisfaction. We now and then came upon some portions of the road, the work of public offenders, that were most excellently constructed. Whenever an Indian is convicted of a crime, he is not chained in a gang, like convicts in Europe, but condemned to make or mend a certain extent of road, and the natives fulfil the tasks thus imposed with such punctuality that no overseer is ever necessary. This kind of punishment was introduced under King Pomare, and originated with the natives themselves. The Europeans have merely continued the practice. At Punavia we entered the fort, where we refreshed ourselves in military fashion, with bread, wine, and bacon, and reached our journey's end at 7 o'clock in the morning. Besides Papara, I visited also Venus Point, a small tongue of land where Cook observed the transit of Venus. The stone on which he placed his instruments still remains. On my way I passed the grave, or murai, of King Pomare I. It consisted of a small piece of ground, surrounded by a stone wall, and covered with a roof of palm leaves. Some half-decayed pieces of cloth and portions of wearing apparel were still lying in it. One of my most interesting excursions, however, was that to Fantaua and the Diadem. The former is a spot which the Indians considered impregnable, but where, nevertheless, they were well beaten by the French during the last war. M. Bruat, the governor, was kind enough to lend me his horses, and to allow me the escort of a non-commissioned officer, who could point out to me each position of the Indians and French, as he had himself been in the engagement. For more than 2 hours we proceeded through horrible ravines, thick woods, and rapid mountain torrents. The ravines often became so narrow as to form so many defiles, with such precipitous and inaccessible sides, that here, as at Thermopylae, a handful of valiant warriors might defy whole armies. As a natural consequence, the entrance of Fantaua is regarded as the real key to the whole island. There was no other means of taking it than by scaling one of its most precipitous sides, and pressing forward upon the narrow ledge of rock above, so as to take the enemy in the rear. The governor, M. Bruat, announced that he would confide this dangerous enterprise to volunteers, and he soon had more than he could employ. From those chosen, a second selection of only 62 men was made. These divested themselves of every article of clothing, save their shoes and drawers, and took no other arms save their muskets. After clambering up for 12 hours, and incurring great danger, they succeeded, by the aid of ropes, and by sticking pointed iron rods and bayonets into the rock, in reaching the crest of the mountain, where their appearance so astonished the Indians that they lost all courage, threw down their arms, and surrendered. They said that those who were capable of deeds like this could not be men but spirits, against whom all hopes of resistance were out of the question altogether. At present there is a small fort built at Fantaua, and on one of its highest points stands a guardhouse. The path leading to it is over a small ledge of rock, skirted on each side by a yawning abyss. Persons affected with giddiness can only reach it with great difficulty, if indeed they can do so at all. In this last case they are great losers, for the prospect is magnificent in the extreme, extending over valleys, ravines, and mountains without number. Among the latter may be mentioned the colossal rock called the Diadem, thick forests of palms and other trees, and beyond all these the mighty ocean, broken into 1,000 waves against the rocks and reefs, and in the distance mingling with the azure sky. Near the fort a waterfall precipitates itself perpendicularly down a narrow ravine. Unfortunately, the bottom of it is concealed by jutting rocks and promontories, and the volume of water is rather small. Otherwise, this fall would, on account of its height, which is certainly more than 400 feet, deserve to be classed among the most celebrated ones with which I am acquainted. The road from the fort to the Diadem is extremely fatiguing, and fully 3 hours are required to accomplish the journey. The prospect here is even more magnificent than that from the fort, as the eye beholds the sea over 2 sides of the island at the same time. This excursion was my last in this beautiful isle, as I was obliged to embark on the next day, the 17th of May. The cargo was cleared, and the ballast taken on board. All articles to which the French troops are accustomed, such as flour, salted meat, potatoes, pulse, wine, and a variety of others, have to be imported. Note. Up to the present period, Tahiti has produced nothing for exportation, and therefore all vessels have to clear out in ballast. The island is important to the French as a port where their ships in the Pacific may stop and refit. End of note. I felt extremely reluctant to leave, and the only thing that tended at all to cheer my spirits was the thought of my speedy arrival in China, that most wonderful of all known countries. We left the port of Papeete on the morning of the 17th of May, with a most favourable wind, soon passed in safety all the dangerous coral reefs which surround the islands, and in 7 hours' time had lost sight of it altogether. Towards evening we beheld the mountain ranges of the island of Huaheme, which we passed during the night. The commencement of our voyage was remarkably pleasant. Besides the favourable breeze, which still continued, we enjoyed the company of a fine Belgian brig, the Rubens, which had put to sea at the same time as ourselves. It was seldom that we approached near enough for the persons on board to converse with each other, but whoever is at all acquainted with the endless uniformity of long voyages will easily understand our satisfaction at knowing we were even in the neighbourhood of human beings. We pursued the same track as far as the Philippine Islands, but on the morning of the 3rd day our companion had disappeared, leaving us in ignorance whether she had outsailed us or we her. We were once more alone on the endless waste of water. On the 23rd of May we approached very near to the low island of Penchin. A dozen or two of the natives were desirous of honouring us with a visit, and pulled stoutly in 6 canoes towards our ship, but we sailed so fast that they were soon left a long way behind. Several of the sailors affirmed that these were specimens of real savages, and that we might reckon ourselves fortunate in having escaped their visit. The captain too appeared to share this opinion, and I was the only person who regretted not having formed a more intimate acquaintance with them. 28th of May. For some days we had been fortunate enough to be visited, from time to time, with violent showers, a most remarkable thing for this time of year in this climate, where the rainy season commences in January and lasts for 3 months, the sky for the remaining 9 being generally cloudless. This present exception was the more welcome from our being just on the line, where we should otherwise have suffered much from the heat. The thermometer stood at only 81 degrees in the shade, and 97 degrees in the sun. Today at noon we crossed the line, and were once more in the northern hemisphere. A Tahitian sucking pig was killed and consumed in honour of our successful passage, and our native hemisphere toasted in real hock. On the 4th of June, under 8 degrees north latitude, we beheld again, for the first time, the lovely polar star. On the 17th of June we passed so near to Saipan, one of the largest of the Ladrone Islands, that we could make out the mountains very distinctly. The Ladrone and Marianne Islands are situated between the 13 degrees and 21 degrees north latitude, and the 145 degrees and 146 degrees east longitude. On the 1st of July we again saw land. This time it was the coast of Lukovia, or Luzon, the largest of the Philippines, and lying between the 18 degrees and 19 degrees north latitude, and the 125 degrees and 119 degrees east longitude. The port of Manila is situated on the southern coast of the island. In the course of the day we passed the island of Babuan and several detached rocks, rising colossus-like from the sea. 4 of them were pretty close together, and formed a picturesque group. Some time afterwards we saw 2 more. In the night of the 1st to the 2nd of July we reached the western point of Luzon, and entered on the dangerous Chinese Sea. I was heartily glad at last to bid adieu to the Pacific Ocean, for a voyage on it is one of the most monotonous things that could be imagined. The appearance of another ship is a rare occurrence, and the water is so calm that it resembles a stream. Very frequently I used to start up from my desk, thinking that I was in some diminutive room ashore, and my mistake was the more natural, as we had 3 horses, a dog, several pigs, hens, geese, and a canary bird on board, all respectively neighing, barking, grunting, cackling, and singing, as if they were in a farmyard. The 6th July. For the first few days after entering the Chinese Sea, we sailed pretty well in the same fashion we had done in the Pacific, proceeding slowly and quietly on our way. Today we beheld the coast of China for the first time, and towards evening we were not more than 33 miles from Macao. I was rather impatient for the following morning. I longed to find my darling hope realized of putting my foot upon Chinese ground. I pictured the mandarins with their high caps, and the ladies with their tiny feet, when in the middle of the night the wind shifted, and on the 7th of July we had been carried back 115 miles. In addition to this, the glass fell so low that we dreaded a typhoon, which is a very dangerous kind of storm, or rather hurricane, that is very frequent in the Chinese Sea during the month of July, August, and September. It is generally first announced by a black cloud on the horizon, with one edge dark red and the other half white, and this is accompanied by the most awful torrents of rain, by thunder, lightning, and the violent winds, which arise simultaneously on all sides, and lash the waters up mountains high. We took every precaution in anticipation of our dangerous enemy, but for once they were not needed. Either the hurricane did not break out at all, or else it broke out at a greater distance from us, for we were only visited by a trifling storm of no long duration. On the 8th of July we again reached the vicinity of Macao, and entered the Straits of Lema. Our course now lay between bays and reefs, diversified by groups of the most beautiful islands, offering the series of most magnificent and varied views. On the 9th of July we anchored in Macao Roads. The town, which belongs to the Portuguese, and has a population of 20,000 inhabitants, is beautifully situated on the seaside, and surrounded by pleasing hills and mountains. The most remarkable objects are the palace of the Portuguese governor, the Catholic monastery of Guya, the fortifications, and a few fine houses, which lie scattered about the hills in picturesque disorder. Besides a few European ships, there were anchored in the roads several large Japanese junks, while a great number of small boats, manned by Chinese, were rocking to and fro around us. End of section 11.
Section 12 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 8. China, Part 1. Macau, Hong Kong, Victoria. Voyage on board a Chinese junk. The Xiqiang, called also the Tigress. Whampoa. Canton, or Kwangchu Fu. Mode of life pursued by Europeans. The Chinese manners and customs. Criminals and pirates. Murder of Vo Chi. Promenades and excursions. A year before my arrival in China, it would have seemed hardly credible to me that I should ever succeed in taking my place among the small number of Europeans who are acquainted with that remarkable country, not from books alone, but from actual observation. I never believed that I should really behold the Chinese, with their shaven heads, long tails, and small, ugly, narrow eyes, the exact counterparts of the representations of them which we have in Europe. We had hardly anchored before a number of Chinese clambered up on deck, while others remained in their boats, offering for sale a variety of beautifully made articles, with fruit and cakes, laid out in great order, so as to form in a few seconds a regular market round the vessel. Some of them began praising their wares in broken English, but on the whole they did not drive a very flourishing business, as the crew merely bought a few cigars and a little fruit. Captain Juriancy hired a boat, and we immediately went on shore, where each person on landing had to pay half a Spanish dollar, 2 shillings, to the mandarin. I subsequently heard that this imposition was shortly afterwards abolished. We proceeded to the house of one of the Portuguese merchants established there, passing through a large portion of the town on our way thither. Europeans, both men and women, can circulate freely without being exposed to a shower of stones, as is frequently the case in other Chinese towns. The streets, which are exclusively inhabited by Chinese, presented a very bustling aspect. The men were in many cases seated out of doors in groups, playing at dominoes, while locksmiths, carpenters, shoemakers, and many others were either working, talking, playing, or dining in the numerous booths. I observed but few women, and these were of the lower classes. Nothing surprised and amused me more than the manner in which the Chinese eat. They have 2 little sticks, with which they very skilfully convey their victuals into their mouths. This process, however, cannot be so successfully practised with rice, because it does not hold together. They therefore hold the plate containing it close to their mouths, and push it in by the aid of their sticks, generally letting a portion of it fall back again, in no very cleanly fashion, into the plate. For liquids they use round spoons of porcelain. The style in which the houses are built did not strike me as very remarkable. The front generally looks out upon the courtyard or garden. Among other objects which I visited was the grotto, in which the celebrated Portuguese poet Camões is said to have composed the Lusiad. He had been banished, A.D. 1556, to Macao, on account of a satirical poem he had written, Disparates no India, and remained in banishment several years before receiving a pardon. The grotto is charmingly situated upon an eminence not far from the town. As there was no business to be done, The captain resolved to put to sea again the next morning, and offered in the most friendly manner to take me as his guest to Hong Kong, as I had only agreed for a passage as far as Macao. I accepted his invitation with the greatest pleasure, as I had not a single letter to anyone in Macao, besides which it is very seldom that there is an opportunity of proceeding to Hong Kong. On account of the shallowness of the water, our ship was hove to at rather a long distance from the shore, where it was exposed to an attack from the pirates, who are here very daring and numerous. In consequence of this, every precaution was taken, and the watch doubled for the night. As late as the year 1842, these pirates attacked a brig that was lying at anchor in the Macao roads, murdering the crew and plundering the vessel. The captain had remained on shore, and the sailors had carelessly given themselves up to sleep, leaving only one man to keep watch. In the middle of the night a sampan, which is the name given to a vessel smaller than a junk, came alongside the brig. One of the rowers then came on board, pretending he had a letter from the captain, and as the sailor went near the lantern to read the letter, he received from the pirate a blow upon his head, which laid him senseless on the deck. The rest of those in the boat, who had hitherto remained concealed, now scaled the side of the brig, and quickly overpowered the slumbering crew. In our case, however, the night passed without any incident worth noting, and on the morning of the 10th of July, having first taken on board a pilot, we proceeded to Hong Kong, a distance of 60 nautical miles. The voyage proved highly interesting, on account of the varied succession of bays, creeks, and groups of islands which we had to pass. The English obtained Hong Kong from the Chinese at the conclusion of the war in 1842, and founded the port of Victoria, which contains at present a large number of palace-like houses built of stone. The Europeans who have settled here, and who are not more than 200 or 300 in number, are far from being contented, however, as trade is not half as good as they at first expected it would be. Every merchant is presented by the English government with a plot of ground, on condition of his building on it. Many of them erected, as I before mentioned, splendid edifices, which they would now be glad to sell for half the cost price, or even very frequently to give the ground and foundations without asking the smallest sum in return. I resolved to stop only a few days in Victoria, as it was my wish to arrive at Canton as soon as possible. In addition to the greatest politeness he had previously shown me, Captain Juriancy conferred another favour by allowing me, during my stay here, to live and lodge on board his ship, thereby saving me an expense of 16 shillings or 24 shillings a day, and besides this, the boat, which he had hired for his own use, was always at my disposal. Footnote: the expense of living at an hotel in Macao, Victoria, and Canton is from $4 to $6 a day, 16 to 24 shillings. End of footnote. I must also take this opportunity of mentioning that I never drank, on board any other vessel, such clear and excellent water, a proof that it is not only so easily spoiled by the heat of the tropics, or a protracted period, as is generally imagined. It all depends on care and cleanliness, for which the Dutch are especially celebrated, and I only wish that every captain would, in this respect at least, imitate their example. It is rather too bad for passengers to be obliged to quench their thirst with thick and most offensive water, a disagreeable necessity I was subjected to on board every other sailing vessel in which I made a voyage of any length. Victoria is not very pleasantly situated, being surrounded by barren rocks. The town itself has a European stamp upon it, so that were it not for the Chinese porters, labourers, and pedlars, a person would hardly believe he was in China. I was much struck at seeing no native women in the streets, from which it might be concluded that it was dangerous for a European female to walk about as freely as I did, but I never experienced the least insult, or heard the slightest word of abuse from the Chinese. Even their curiosity was here by no means annoying. In Victoria I had the pleasure of becoming acquainted with the well-known Herr Gutzlaff, and 4 other German missionaries. Footnote: Karl Gutzlaff was born on the 8th of July, 1803, at Pyritz, in Pomerania. As a boy he was distinguished for his piety and extraordinary talent. His parents apprenticed him to a leather seller. In this capacity he was noted for his industry, although he was far from contented with his position, and in the year 1821 he found an opportunity of presenting a poem in which he expressed his sentiments and wishes to the King of Prussia. The King recognized the talent of the struggling youth, and opened to him a career in accordance with his inclination. In the year 1827 he proceeded as a missionary to Batavia, and, at a later period, to Bintang, where he applied himself with such assiduity to the study of Chinese, that in the space of 2 years he knew it well enough to preach in it. In December 1831 he went to Macao, where he established a school for Chinese children, and commenced his translation of the Bible into Chinese. He founded, in conjunction with Morrison, a society for the diffusion of useful knowledge in China, and edited a monthly Chinese magazine, in which he endeavoured to interest the people upon history, geography, and literature. In 1832 and 1833 he penetrated as far as the province of Fokien. Gustav's travels made us acquainted with several very important facts connected with the different Chinese dialects, and are also of great worth to other scientific points of view. They are especially useful in enabling us to form a correct opinion as to the merits of the works that have lately appeared on China, and everyone must acknowledge his rare talent, must value his immovable fixedness of purpose, and must admire his zealous perseverance in the cause of science, and his unshaken belief in the principle of his religion. Dr. Gutzlaff died in November 1851. They were studying the Chinese language, and wore the Chinese costume, with their heads shaved like the natives, and with large queues hanging down behind. No language is so difficult to read and write as the Chinese. It contains more than 4,000 characters, and is wholly composed of monosyllables. Little brushes dipped in Indian ink are used for writing, the writing itself extending down the paper from right to left. I had not been above a few days in Victoria before I had an opportunity of proceeding to Canton on board a small Chinese junk. A gentleman of the name of Pustan, who is settled as a merchant here, and whom I found excessively kind, endeavoured very earnestly to dissuade me from trusting myself among the Chinese without any protector, and advised me either to take a boat for myself or a place in the steamer. But both these means were too dear for my small finances, since either would have cost $12, whereas a passage in the junk was only $3. I must also add that the appearance and behaviour of the Chinese did not inspire me with the slightest apprehension. I looked to the priming of my pistols, and embarked very tranquilly on the evening of the 12th of July. A heavy fall of rain and the approach of night soon obliged me to seek the interior of the vessel, where I passed my time in observing my Chinese fellow travellers. The company were, it is true, not very select, but behaved with great propriety, so that there was nothing which could prevent my remaining among them. Some were playing at dominoes, while others were extracting most horrible sounds from a sort of mandolin with 3 strings. All, however, were smoking, chatting, and drinking tea without sugar from little saucers. I, too, had this celestial drink offered to me on all sides. Every Chinese, rich or poor, drinks neither pure water nor spirituous liquors, but invariably indulges in weak tea with no sugar. At a late hour in the evening I retired to my cabin, the roof of which, not being completely waterproof, let in certain very unwelcome proofs that it was raining outside. The captain no sooner remarked this than he assigned me another place, where I found myself in the company of 2 Chinese women, busily engaged in smoking out of pipes with bowls no bigger than thimbles, and in consequence they could not take more than 4 or 5 puffs without being obliged to fill their pipes afresh. They soon remarked that I had no stool for my head. They offered me one of theirs, and would not be satisfied until I accepted it. It is a Chinese custom to use, instead of pillows, little stools of bamboo or strong pasteboard. They are not stuffed, but are rounded at the top, and are about 8 inches high, and from 1 to 3 feet long. They are far more comfortable than would at first be imagined. 13th July. On hurrying upon deck early in the morning to view the mouth of the Sikiang, or Tigris, I found that we had already passed it, and were a long way up the river. I saw it, however, subsequently, on my return from Canton to Hong Kong. The Sikiang, which is one of the principal rivers of China, and which, at a short distance before entering the sea, is 8 nautical miles broad, is so contracted by hills and rocks at its mouth, that it loses one half of its breadth. The surrounding country is fine, and a few fortifications on the summits of some of the hills give it rather a romantic appearance. Near Human, or Whampoa, the stream divides into several branches, that which flows to Canton being called the Pearl Stream. Although Whampoa of itself is an insignificant place, it is worthy of note as being the spot where, from the shallowness of the water, all deeply laden ships are obliged to anchor. Immense plantations of rice, skirted by bananas and other fruit trees, extend along the banks of the Pearl Stream. The trees are sometimes prettily arranged in alleys, but are planted far less for ornament than for use. Rice always requires a great deal of moisture, and the trees are planted in order to impart a greater degree of solidity to the soil, and also to prevent the possibility of its being washed away by the force of the stream. Pretty little country houses of the genuine Chinese pattern, with their sloping, pointed, indented roofs, and their colored tiles inlaid with different hues, were scattered here and there under groups of shady trees, while pagodas, called tas, of various styles, and from 3 to 9 stories high, raised their heads on little eminences in the neighbourhood of the villages, and attracted attention at a great distance. A number of fortifications, which, however, look more like roofless houses than anything else, protect the stream. For miles below Canton, the villages follow one another in quick succession. They are mostly composed of miserable huts, built for the most part on piles driven into the river, and before them lie innumerable boats, which also serve as dwellings. The nearer we approached Canton, the busier became the scene on the river, and the greater the number of ships and inhabited boats. I saw some junks of most extraordinary shape, having poops that hung far over the water, and provided with large windows and galleries, and covered in with a roof like a house. These vessels are often of immense size, and of 1,000 tons burden. I also saw some Chinese men of war, flat, broad, and long, and mounting 20 or 30 cannons. Footnote: all large vessels have 2 painted eyes let into the prow. With these, as the Chinese believe, they are better able to find their way. End of footnote. Another object of interest was the mandarins' boats, with their painted sides, doors, and windows, their carved galleries, and pretty little silk flags, giving them the appearance of the most charming houses. But what delighted me most was the flower boats, with their upper galleries ornamented with flowers, garlands, and arabesques. A large apartment, and a few cabinets, into which the interior is divided, are reached through doors and windows, which have almost a Gothic appearance. Mirrors and silk hangings adorn the walls, while glass chandeliers and coloured paper lanterns, between which swing lovely little baskets with fresh flowers, complete the magic scene. These flower boats are always stationary, and are frequented by the Chinese as places of amusement both day and night. Plays are acted here, and ballets and conjuring performed. Women, with the exception of a certain class, do not frequent these places. Europeans are not exactly prevented from entering them, but are exposed, especially in the present unfavourable state of public opinion, to insult and even injury. In addition to these extraordinary vessels, let the reader picture to himself thousands of small boats, champans, some at anchor, some crossing and passing in all directions, with fishermen casting their nets, and men and children amusing themselves by swimming, and he will have some idea of the scene I witnessed. I often could not avoid turning away with terror at seeing the little children playing and rolling about upon the narrow boats. I expected every instant that one or other of them would certainly fall overboard. Some parents are cautious enough to fasten hollow gourds or bladders filled with air on their children's backs, until they are 6 years old, so as to prevent them sinking so quickly if they should happen to tumble into the water. All these multifarious occupations, this ceaseless activity, this never-ending bustle, form so peculiar a feature that it is hardly possible for a person who has not been an eye-witness to obtain a correct idea of it. It is only during the last few years that we European women have been allowed to visit or remain in the factories at Canton. I left the vessel without any apprehension, but first I had to consider how I should find my way to the house of a gentleman named Agassiz, for whom I had brought letters of recommendation. I explained to the captain by signs that I had no money with me, and that he must act as my guide to the factory, where I would pay him. He soon understood me, and conducted me to the place, and the Europeans there showed me the particular house I wanted. On seeing me arrive, and hearing the manner in which I had travelled, and the way that I had walked from the vessel to his house, Mr. Agassiz was extremely surprised, and would hardly credit it that I had met with no difficulties or injury. From him I learned what risks I, as a woman, had run in traversing the streets of Canton with no escort but a Chinese guide. Such a thing had never occurred before, and Mr. Agassiz assured me that I might esteem myself as exceedingly fortunate in not having been insulted by the people in the grossest manner, or even stoned. Had this been the case, he told me that my guide would have immediately taken to flight and abandoned me to my fate. I had certainly remarked, on my way from the vessel to the factory, that both old and young turned back to look after me, and that they hooted and pointed at me with their fingers. The people ran out of the booths, and gradually formed a crowd at my heels. I had, however, no alternative but to preserve my countenance. I walked, therefore, calmly on, and perhaps it is to the very fact of my manifesting no fear that I escaped unmolested. I had not intended to stop long in Canton, as, since the last war between the English and Chinese, Europeans are obliged to be more careful than ever how they show themselves in public. This hatred is more especially directed against women, as it is declared in one of the Chinese prophecies that a woman will some day or other conquer the celestial empire. On account of this, I entertained but slight hopes of seeing anything here, and thought of proceeding directly to the port of Shanghai, in the north of China, where, as I was informed, it was far easier to obtain access both among the nobility and lower classes. Fortunately, however, I made the acquaintance of a German gentleman, Herr von Carlowitz, who had been settled for some time in Canton. He offered in the kindest manner to act as my mentor, on condition that I should arm myself with patience until the mail from Europe, which was expected in a few days, had come in. Footnote: there is only one mail a month from Europe. End of footnote. At such times the merchants are so busy and excited that they have no leisure to think of anything but their correspondence. I was therefore obliged to wait, not only until the steamer had arrived, but until it had left again, which it did not do until a week had elapsed. I have to thank Mr. Agassiz that the time did not hang heavily upon my hands. I was most kindly and hospitably entertained, and enjoyed the opportunity of noting the mode of life of those Europeans who have settled in the country. Very few take their families with them to China, and least of all to Canton, where both women and children are closely imprisoned in their houses, which they can only leave in a well-closed litter. Besides this, everything is so dear that living in London is cheap in comparison. Lodgings of 6 rooms with a kitchen cost about $700 or $800 a year, 140 or 160 pounds. A manservant receives from $4 to $8 a month, and female servants $9 or $10, as Chinese women will not wait upon a European unless greatly overpaid. In addition to all this, there is a custom prevalent here of having a separate person for each branch of household duty, which renders a large number of servants indispensable. A family of only 4 persons requires at least 11 or 12 domestics, if not more. In the first place, every member of the family must have an attendant especially for his or her use. Then there is a man cook, a number of nursery maids, and several coolies for the more menial duties, such as cleaning the rooms, carrying the wood and water, and so forth. In spite of this number of servants, the attendance is frequently very bad, for if one or another of them happens to be out, and his services are required, the master must wait until he returns, as no servant could ever be prevailed upon to do another's duty. At the head of the whole household is the comprador, who is a kind of major domo. To his care are confided all the plate, furniture, linen, and other effects. He engages all the servants, provides for their board and anything else they may require, and answers for their good conduct, deducting, however, $2 a month from their wages of each, in return for his services. He makes all the purchases and settles all the bills, giving in the sum total at the end of the month, without descending into the items. Besides these domestic duties, the comprador is also entrusted with the money belonging to his master's firm. Hundreds of thousands of dollars pass through his hands, and he is responsible for the genuineness of every one. He has persons in his own employment who pay and receive all moneys, and who examine and test every separate coin with the most marvelous rapidity. They take a whole handful of dollars at a time, and toss them up separately with the finger and thumb. This enables them to determine whether each rings properly, and on the coin falling into their hand again, reversed, they examine the second side with a glance. A few hours are sufficient to pass several $1,000s in review, and this minute inspection is very necessary, on account of the number of false dollars made by the Chinese. Each piece of money is then stamped with the peculiar mark of the firm, as a guarantee of its genuineness, so that it at last becomes exceedingly thin and broad, and frequently falls to bits. No loss is, however, occasioned by this, as the amount is always reckoned by weight. Besides dollars, little bars of pure unstamped silver are used as a circulating medium, small portions varying in size being cut off them, according to the sum required. The counting house is situated on the ground floor, in the comprador's room. The Europeans have nothing to do with the money, and in fact never even carry any for their private use. The comprador has no fixed salary, but receives a stated percentage upon all business transactions. His percentage upon the household expenses is not fixed, but is not on that account less certain. On the whole, these compradors are very trustworthy. They pay down a certain sum as caution money to some mandarin, and the latter answers for them. The following is a tolerably correct account of the mode of life pursued by the Europeans settled here. As soon as they are up and have drunk a cup of tea in their bedroom, they take a cold bath. A little after 9 o'clock, they breakfast upon fried fish or cutlets, cold roast meat, boiled eggs, tea, and bread and butter. Every one then proceeds to his business until dinner time, which is generally 4 o'clock. The dinner is composed of turtle soup, curry, roast meat, hashes, and pastry. All the dishes, with the exception of the curry, are prepared after the English fashion, although the cooks are Chinese. For dessert there is cheese, with fruit, such as pineapples, long yen, mangoes, and lychee. The Chinese affirm that the latter is the finest fruit in the whole world. It is about the size of a nut, with a brown verrucous outside. The edible part is white and tender, and the kernel black. Long yen is somewhat smaller, but is also white and tender, although the taste is rather watery. Neither of these fruits struck me as very good. I do not think the pineapples are so sweet, or possessed of that aromatic fragrance which distinguishes those raised in our European greenhouses, although they are much larger. Portuguese wines and English beer are the usual drinks. Ice, broken into small pieces and covered up with a cloth, is offered with each. The ice is rather a costly article, as it has to be brought from North America. In the evening tea is served up. During meal times a large punkah is employed to diffuse an agreeable degree of coolness through the apartment. The punkah is a large frame from 8 to 10 feet long and 3 feet high, covered with white Indian cloth and fastened to the ceiling. A rope communicates through the wall, like a bell pull, with the next room or the ground floor, where a servant is stationed to keep it constantly in motion, and thus maintain a pleasant draught. As may be seen from what I have said, the living here is very dear for Europeans. The expense of keeping a house may be reckoned at 30,000 francs, $6,000, 1,200 pounds, at the lowest, a very considerable sum when we reflect how little it procures, neither including a carriage nor horses. There is nothing in the way of amusement or places of public recreation. The only pleasure many gentlemen indulge in is keeping a boat, for which they pay 28 shillings a month, or they walk in the evenings in a small garden, which the European inhabitants have laid out at their own cost. This garden faces the factory, surrounded on 3 sides by a wall, and on the 4th washed by the Pearl Stream. The living of the Chinese population, on the contrary, costs very little. 60 cash, 1,200 of which make $1, 4 shillings, may be reckoned a very liberal daily allowance for each man. As a natural consequence, wages are extremely low. A boat, for instance, may be hired for $50, 2s. a day, and on this income a whole family of from 6 to 8 persons will often exist. It is true, the Chinese are not too particular in their food. They eat dogs, cats, mice, and rats, the intestines of birds, and the blood of every animal, and I was even assured that caterpillars and worms formed part of their diet. Their principal dish, however, is rice, which is not only employed by them in the composition of their various dishes, but supplies the place of bread. It is exceedingly cheap. The pekel, which is equivalent to 124 pounds English avoirdupois, costing from $1.75 to $2.50. The costume of both sexes among the lower orders consists of broad trousers and long upper garments, and is remarkable for its excessive filth. The Chinaman is an enemy of baths and washing. He wears no shirt, and does not discard his trousers until they actually fall off his body. The men's upper garments reach a little below the knee, and the women's somewhat lower. They are made of nankeen, or dark blue, brown, or black silk. During the cold season both men and women wear one summer garment over the other, and keep the whole together with a girdle. During the great heat, however, they allow their garments to flutter unconstrained about their body. All the men have their heads shaved, with the exception of a small patch at the back, the hair on which is carefully cultivated and plaited into a queue. The thicker and longer this queue is, the prouder is its owner. False hair and black ribbon are consequently worked up in it, so that it often reaches down to the ankles. During work it is twisted round the neck, but on the owner's entering the room it is let down again, as it would be against all the laws of etiquette and politeness for a person to make his appearance with his queue twisted up. The women wear all their hair, which they comb entirely back off their forehead, and fasten it in the most artistic plaits to their head. They spend a great deal of time in the process, but when their hair is once dressed, it does not require to be touched for a whole week. Both men and women sometimes go about with no covering at all on their head. Sometimes they wear hats made of thin bamboo, and very frequently 3 feet in diameter. These keep off both sun and rain, and are exceedingly durable. On their feet they wear sewed stockings and shoes, formed of black silk, or some material like worsted. The soles, which are more than an inch thick, are made up of layers of strong pasteboard or felt pasted together. The poor people go barefooted. The houses of the lower classes are miserable hovels, built of wood or brick. The internal arrangements are very wretched. The whole furniture consists of a worthless table, a few chairs, and 2 or 3 bamboo mats, stools for the head, and old counterpanes. Yet, with this poverty, there are always sure to be some pots of flowers. The cheapest mode of living is on board a boat. The husband goes on shore to his work, and leaves the wife to make a trifle by ferrying persons over, or letting out the boat to pleasure parties. One half of the boat belongs to the family themselves, and the other half to the persons to whom they let it, and although there is not much room, the whole boat measuring scarcely 25 feet in length, the greatest order and cleanliness is everywhere apparent, as each single plank on board is thoroughly scrubbed and washed every morning. Great ingenuity is displayed in turning every inch of space on board these small craft to advantage, and the dexterity is actually pushed so far as to find room for a tiny domestic altar. During the day all the cooking and washing is done, and though at the latter process there is no want of little children, the temporary tenant of the boat does not suffer the least annoyance. Nothing offensive meets his eye, and at the most he merely hears at rare intervals the whining voice of some poor little wretch. The youngest child is generally tied on its mother's back while she steers. The elder children, too, have sometimes similar burdens, but jump and climb about without the least consideration for them. It has often grieved me to the heart to see the head of an infant scarcely born thrown from one side to the other with each movement of the child that was carrying it, or the sun darting so fiercely on the poor little creature, who was completely exposed to its rays that it could hardly open its eyes. For those who have not been witnesses of the fact, it is almost impossible to form an idea of the indigence and poverty of a Chinese boat family. The Chinese are accused of killing numbers of their newborn or weakly children. They are said to suffocate them immediately after their birth, and throw them into the river, or expose them in the streets, by far the most horrible proceeding of the two, on account of the number of swine and houseless dogs who fall upon and voraciously devour their prey. The most frequent victims are the female infants, as parents esteem themselves fortunate in possessing a large number of male children, the latter being bound to support them in their old age. The eldest son, in fact, should the father die, is obliged to take his place, and provide for his brothers and sisters, who, on their part, are bound to yield implicit obedience, and show him the greatest respect. These laws are very strictly observed, and anyone infringing them is punished with death. The Chinese consider it a great honor to be a grandfather, and every man who is fortunate enough to be one wears a moustache, as the distinctive sign of his good luck. These thin grey moustaches are the more conspicuous, as the young men not only wear none, but as a general rule grow no beard at all. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Woman's Journey Around the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 8. China. Part 2. With regard to the social manners and customs of the Chinese, I am only able to mention a few, as it is exceedingly difficult, and, in fact, almost impossible, for a foreigner to become acquainted with them. I endeavoured to see as much as I could, and mixed on every possible opportunity among the people, afterwards writing down a true account of what I had seen. On going out one morning, I met more than 15 prisoners, all with a wooden yoke, kangu, about their necks, being led through the streets. This yoke is composed of 2 large pieces of wood, fitting into one another, and having from 1 to 3 holes in them. Through these holes the head, and 1 or both hands, are stuck, in proportion to the importance of the offence. A yoke of this description varies in weight from 50 to 100 pounds, and presses so heavily upon the neck and shoulders of the poor wretch who bears it, that he is unable to convey his victuals to his mouth himself, and is compelled to wait till some compassionate soul feeds him. This punishment lasts from a few days to several months. In the latter case, the prisoner generally dies. Another description of punishment is the bastinado with the bamboo, which, when applied to the more tender parts of the body, very often, as early as the 15th blow, frees its victim forever from all his earthly sufferings. Other more severe punishments, which in no way yield the palm to those of the Holy Inquisition, consist in flaying the prisoner alive, crushing his limbs, cutting the sinews out of his feet, and so on. Their modes of carrying out the sentence of death appear to be mild in comparison, and are generally confined to strangling and decapitation, although, as I was informed, in certain extraordinary cases, the prisoner is executed by being sawed in 2, or left to die of starvation. In the first case, the unhappy victim is made fast between 2 planks, and sawed in 2 longitudinally, beginning with the head, and, in the second, he is either buried up to his head in the ground, and thus left to perish of want, or else is fastened in one of the wooden yokes I have described, while his food is gradually reduced in quantity every day, until at last it consists of only a few grains of rice. In spite of the horrible and cruel nature of these punishments, it is said that individuals are found ready, for a sum of money, to undergo them all, death even included, instead of the person condemned. In the year 1846, 4,000 people were beheaded at Canton. It is true that they were the criminals of 2 provinces, which together numbered a population of 9 million souls, but the number is still horrible to contemplate. Is it possible that there could really be so many who should be looked upon as criminals, or are persons sentenced to death for a mere nothing, or are both of these suppositions true? I once happened to go near the place of execution, and, to my horror, beheld a long row of still bleeding heads exposed upon high poles. The relations enjoy the privilege of carrying away and interring the bodies. There are several different religions in China, the most prevalent being Buddhism. It is marked by great superstition and idolatry, and is mostly confined to the lower classes. The most natural is that of the wise Confucius, which is said to be the religion of the court, the public functionaries, the scholars, and educated classes. The population of China is composed of a great many very different races. Unfortunately, I am unable to describe their several characteristics, as my stay in China was far too short. The people I saw in Canton, Hong Kong, and Macao are of middling stature. Their complexion varies with their occupation. The peasants and labourers are rather sunburnt. Rich people and ladies white. Their faces are flat, broad, and ugly. Their eyes are narrow, rather obliquely placed, and far apart. Their noses broad, and their mouth large. Their fingers, I observed, were in many cases extremely long and thin. Only the rich, of both sexes, allow their nails to grow to an extraordinary length, as a proof that they are not obliged, like their poorer brethren, to gain their livelihood by manual labour. These aristocratic nails are generally half an inch long, though I saw one man whose nails were quite an inch in length, but only on his left hand. With this hand it was quite impossible for him to raise any flat object, except by laying his hand flat upon it, and catching hold of it between his fingers. The women of the higher classes are generally inclined to corpulency, a quality which is highly esteemed, not in women alone, but in men as well. Although I had heard a great deal about the small feet of Chinese women, I was greatly astonished at their appearance. Through the kind assistance of a missionary's lady, Mrs. Bolt, I was enabled to behold one of these small feet in natura. 4 of the toes were bent under the sole of the foot, to which they were firmly pressed, and with which they appeared to be grown together. The great toe was alone left in its normal state. The fore part of the foot had been so compressed with strong, broad bandages, that instead of expanding in length and breadth, it had shot upwards, and formed a large lump at the instep, where it made part and parcel of the leg. The lower portion of the foot was scarcely 4 inches long, and an inch and a half broad. The feet are always swathed in white linen or silk, bound round with silk bandages, and stuffed into pretty little shoes, with very high heels. To my astonishment, these deformed beings tripped about, as if in defiance of us broad-footed creatures, with tolerable ease, the only difference in their gait being that they waddled like geese. They even ran up and down stairs without the aid of a stick. The only persons exempted from this Chinese method of improving their beauty are girls of the lowest class, that is, those who live in boats. In families of rank they are all subject to the same fate, while in those of the middle class, as a general rule, it is limited to the eldest daughter. The worth of a bride is reckoned by the smallness of her feet. This process of mutilation is not commenced immediately the child is born, but is deferred until the end of the 1st, or sometimes even 3rd year, nor is the foot after the operation forced into an iron shoe, as many have affirmed, but merely firmly compressed with bandages. The religion of the Chinese allows them to have a number of wives, but in this respect they are far behind the Mohammedans. The richest have rarely more than from 6 to 12, while poor persons content themselves with 1. I visited during my stay in Canton as many workshops of the different artists as I could. My first visit was to the most celebrated painters, and I must frankly own that the vividness and splendour of their colouring struck me exceedingly. These qualities are generally ascribed to the rice paper on which they paint, and which is of the greatest possible fineness, and as white as milk. The paintings upon linen and ivory differ very little, as far as the colouring is concerned, from those of our European artists, and the difference is therefore the more visible in their composition and perspective, which, with the Chinese, are yet in a state of infancy. This is more especially true of perspective. The figures and objects in the background rival in size and brilliancy those in front, while rivers or seas float in the place which should be occupied by clouds. On the other hand, the native artists can copy admirably, and even take likenesses. Footnote: when they copy a picture, they divide it, like our own artists, into squares. End of footnote. I saw some portraits so strikingly well drawn and admirably coloured, that first-rate European artists need not have been ashamed to own them. The Chinese possess marvellous skill in carving ivory, tortoise shell, and wood. Among the superior black lacquered articles, especially with flat or raised gold ornaments, I observed some, which were worthy of a place in the most valuable collections of objets of vertu. I saw some small work tables worth at least $600 (£120). The baskets and carpets made from the bamboo are also remarkably beautiful. They are, however, far behind in gold or silver work, which is generally heavy and tasteless; but then again, they have attained great celebrity by their porcelain, which is remarkable not only for its size, but for its transparency. It is true that vases and other vessels 4 feet high are neither light nor transparent, but cups and other small objects can only be compared to glass for fineness and transparency. The colours on them are very vivid, but the drawings very stiff and bad. In the manufacture of silks and crepe shawls, the Chinese are unsurpassable; the latter, especially in beauty, tastefulness, and thickness, are far preferable to those made in England or France. The knowledge of music, on the other hand, is so little developed, that our good friends of the Celestial Empire might almost, in this respect, be compared to savages; not that they have no instruments, but they do not know how to use them. They possess violins, guitars, lutes, all with strings or wires, dulcimers, wind instruments, ordinary and kettle drums, and cymbals, but are neither skilled in composition, melody, nor execution. They scratch, scrape, and thump upon their instruments in such a manner as to produce the finest marrowbone and cleaver kind of music imaginable. During my excursions up and down the Pearl Stream, I had frequent opportunities of hearing artistic performances of this description on board the mandarin and flower boats. In all kinds of deception the Chinese are great adepts, and decidedly more than a match for any Europeans. They have not the slightest sense of humour, and if you detect them, content themselves with saying, "You are more clever or cunning than I." I was told that when they have any livestock, such as calves or pigs, for sale, they compel them, as they are disposed of by weight, to swallow stones or large quantities of water. They also know how to blow out and dress stale poultry, so as to make it look quite fresh and plump. But it is not the lower classes alone that indulge in cheating and fraud. These agreeable qualities are shared by the highest functionaries. It is a well-known fact, for instance, that there are nowhere so many pirates as in the China Sea, especially in the vicinity of Canton, yet no measures are taken to punish or extirpate them, simply because the mandarins do not think it beneath their dignity to secretly share in the profits. For example, though the opium trade is forbidden, so much of this drug is smuggled in every year that it is said to exceed in value that of all the tea exported in the same period. Footnote: a pickle of raw opium is worth about $600 (£120). End of footnote. The merchants enter into a private understanding with the officers and mandarins, agreeing to give them a certain sum for every pickle, and it is no rare occurrence for a mandarin to land whole cargoes under the protection of his own flag. In like manner, there is said to be on one of the islands near Hong Kong a very extensive manufactory of false money, which is allowed to be carried on without any interruption, as it pays a tribute to the public functionaries and mandarins. A short time ago, a number of pirate vessels that had ventured too near Canton were shot into and sunk, the crews lost, and their leader taken. The owners of the vessels petitioned the government to set the prisoners free, and threatened, in case of a refusal, to make extensive disclosures. Everyone was convinced that a sum of money accompanied this threatening letter, for shortly after it was reported that the prisoner had escaped. I myself was witness of a circumstance in Canton which caused me great uneasiness, and was a pretty good proof of the helplessness or apathy of the Chinese government. On the 8th of August, Mr. Agassiz set out with a friend, intending to return the same evening. I was left at home alone with the Chinese servants. Mr. Agassiz did not return at the appointed time. At last, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I suddenly heard voices in loud conversation, and a violent knocking at the street door. I at first supposed it to be Mr. Agassiz, and felt much surprise at the late hour of his arrival, but I soon perceived that the disturbance was not in our house, but in that on the opposite side of the way. It is easy to fall into an error of this description, as the houses are situated quite close to each other, and windows are left open day and night. I heard voices exclaim, "Get up! Dress!" and then, "It is horrible! Shocking! Good heavens! Where did it happen?" I sprang quickly out of bed and huddled on my gown, thinking either that a fire had broken out in some house or other, or that the people had risen in insurrection. Footnote: I had more especial reason to fear this latter circumstance, as the people had given out that on the 12th or 13th of August, at the latest, there would be a revolution, in which all the Europeans would lose their lives. My state of mind may easily be imagined, left as I was, entirely alone with the Chinese servants. Seeing a gentleman at one of the windows, I called and inquired of him what was the matter. He told me hurriedly that intelligence had just arrived that two of his friends who were proceeding to Hong Kong, Whampoa lay on the road, had been attacked by pirates, and that one was killed and the other wounded. He then immediately retired, so that I was unable to learn the name of the unfortunate victim, and was left all night a prey to the greatest anxiety lest it should be Mr. Agassiz. Fortunately, this at least was not the case, as Mr. Agassiz returned at 5 o'clock in the morning. I then learned that this misfortune had happened to Monsieur Vaucher, a Swiss gentleman, who had passed many an evening in our house. On the very day of his departure I met him at a neighbour's, where we had all been in the highest spirits, singing songs and quartets. At 9 o'clock he went on board the boat, set off at 10, and a quarter of an hour afterwards, in the midst of thousands of champagnes and other crafts, met his tragical end. Monsieur Vaucher had intended to proceed to Hong Kong, and there embark on board a larger vessel for Shanghai. Footnote: one of the ports which were opened to the English in 1842. He took with him Swiss watches to the value of 40,000 francs (£1,600), and in speaking to a friend, congratulated himself on the cautious manner he had packed them up, without letting his servants know anything about it. This, however, could not have been the case, and, as the pirates have spies among the servants in every house, they were unfortunately but too well acquainted with the circumstance. During my stay in Canton, the house of a European was pulled down by the populace, because it stood upon a piece of ground which, though Europeans were allowed to occupy, they had not hitherto built upon. In this manner, there was hardly a day that we did not hear of acts of violence and mischief, so that we were in a continual state of apprehension, more especially as the report of the near approach of a revolution, in which all the Europeans were to perish, was everywhere bruited about. Many of the merchants had made every preparation for instant flight, and muskets, pistols, and swords were neatly arranged ready for use in most of the counting houses. Luckily, the time fixed for the revolution passed over, without the populace fulfilling its threats. The Chinese are cowardly in the highest degree. They talk very large when they are certain they have nothing to fear. For instance, they are always ready to stone or even kill a few defenceless individuals, but if they have to face any opposition, they are sure not to commence the attack. I believe that a dozen good European soldiers would put to flight more than 100 Chinese. I myself never met with a more dastardly, false, and at the same time cruel race in my life. One proof of this is, that their greatest pleasure consists in torturing animals. In spite of the unfavourable disposition of the populace, I ventured out a good deal. Herr von Carlowitz was untiring in his kindness to me, and accompanied me everywhere, exposing himself to many dangers on my account, and bearing patiently the insults of the populace, who followed at our heels, and loudly expressed their indignation at the boldness of the European woman in thus appearing in public. Through his assistance, I saw more than any woman ever yet saw in China. Our first excursion was to the celebrated temple of Honan, which is said to be one of the finest in China. This temple is surrounded by numerous outbuildings, and a large garden enclosed with a high wall. You first enter a large forecourt, at the extremity of which a colossal gateway leads into the inner courts. Under the archway of this portico are two war gods, each 18 feet high, in menacing attitudes and with horribly distorted features. They are placed there to prevent evil spirits from entering. A second similar portico, under which are the 4 celestial kings, leads into the inmost court, where the principal temple is situated. The interior of the temple is 100 feet in length and 100 feet in breadth. The flat roof, from which hang a number of glass chandeliers, lamps, artificial flowers, and silk ribbons, is supported upon several rows of wooden pillars, while the multitude of statues, altars, flower pots, censers, candelabra, candlesticks, and other ornaments, involuntarily suggest to the mind of the spectator the decoration of a Roman Catholic church. In the foreground are 3 altars, and behind these 3 statues, representing the god Buddha in 3 different aspects: the past, present, and the future. These figures, which are in a sitting posture, are of colossal dimensions. We happened to visit the temple just as service was being performed. It was a kind of mass for the dead, which a mandarin had ordered for his deceased wife. At the right and left altars were the priests, whose garments and gesticulations also resembled those of the Roman Catholics. At the middle altar was the mandarin, piously engaged in prayer, while 2 stood beside him, fanning him with large fans. Footnote: his costume was composed of a wide overgarment reaching to the knees, and furnished with flowing arms, and underneath this trousers of white silk. The upper garment was made of brocade of very vivid colours and an extraordinary pattern. On his breast he wore 2 birds as marks of his rank, and a necklace of precious stones. His shoes, composed of black silk, were turned up into points at the extremities. On his head he wore a conical velvet hat with a gilt button. He frequently kissed the ground, and every time he did so 3 wax tapers were presented to him, which he first elevated in the air, and then gave to one of the priests, who placed them before a statue of Buddha, but without lighting them. The music was performed by 3 men, one of whom twanged a stringed instrument, while the second struck a metal globe, and the third played the flute. Besides the principal temple, there are various smaller ones, and halls, all adorned with statues of gods. Especial honour is paid to the 24 gods of pity, and to Quan Fu Tze, a demigod of war. Many of the former have 4, 6, or even 8 arms. All these divinities, Buddha himself not excepted, are made of wood, gilt over and painted with glazing colours. In the Temple of Mercy we met with an adventure which was nearly attended with unpleasant consequences. A priest, or bonze, handed us some little tapers for us to light and offer to his divinity. Herr von Carlowitz and myself had already got the tapers in our hands, and were quite willing to afford him this gratification, when an American missionary who was with us tore the tapers from our grasp and indignantly returned them to the priest, saying that what we were about to do was an act of idolatry. The priest took the matter very seriously, and, instantly closing the doors, called his companions, who hurried in from all sides, and abused us in the most violent and vociferous fashion, pressing closer every instant. It was with the greatest difficulty that we succeeded in fighting our way to the door, and thus making our escape. After this little fray, our guide conducted us to the dwelling of the holy pigs. Footnote: the reader must know that these animals are looked upon as particularly sacred. A beautiful stone hall is set apart for their use, which hall these remarkable divinities fill, in spite of all the care bestowed on them, with so horrible a stench that it is impossible to approach them without holding one's nose. They are taken care of and fed until death summons them away. When we visited the place, there were only a pair of these fortunate beings, and their number rarely exceeds 3 couples. I was better pleased with the residence of a bonze, which adjoined this holy spot. It consisted of a sitting room and bedroom merely, but was very comfortably and elegantly fitted up. The walls of the sitting room were ornamented with carved woodwork, and the furniture was old-fashioned and pleasing. At the back of the apartment, which was flagged, stood a small altar. We here saw an opium eater, lying stretched out upon a mat on the floor. At his side was a cup of tea, with some fruit and a little lamp, besides several pipes, with bowls that were smaller than a thimble. On our entrance, he was just inhaling the intoxicating smoke from one of them. It is said that some of the Chinese opium smokers consume from 20 to 30 grains a day. As he was not altogether unconscious of our presence, he managed to raise himself, laid by his pipe, and dragged himself to a chair. His eyes were fixed and staring, and his face deathly pale, presenting altogether a most pitiable and wretched spectacle. Last of all we were conducted to the garden, where the bonzes at their death are burnt, a particular mark of distinction, as all other people are interred. A simple mausoleum about 30 feet square, and a few small private monuments, were all that was to be seen. None of them had any pretensions to elegance, being built of the simplest masonry. In the former of these edifices are preserved the bones of the persons who have been burnt, and among them are also buried the rich Chinese, whose heirs pay pretty handsomely to obtain such an honour for them. At a little distance stands a small tower, 8 feet in diameter and 18 in height, with a small pit, where a fire can be kindled in the floor. Over this pit is an armchair, to which the deceased bonze is fastened in full costume. Logs and dry brushwood are disposed all around, and the whole is set fire to, and the doors closed. In an hour they are again opened, the ashes strewed round the tower, and the bones preserved until the period for opening the mausoleum, which is only once every year. A striking feature in the garden is this beautiful water rose or lotus flower, Nymphea nelumbo, which was originally a native of China. The Chinese admire this flower so much that they have ponds dug in their gardens expressly for it. It is about 6 inches in diameter and generally white, very rarely pale red. The seeds resemble in size and taste those of the hazel, and the roots, when cooked, are said to taste like artichokes. There are more than 100 bonzes who reside in the temple of Honan. In their ordinary dress they differ nothing from the common Chinamen, the only means of recognizing them being by their heads, which are entirely shaved. Neither these nor any other priests can boast, as I was told, of being in the least respected by the people. Our second excursion was to the halfway pagoda, so called by the English from its lying halfway between Canton and Whampoa. We went up the Pearl stream to it. It stands upon a small eminence near a village, in the midst of immense fields of rice, and is composed of 9 stories, 170 feet high. Its circumference is not very considerable, but nearly all the same all the way up, which gives it the look of a tower. I was informed that this pagoda was formerly one of the most celebrated in China, but it has long ceased to be used. The interior was completely empty. There were neither statues nor any other ornaments, nor were there any floors to prevent the eye from seeing to the very top. On the outside, small balconies without railings surrounded each story, to which access is gained by steep and narrow flights of stairs. These projecting balconies produce a very fine effect, being built of coloured bricks, very artistically laid, and faced with variegated tiles. The bricks are placed in rows, with their points jutting obliquely outwards, so that the points project about 4 inches over one another. At a distance the work seems as if it were half pierced through, and from the beautiful colours and fineness of the tiles, a person might easily mistake the entire mass for porcelain. While we were viewing the pagoda, the whole population of the village had assembled round us, and as they behaved with tolerable quietness, we determined on paying a visit to the village itself. The houses, or rather huts, were small and built of brick, and with the exception of their flat roofs, presented nothing peculiar. The rooms did not possess a ceiling of their own, but were simply covered by the roof. The floor was formed of earth, closely pressed together, and the internal walls consisted partly of bamboo mats. What little furniture there was exceedingly dirty. About the middle of the village was a small temple, with a few lamps burning dimly before the principal divinity. What struck me most was the quantity of poultry, both in and out of the huts, and we had to take the greatest care to avoid treading on some of the young brood. The chickens are hatched, as they are in Egypt, by artificial heat. On our return from the village to the pagoda, we saw 2 sampans run in shore, and a number of swarthy, half-naked, and mostly armed men jump out, and hasten through the fields of rice directly to where we were. We set them down as pirates, and awaited the upshot with a considerable degree of uneasiness. We knew that, if we were right in our supposition, we were lost without hope, for at the distance we were from Canton, and entirely surrounded by Chinese, who would have been but too ready to lend them assistance, it would have been doubly easy for pirates to dispatch us. All idea of escape or rescue was out of the question. While these thoughts were flashing across our minds, the men kept approaching us, and at length their leader introduced him as the captain of a Siamese man of war. He informed us in broken English that he had not long arrived with the governor of Bangkok, who was proceeding for the rest of the way to Pekin by land. Our fears were gradually dispelled, and we even accepted the friendly invitation of the captain to run alongside his ship and view it on our return. He came in the boat with us, and took us on board, where he showed us everything himself. The sight, however, was not a particularly attractive one. The crew looked very rough and wild. They were all dressed in a most slovenly and dirty manner, so that it was utterly impossible to distinguish the officers from the common men. The vessel mounted 12 guns and 68 hands. The captain set before us Portuguese wine and English beer, and the evening was far advanced before we reached home. End of section 13. Section 14 of A Woman's Journey Around the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 8. China, Part 3. The longest trip that can be made from Canton is one 20 miles up the Pearl Stream, and Mr. Agassiz was kind enough to procure me this pleasure. He hired a good boat, which he furnished abundantly with eatables and drinkables, and invited a missionary, who made the trip several times, Herr von Carlowitz, and myself. The company of a missionary is as yet by far the safest escort in China. These gentlemen speak the language. They become gradually acquainted with the people, and travel about with hardly any obstacle to speak of, all around the vicinity of Canton. About a week before we had decided on going, a few young gentlemen had endeavoured to make the same excursion, but had been fired upon from one of the fortresses that lie on the banks of the river, and compelled to turn back half-way. When we approached the fortress in question, the crew of our boat refused to proceed any further, until we had almost employed violence to make them do so. We also were fired into, but fortunately not until we were more than half past the fortress. Having escaped the danger, we pursued our course without further interruption, landed at several hamlets, visited the so-called Heron Pagoda, and took a good view of everything that was to be seen. The scenery all round was charming, and displayed to our view large plains with rice, sugar, and tea plantations, picturesque clumps of trees, lovely hills, and more elevated mountain ranges rising in the distance. On the declivities of the hills we beheld a number of graves, which were marked by single upright stones. The Heron Pagoda has 3 stories, with a pointed roof, and is distinguished for its external sculpture. It has no balconies outside, but instead of this, a triple wreath of leaves round each story. In the first and second story, to which access is gained by more than usually narrow stairs, are some small altars with carved idols. We were not allowed to go into the third story, under the excuse that there was nothing to be seen there. The villages we visited resembled more or less that we had seen near the halfway pagoda. During this journey I was an eyewitness of the manner in which the missionaries dispose of their religious tracts. The missionary, who had been kind enough to accompany us, took this opportunity of distributing among the natives some seeds that should bring forth good fruit. He had 500 tracts on board our boat, and every time that another boat approached us, a circumstance that was of frequent occurrence, he stretched himself as far as possible over the side with half a dozen tracts in his hand, and made signs to the people to approach and take them. If people did not obey his summons, We rode up to them, and the missionary gratified them with his tracts in dozens, and went his way rejoicing, in anticipation of the good, which he did not doubt they would effect. Whenever we arrived at a village, however, matters reached even a higher pitch. The servant was obliged to carry whole packs of tracts, which in a moment were distributed among the crowd of curious who had quickly gathered round us. Everyone took what was offered to him, as it cost nothing, and if he could not read it, the tracts were in Chinese, he had at least got so much paper. The missionary returned home delighted. He had disposed of his 500 copies. What glorious news for the Missionary Society! And what a brilliant article for his religious paper he no doubt transmitted to Europe. 6 young Englishmen made this same expedition up the Pearl Stream 6 months later, stopping at one of the villages and mixing with the people. Unhappily, however, they all fell victims to the fanaticism of the Chinese. They were most barbarously murdered. There was now no trip of any distance left but one round the walls of the town of Canton, properly so called. Footnote: the town of Canton is 9 miles in circumference. It is the residence of a viceroy, and divided by walls into the Chinese and the Tartar town. The population of the town itself is reckoned at 400,000, while it is calculated that 60,000 persons live in the boats and sampans, and about 200,000 in the immediate vicinity. The number of Europeans settled here is about 200. This too I was shortly enabled to undertake through the kindness of our good friend the missionary, who offered to come as guide to Herr von Carlowitz and myself, under the condition, however, that I should put on male attire. No woman had ever yet ventured to make this trip, and he thought I ought not to venture in my own dress. I complied with his wish, therefore, and one fine morning early we set out. For some distance our road lay through narrow streets or alleys paved with large flags. In a small niche, somewhere in front of every house, we saw little altars, from 1 to 3 feet high, before which, as it was yet early, the night lamps were still burning. An immense quantity of oil is necessarily consumed in keeping up this religious custom. The shops now began to be opened. They resembled neat entrance halls, having no front wall. The goods were exposed for sale either in large open boxes or on tables, behind which the shopkeepers sit and work. In one corner of the shop a narrow staircase leads up into the dwelling house above. Here, as in Turkish towns, the same regulation is observed of each trade or calling having its especial street, so that in one nothing but crockery and glass, in another silks, and so on, is to be seen. In the physician's street are situated all the apothecaries' shops as well, as the two professions are united in one and the same person. The provisions, which are very tastily arranged, have also their separate streets. Between the houses are frequently small temples, not differing the least, however, in style from the surrounding buildings. The gods, too, merely occupy the ground floor, the upper stories being inhabited by simple mortals. The bustle in the streets was astonishing, especially in those set apart for the sale of provisions. Women and girls of the lower classes went about making their purchases, just as in Europe. They were all unveiled, and some of them waddled like geese, in consequence of their crippled feet, which, as I before observed, extends to all ranks. The crowd was considerably increased by the number of porters, with large baskets of provisions on their shoulders, running along and praising in a loud voice their stock and trade, or warning the people to make way for them. At other times, the whole breadth of the street would be taken up, and the busy stream of human beings completely stopped by the litter of some rich or noble personage proceeding to his place of business. But worse than all were the numerous porters we met at every step we took, carrying large baskets of unsavoury matter. It is a well-known fact that there is perhaps no nation on the face of the earth equal to the Chinese in diligence and industry, or that profits by and cultivates as they do every available inch of ground. As, however, they have not much cattle, and consequently but little manure, they endeavour to supply the want of it by other means, and hence their great care of anything that can serve as a substitute. All their small streets are built against the city walls, so that we had been going around them for some time before we were aware of the fact. Mean-looking gates or wickets, which all foreigners are strictly prohibited from passing, and which are shut in the evening, lead into the interior of the town. I was told that it has often happened for sailors or other strangers, during their walks, to penetrate through one of these entrances into the interior of the town, and not discover their mistake until the stones begin flying about their ears. After threading our way for at least 2 miles through a succession of narrow streets, we at length emerged into the open space, where we obtained a full view of the city walls, and from the summit of a small hill which was situated near them, a tolerably extensive one over the town itself. The city walls are about 60 feet high, and for the most part so overgrown with grass, creeping plants, and underwood, that they resemble a magnificent mass of living vegetation. The town resembles a chaos of small houses, with now and then a solitary tree, but we saw neither fine streets nor squares, nor any remarkable buildings, temples, or pagodas. A single pagoda, 5 stories high, reminded us of the peculiar character of Chinese architecture. Our road now lay over fertile eminences, varied with fields and meadows, in a high state of cultivation. Many of the hills are used as cemeteries, and are dotted over with small mounds of earth, walled in with stone flags or rough-hewn stones 2 feet high, frequently covered with inscriptions. Family tombs were also to be seen, dug in the hill, and enclosed with stone walls of the shape of a horseshoe. All the entrances were built up with stone. The Chinese do not, however, bury all their dead. They have a remarkable way of preserving them in small stone chambers, consisting of 2 stone walls and a roof, while the 2 other sides are left open. In these places there are never more than from 2 to 4 coffins, which are placed upon wooden benches 2 feet high. The coffins themselves consist of massive trunks of trees hollowed out. The villages through which we passed presented an animated appearance, but appeared poor and dirty. We were often obliged to hold our noses in passing through the lanes and squares, and very frequently would fain have closed our eyes as well, to avoid the disgusting sight of people covered with eruptions of the skin, tumours, and boils. In all the villages I saw poultry and swine in great numbers, but not more than 3 horses and a buffalo cow. Both the horses and the cow were of an extremely small breed. When we had nearly reached the end of our excursion, we met a funeral. A horrible kind of music gave us warning that something extraordinary was approaching, and we had hardly time to look up and step on one side before the procession came flying past us at full speed. First came the worthy musicians, followed by a few Chinese, next 2 empty litters carried by porters, and then the hollow trunk of a tree, representing the coffin, hanging to a low pole and carried in a similar manner. Last of all were some priests and a crowd of people. The chief priest wore a kind of fool's cap, with 3 points. The other persons, who consisted of men alone, had a kind of white cloth bound round their head or arm. Footnote: the Chinese adopt white for mourning. End of footnote. I was lucky enough to be enabled to visit some of the summer palaces and gardens of the nobility. The finest of all was certainly that belonging to the Mandarin Hao. The house itself was tolerably spacious, 1 story high, with very wide splendid terraces. The windows looked into the inner courts, and the roof was like those in European buildings, only much flatter. The sloping roofs, with their multitude of points and pinnacles, with their little bells and variegated tiles, are only to be found in the temple and country houses, but never in the usual residences. At the entrance there were 2 painted gods. These, according to the belief of the Chinese, keep off evil spirits. The front part of the house consisted of several reception rooms, without front walls, and, immediately adjoining them, on the ground floor, elegant parterres, and on the first floor, magnificent terraces, which were also decorated with flowers, and afforded a most splendid view over the animated scene on the river, the enchanting scenery around, and the mass of houses in the villages situated about the walls of Canton. Neat little cabinets surrounded these rooms, from which they were only separated by walls that in many cases were adorned with the most artistic paintings, and through which the eye could easily penetrate. The most remarkable of these walls were those composed of bamboos, which were as delicate as a veil, and plentifully ornamented with painted flowers or beautifully written proverbs. A numberless quantity of chairs and a great many sofas were ranged along the walls, from which I inferred that the Chinese are as much accustomed to large assemblages as ourselves. I observed some armchairs most skilfully cut out of a single piece of wood, others with seats of beautiful marble slabs, and others again of fine coloured tiles or porcelain. Among various objects of European furniture, we saw some handsome mirrors, clocks, vases, and tables of Florentine mosaic or variegated marble. There was also a most extraordinary collection of lamps and lanterns hanging from the ceilings, and consisting of glass, transparent horn, and coloured gauze or paper, ornamented with glass beads, fringe, and tassels. Nor was there any scarcity of lamps on the walls, so that when the apartments are entirely lighted up, they must present a fairy-like appearance. As we had been fortunate enough to reach this house without being stoned, we were emboldened to visit the Mandarin Hao Kua's large pleasure garden, situated on a branch of the Pearl stream, about 3/4 of a mile from the house. We had, however, hardly entered the branch of the river before the crew wanted to turn back, having observed a mandarin's junk, with all its flags hoisted, a signal that the owner himself was on board. They were unwilling to venture on conveying us Europeans past the vessel, for fear they should be punished, or stoned to death, along with ourselves by the people. We obliged them to proceed, passed close by the junk, and then landed, and continued our excursion on foot. A large crowd of people soon collected in our rear, and began pushing the children up against us, in order to excite our rage. But arming ourselves with patience, we moved quietly on and reached, without any accident, the garden gates, which we instantly closed behind us. The garden was in a perfect state of cultivation, but without the least pretension to taste in its arrangement. On every side were summer houses, kiosks, and bridges, and all the paths and open spots were lined with large and small flower pots, in which were flowers and dwarfed fruit trees of every description. The Chinese are certainly adepts in the art of diminishing the size of, or rather crippling, their trees, many of which very often scarcely attain a height of 3 feet. These dwarf trees are very prevalent in their gardens, and preferred to the most magnificent and shady trees of a natural size. These Lilliputian alleys can hardly be considered in good taste, but it is most remarkable with what a large quantity of beautiful fruit the tiny branches are laden. Besides these toys, we observed figures of all descriptions, representing ships, birds, fish, pagodas, etc., cut out of foliage. In the heads of the animals were stuck eggs, with a black star painted on them to represent the eyes. There was also no scarcity of rocks, both single and in groups, ornamented with flower pots, as well as little figures of men and animals, which can be removed at pleasure, so as to form new combinations, a kind of amusement of which the Chinese ladies are said to be very fond. Another sort of entertainment, no less popular as well among the ladies as the gentlemen, consists in kite flying, and they will sit for hours looking at their paper monsters in the air. There is a large open spot set apart for this purpose in the garden of every Chinese nobleman. We noticed an abundance of running water in ponds, but we did not observe any fountains. As everything had passed off so well, Herr von Carlowitz proposed that we should go and see the garden of the Mandarin Puntiqua, which I was very anxious to do so, as the Mandarin had ordered a steamboat to be built there by the Chinese, who had resided 13 years in North America, where he had studied. The vessel was so far advanced that it was to be launched in a few weeks. The artist showed us his work with great satisfaction, and was evidently very much pleased at the praise we bestowed upon him for it. He attached great importance to his knowledge of the English language, for when Herr von Carlowitz addressed him in Chinese, he answered in English, and requested us to continue the conversation in that idiom. The machinery struck us as not being constructed with the usual degree of neatness for which the Chinese are famous, and also appeared far too large for the small vessel for which it was intended. Neither I nor my companion would have had the courage to have gone in her on her experimental trip. The Mandarin who had the vessel built had gone to Pekin to obtain a button as his reward for being the first person to launch a steamer in the Chinese Empire. The builder himself will, in all probability, be obliged to rest contented with the consciousness of his talent. From the shipyard we proceeded to the garden, which was very large but greatly neglected. There were neither alleys nor fruit trees, rocks nor figures, but to make up for these, an insufferable quantity of summer houses, bridges, galleries, little temples, and pagodas. The dwelling house consisted of a very large hall and a number of small chambers. The walls were ornamented both inside and out with carved wood, and the roof abundantly decorated with points and pinnacles. In the large halls, plays and other entertainments are sometimes enacted for the amusement of the ladies, who are universally confined to their houses and gardens, which can only be visited by strangers in their absence. Footnote: Noble Chinese ladies pass a much more secluded life than Eastern women. They are allowed to visit one another very seldom, and that only in well-closed litters. They have neither public baths nor gardens in which they can meet. End of footnote. A number of peacocks, silver pheasants, mandarin ducks, and deer are preserved in their gardens. In one corner was a small gloomy bamboo plantation, in which were some family graves, and not far off a small earthen mound had been raised, with a wooden table, on which was a long poetical inscription in honour of the favourite snake of the mandarin, which was buried there. After duly inspecting everything, we set off on our road home, and reached there in safety. I was not so fortunate a few days later on visiting a tea factory. The proprietor conducted me himself over the workshops, which consisted of large halls, in which 600 people, including a great many old women and children, were at work. My entrance occasioned a perfect revolt. Old and young rose from work, the elder portion lifting up the younger members of the community in their arms and pointing at me with their fingers. The whole mass then pressed close upon me, and raised so horrible a cry that I began to be alarmed. The proprietor and his overseer had a difficult task to keep off the crowd, and begged me to content myself with a hasty glance at the different objects, and then to quit the building as soon as possible. As a consequence of this, I could only manage to observe that the leaves of the plant are thrown for a few seconds into boiling water, and then placed in flat iron pans, fixed slantingly in stonework, where they are slightly roasted by a gentle heat, during which process they are continually stirred by hand. As soon as they begin to curl a little, they are thrown upon large planks, and each single leaf is rolled together. This is effected with such rapidity that it requires a person's undivided attention to perceive that no more than one leaf is rolled up at one time. After this, all the leaves are placed once more in the pan. Black tea takes some time to roast, and the green is frequently coloured with Prussian blue, an exceedingly small quantity of which is added during the second roasting. Last of all, the tea is once more shaken out upon the large boards, in order that it may be carefully inspected, and the leaves that are not entirely closed are rolled over again. Before I left, the proprietor conducted me into his house, and treated me to a cup of tea prepared after the fashion in which it is usually drunk by rich and noble Chinese. A small quantity was placed in a china cup, boiling water poured upon it, and the cup then closed with a tightly fitting cover. In a few seconds the tea is then drank, and the leaves left at the bottom. The Chinese take neither sugar, rum, nor milk with their tea. They say that anything added to it, and even the stirring of it, causes it to lose its aroma. In my cup, however, a little sugar was put. The tea plant, which I saw in the plantations round about Canton, was at most 6 feet high. It is not allowed to grow any higher, and is consequently cut at intervals. Its leaves are used from the 3rd to the 8th year, and the plant is then cut down, in order that it may send forth new shoots, or else it is rooted out. There are 3 gatherings in the year, the 1st in March, the 2nd in April, and the 3rd, which lasts for 3 months, in May. The leaves of the first gathering are so delicate and fine that they might easily be taken for the blossom, which has no doubt given rise to the error that the so-called blossom or imperial tea is supposed not to consist of the leaves, but of the blossom itself. Footnote: the leaves of this gathering are plucked with the greatest care by children and young people, who are provided with gloves and are bound to pick every leaf separately. End of footnote. This gathering is so hurtful to the plant that it often perishes. I was informed that the tea which comes from the neighbourhood of Canton is the worst, and that from the provinces somewhat more to the north, the best. The tea manufacturers of Canton are said to possess the art of giving tea that has been frequently used, or spoiled by rain, the appearance of good tea. They dry and roast the leaves, colour them yellow with powdered curcumini, or light green with Prussian blue, and then roll them tightly up. The price of tea sent to Europe varies from $15 to $60, 3 to 12 pounds, a picul of 134 pounds, English weight. The kind at $60 does not find a very ready market. The greater part of it is exported to England. The bloom is not met with in trade. I must mention a sight which I accidentally saw one evening upon the Pearl Stream. It was, as I afterwards heard, a Thanksgiving festival in honour of the gods, by the owners of 2 junks that had made a somewhat long sea voyage without being pillaged by pirates or overtaken by the dangerous typhoon. 2 of the largest flower boats, splendidly illuminated, were floating gently down the stream. 3 rows of lamps were hung round the upper part of the vessels, forming perfect galleries of fire. All the cabins were full of chandeliers and lamps, and on the forecastle large fires were burning, out of which rockets darted at intervals with a loud report, although they only attained the elevation of a few feet. On the foremost vessel there was a large mast erected, and hung with myriads of coloured paper lamps up to its very top, forming a beautiful pyramid. 2 boats, abundantly furnished with torches and provided with boisterous music, preceded these 2 fiery masses. Slowly did they float through the darkness of the night, appearing like the work of fairy hands. Sometimes they stopped, when high flames, fed with holy perfumed paper, flickered upwards to the sky. Perfumed paper, which must be bought from the priests, is burnt at every opportunity, and very frequently beforehand, after every prayer. From the trade in this paper the greater proportion of the priest's income is derived. On several occasions, accompanied by Herr von Carlowitz, I took short walks in the streets near the factory. I found the greater pleasure in examining the beautiful articles of Chinese manufacture, which I could here do at my leisure, as the shops were not so open as those I saw during my excursion round the walls of Canton, but had doors and windows like our own, so that I could walk in and be protected from the pressure of the crowd. The streets also in this quarter were somewhat broader, well paved, and protected with mats or planks to keep off the burning heat of the sun. In the neighbourhood of the factory, namely in Fushan, where most of the manufactories are situated, a great many places may be reached by water, as the streets, like those in Venice, are intersected by canals. This quarter of Canton, however, is not the handsomest, because all the warehouses are erected on the sides of the canals, where the different workmen have also taken up their residence in miserable huts, that, built half upon the ground and half upon worm-eaten piles, stretch far out over the water. I had now been altogether from July 13th to August 20th, 5 weeks, in Canton. The season was the hottest in the whole year, and the heat was really insupportable. In the house the glass rose as high as 94.5 degrees, and out of doors in the shade as high as 99 degrees. To render this state of things bearable, the inhabitants use, beside the punkas in the rooms, wicker work made of bamboo. This wicker work is placed before the windows and doors, or over those portions of the roofs under which the workshops are situated. Even whole walls are formed of it, standing about 8 or 10 feet from the real ones, and provided with entrances, window openings, and roofs. The houses are most effectually disguised by it. On my return to Hong Kong, I again set out on board a junk, but not so fearlessly as the first time. The unhappy end of Monsieur Vaucher was still fresh in my memory. I took the precaution of packing up the few clothes and linen I had in the presence of the servants, that they might be convinced that any trouble the pirates might give themselves on my account would be thrown away. On the evening of the 20th of August, I bade Canton, and all my friends there, farewell, and at 9 o'clock I was once again floating down the Si Kiang, or Pearl Stream, famous for the deeds of horror perpetrated on it. End of Section 14.
Section 15 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ziff. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 9. The East Indies, Singapore. Part 1. Arrival in Hong Kong, the English steamer, Singapore plantations, a hunting party in the jungle, a Chinese funeral, the Feast of Lanterns, temperature and climate. The passage from Canton to Hong Kong was accomplished without any circumstance worthy of notice, save the time it took, in consequence of the prevalence of contrary winds the whole way. We were, it is true, woke up the first night by the report of guns, but I expect they were not fired at us, as we were not molested. My travelling companions, the Chinese, also behaved themselves on this occasion with the greatest politeness and decorum, and had I been enabled to look into the future, I would willingly have given up the English steamer and pursued my journey as far as Singapore on board a junk. But as this was impossible, I availed myself of the English steamer Pekin of 450 horsepower, Captain Franson commander, which leaves for Calcutta every month. As the fares are most exorbitant, I was advised to take a third-class ticket and hire a cabin from one of the engineers or petty officers. I was greatly pleased with the notion, and hastened to carry it out. Footnote: $173 the chief cabin, £117 the second, £34 12 shillings, and £23 8 shillings. End of footnote. My astonishment, however, may be imagined when, on paying my fare, I was told that the third-class passengers were not respectable, that they were obliged to sleep upon deck, and that the moon was exceedingly dangerous, etc. It was in vain that I replied I was the best judge of my own actions. I was obliged, unless I chose to remain behind, to pay for one of the second places. This suddenly gave me a very curious idea of English liberty. On the 25th of August, at 1:00 p.m., I went on board. On reaching the vessel, I found no servant in the second places, and was obliged to ask the sailor to take my luggage into the cabin. This latter was certainly anything but comfortable. The furniture was of the most common description, the table was covered with stains and dirt, and the whole place was one scene of confusion. I inquired for the sleeping cabin, and found there was but one for both sexes. I was told to apply to one of the officials, who would, no doubt, allow me to sleep somewhere else. I did so, and obtained a neat little cabin in consequence, and the steward was kind enough to propose that I should take my meals with his wife. I did not, however, choose to accept the offer. I paid dearly enough, heaven knows, and did not choose to accept everything as a favour. Besides, this was the first English steamer I had ever been on board, and I was curious to learn how second-class passengers were treated. The company at our table consisted not only of the passengers, of whom there were 3 besides myself, but of the cooks and waiters of the first-class places, as well as of the butcher, or, in a word, of every one of the attendants who chose to take pot-luck with us. As for any etiquette in the article of costume, that was entirely out of the question. Sometimes one of the company would appear without either coat or jacket. The butcher was generally oblivious of his shoes and stockings, and it was really necessary to be endowed with a ravenous appetite to be enabled to eat anything with such a set. The bill of fare was certainly adapted to the crew in their costume, but decidedly not to the passengers, who had to pay $13, £2 12 shillings, a day each for provisions. The tablecloth was full of stains, and, in lieu of a napkin, each guest was at liberty to use his handkerchief. The knives and forks had white and black horn handles with notched blades and broken prongs. On the first day we had no spoons at all. On the second we had one between us, and this one was placed on the table in solitary grandeur during the entire voyage. There were only 2 glasses, and those of the most ordinary description, which circulated from mouth to mouth. As I was a female, instead of my turn of the glasses, I had, as a peculiar mark of distinction, an old tea-cup with the handle knocked off. The head cook, who did the honours, pleaded in excuse for all this discomfort, that they happened this voyage to be short of servants. This struck me as really a little too naive, for when I paid my money, I paid for what I ought to have then, and not for what I might have another time. As I said before, the provisions were execrable. The remnants of the first cabin were sent to us poor wretches. 2 or 3 different things would very often be side by side in the most friendly and brotherly manner upon one dish, even although their character was widely different. That was looked upon as a matter of no import. It was also the case as to whether the things came to table hot or cold. On one occasion, during tea, the head cook was in unusually good humor, and remarked, "I spare no possible pains to provide for you. I hope you want for nothing." 2 of the passengers, Englishmen, replied, "No, that's true." The third, who was a Portuguese, did not understand the importance of the assertion. As a native of Germany, not possessing the patriotic feeling of an English subject in the matter, I should have replied very differently had I not been a woman, and if, by so replying, I could have effected a change for the better. The only light we had was from a piece of tallow candle that often went out by 8 o'clock. We were then under the necessity of sitting in the dark or going to bed. In the morning the cabin served as a barber's shop, and in the afternoon as a dormitory, where the cooks and servants, who were half dead with sleep, used to come and slumber on the benches. In order to render us still more comfortable, one of the officers pitched upon our cabin as quarters for 2 young puppies, who did nothing but keep up one continued howl. He would not have dared to put them in the sailor's cabin, because the latter would have kicked them out without further ceremony. My description will, in all probability, be considered exaggerated, especially as there is an old opinion that the English are, above all other people, justly celebrated for their comfort and cleanliness. I can, however, assure my readers that I have spoken nothing but the truth, and I will even add that, although I have made many voyages on board steamships, and always paid second fare, never did I pay so high a price for such wretched and detestable treatment. In all my life I was never so cheated. The only circumstance on board the ship to which I can refer with pleasure was the conduct of the officers, who were, without exception, obliging and polite. I was very much struck with the remarkable degree of patience exhibited by my fellow passengers. I should like to know what an Englishman, who has always got the words comfort and comfortable at the top of his tongue, would say if he were treated in this manner on board a steamer belonging to any other nation. For the first few days of our voyage we saw no land, and it was not until the 28th of August that we caught sight of the rocky coast of Cochin China. During the whole of the 29th we steered close along the coast, but could see no signs of either human beings or habitations, the only objects visible being richly wooded mountain ranges. In the evening, however, we beheld several fires, which might have been mistaken for the signals from lighthouses, and proved that the country was not quite uninhabited. During the following day we only saw a large solitary rock, called the Shoe. It struck me as being exactly like the head of a shepherd's dog. On the 2nd of September we neared Malacca. Skirting the coast are tolerably high, well-wooded mountain ranges, infested, according to all accounts, by numerous tigers that render all travelling very dangerous. On the 3rd of September we ran into the port of Singapore, but it was so late in the evening that we could not disembark. On the following morning I paid a visit to the firm of Behu and Mayer, to whom I had letters of introduction. Madame Behu was the first German lady I had met since my departure from Hamburg. I cannot say how delighted I was at forming her acquaintance. I was once more able to give free vent to my feelings in my own native tongue. Madame Behu would not hear of my lodging in an hotel. I was immediately installed as a member of her own amiable family. My original plan was to have remained but a short period in Singapore, and then proceed in a sailing vessel to Calcutta, as I had a perfect horror of English steamers, and as I had been told that opportunities continually presented themselves. I waited, however, week after week in vain, until, in spite of my unwillingness, I was obliged to embark in a comfortable English steamer at last. Footnote: these steamers carry the mails, and make the voyage from Canton to Calcutta once a month, touching at Singapore on their way. End of footnote. The Europeans lead pretty much the same kind of life at Singapore that they do at Canton, with this difference, however, that the merchants reside with their families in the country, and come to town every morning for business. Each family is obliged to keep a large staff of servants, and the lady of the house meddles very little in domestic matters, as these are generally altogether entrusted to the major domo. The servants are Chinese, with the exception of the seis, coachmen or grooms, who are Bengalese. Every spring whole shiploads of Chinese boys from 10 to 15 years old come over here. They are generally so poor that they cannot pay their passage. When this is the case, the captain brings them over on his own account, and is paid beforehand, by the person engaging them, their wages for the first year. These young people live very economically, and when they have a little money, return generally to their native country, though many hire themselves as journeymen, and stop altogether. The island of Singapore has a population of 55,000 souls, 40,000 of whom are Chinese, 10,000 Malays or natives, and 150 Europeans. The number of women is said to be very small, in consequence of the immigrants from China and India, consisting only of men and boys. The town of Singapore and its environs contain upwards of 20,000 inhabitants. The streets struck me as being broad and airy, but the houses are not handsome. They are only 1 story high, and from the fact of the roofs being placed directly above the windows, appear as if they were crushed. On account of the continual heat, there is no glass in any of the windows, but its place is supplied by sun-blinds. Every article of merchandise has here, as at Canton, if not its own peculiar street, at least its own side of the street. The building in which meat and vegetables are sold is a fine handsome edifice resembling a temple. As a natural result of the number of persons of different nations congregated upon this island, there are various temples, none of which are worthy of notice, however, with the exception of that belonging to the Chinese. It is formed like an ordinary house, but the roof is ornamented in the usual Chinese fashion to rather too great an extent. It is loaded with points and pinnacles, with circles and curves without end, all of which are formed of colored tiles or porcelain, and decorated with an infinity of arabesques, flowers, dragons, and other monsters. Over the principal entrance are small stone bas-reliefs, and both the exterior and interior of the building can boast of a profusion of carved woodwork richly gilt. Some fruits and biscuits of various descriptions, with a very small quantity of boiled rice, were placed upon the altar of the Goddess of Mercy. These are renewed every evening, and whatever the goddess may leave is the perquisite of the bonzes. On the same altar lay pretty little wooden counters, cut in an oval shape, which the Chinese toss up in the air. It is held to be a sign of ill luck if they fall upon the reverse side, but if they fall upon the other, this is believed to betoken good fortune. The worthy people are in the habit of tossing them up until they fall as desired. Another manner of learning the decrees of fate consists in placing a number of thin wooden sticks in a basin, and then shaking them until one falls out. Each of these sticks is inscribed with a certain number, corresponding with a sentence in a book of proverbs. This temple was more frequented by the people than those in Canton. The counters and sticks seemed to exercise great influence over the congregation, for it was only round them that they gathered. There is nothing further to be seen in the town, but the environs, or rather the whole island, offers the most enchanting sight. The view cannot certainly be called magnificent or grand, since one great feature necessary to give it this character, namely mountains, is entirely wanting. The highest hill, on which the governor's house and the telegraph are situated, is scarcely more than 200 feet high, but the luxuriant verdancy, the neat houses of the Europeans in the midst of beautiful gardens, the plantations of the most precious spices, the elegant areca and feathered palms, with their slim stems shooting up to the height of 100 feet, and spreading out into the thick feather-like tuft of fresh green, by which they are distinguished from every other kind of palms, and lastly, the jungle in the background, compose a most beautiful landscape, and which appears doubly lovely to a person like myself, just escaped from that prison Canton, or from the dreary scenery about the town of Victoria. The whole island is intersected with excellent roads, of which those skirting the seashore are the most frequented, and where handsome carriages and horses from New Holland, and even from England, are to be seen. Footnote: horses cannot be bred here; they have all to be imported. End of footnote. Besides the European carriages, there are also certain vehicles of home manufacture called palanquins, which are altogether closed and surrounded on all sides with jalousies. Generally there is but one horse, at the side of which both the coachman and footman ran on foot. I could not help expressing my indignation at the barbarity of this custom, when I was informed that the residents had wanted to abolish it, but that the servants had protested against it, and begged to be allowed to run beside the carriage rather than sit or stand upon it. They cling to the horse or vehicle, and are thus dragged along with it. Hardly a day passed that we did not drive out. Twice a week a very fine military band used to play on the esplanade close to the sea, and the whole world of fashionables would either walk or drive to the place to hear the music. The carriages were ranged several rows deep, and surrounded by young beaux on foot and horseback. Any one might have been excused for imagining himself in an European city. As for myself, it gave me more pleasure to visit a plantation, or some other place of the kind, than to stop and look on what I had so often witnessed in Europe. The East India Company, to which the island belongs, have a governor and English troops here. I frequently used to visit the plantations of nutmegs and cloves, and refresh myself with their balsamic fragrance. The nutmeg tree is about the size of a fine apricot bush, and is covered from top to bottom with thick foliage. The branches grow very low down the stem, and the leaves shine as if they were varnished. The fruit is exactly similar to an apricot covered with yellowish-brown spots. When ripe it bursts, exposing to view a round kernel about the size of a nut, enclosed in a kind of network of a fine deep red. This network is known as mace. It is carefully separated from the nutmeg itself and dried in the shade. While undergoing this process, it is frequently sprinkled with sea water to prevent its original tint turning black instead of yellow. In addition to this network, the nutmeg is covered with a thin, soft rind. The nutmeg itself is also dried, then smoke-dried a little, and afterwards, to prevent its turning mouldy, dipped several times in sea water containing a weak solution of lime. The clove tree is somewhat smaller, and cannot boast of such luxuriant foliage, or such fine large leaves as the nutmeg tree. The cloves are the buds of the tree gathered before they have had time to blossom. They are first smoked, and then laid for a short time in the sun. Another kind of spice is the areca nut, which hangs under the crown of the palm of the same name, in groups containing from 10 to 20 nuts each. It is somewhat larger than a nutmeg, and its outer shell is of so bright a color that it resembles the gilt nuts which are hung upon the Christmas trees in Germany. The kernel is almost the same color as the nutmeg, but it has no network. It is dried in the shade. The Chinese and natives of the place chew this nut with betel leaf and calcined mussel shells. They strew the leaf with a small quantity of the mussel powder, to which they add a very small piece of the nut, and make the whole into a little packet which they put into their mouth. When they chew tobacco at the same time, the saliva becomes as red as blood, and their mouths, when open, look like little furnaces, especially if, as is frequently the case with the Chinese, the person has his teeth dyed and filed. The first time I saw a case of the kind, I was very frightened. I thought the poor fellow had sustained some serious injury, and that his mouth was full of blood. I also visited a sago manufactory. The unprepared sago is imported from the neighboring island of Borneo, and consists of the pith of a short, thick kind of palm. The tree is cut down when it is 7 years old, split up from top to bottom, and the pith, of which there is always a large quantity, extracted. It is then freed from the fibers, pressed in large frames, and dried at the fire or in the sun. At this period it has still a yellowish tinge. The following is the manner in which it is grained. The meal or pith is steeped in water for several days, until it is completely blanched. It is then once more dried by the fire or in the sun, and passed under a large wooden roller and through a hair sieve. When it has become white and fine, it is placed in a kind of linen winnowing fan, which is kept damp in a peculiar manner. The workman takes a mouthful of water and spurts it out like fine rain over the fan, in which the meal is alternately shaken and moistened in the manner just mentioned, until it assumes the shape of small globules, which are constantly stirred round in large flat pans until they are dried, when they are passed through a second sieve, not quite so fine as the first, and the larger globules separated from the rest. The building in which the process takes place is a large shed without walls, its roof being supported upon the trunks of trees. I was indebted to the kindness of the Messrs. Behu and Mayer for a very interesting excursion into the jungle. The gentlemen, 4 in number, all well provided with fowling pieces, having determined to start a tiger, besides which they were obliged to be prepared for bears, wild boars, and large serpents. We drove as far as the river Gallen, where we found 2 boats in readiness for us, but before entering them paid a visit to a sugar refining establishment situated upon the banks of the river. The sugar cane was piled up in stacks before the building, but there had only been sufficient for a day's consumption, as all that remained would have turned sour from the excessive heat. The cane is first passed under metal cylinders, which press out all the juice. This runs into large cauldrons, in which it is boiled and then allowed to cool. It is afterwards placed in earthen jars, where it becomes completely dry. The buildings resembled those I have described when speaking of the preparation of sago. After we had witnessed the process of sugar baking, we entered the boats and proceeded up the stream. We were soon in the midst of the virgin forests, and experienced at every stroke of the oars greater difficulty in forcing our passage, on account of the numerous trunks of trees both in and over the stream. We were frequently obliged to land and lift the boats over these trees, or else lie flat down and thus pass under them as so many bridges. All kinds of brushwood, full of thorns and brambles, hung down over our heads, and even some gigantic leaves proved a serious obstacle to us. These leaves belong to a sort of palm called the mungkwang. Near the stem they are 5 inches broad, but their length is about 12 feet, and as the stream is scarcely more than 9 feet wide, they reached right across it. The natural beauty of the scene was so great, however, that these occasional obstructions, so far from diminishing, actually heightened the charm of the whole. The forest was full of the most luxuriant underwood, creepers, palms, and fern plants. The latter, in many instances 16 feet high, proved a no less effectual screen against the burning rays of the sun than did the palms and other trees. End of section 15. Section 16 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ziff. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 9. The East Indies, Singapore. Part 2. My previous satisfaction was greatly augmented on seeing several apes skipping about on the highest branches of the trees, while others were heard chattering in our immediate vicinity. This was the first time I had seen these animals in a state of perfect freedom, and I secretly felt very much delighted that the gentleman with me did not succeed in shooting any of the mischievous little creatures. They brought down, however, a few splendid lories, a sort of small parrot of the most beautiful plumage, and some squirrels. But our attention was soon attracted by a much more serious object. We remarked in the branches of one of the trees a dark body, which, on nearer inspection, we found to be that of a large serpent, lying coiled up, and waiting probably to dart upon its prey. We ventured pretty near, but it remained quite motionless without turning its eyes from us, and little thinking how near its death was. One of the gentlemen fired and hit it in the side. As quick as lightning and with the greatest fury it darted from the tree, but remained fast, with its tail entangled in a bough. It kept making springs at us, with its forked tongue exposed to view, but all in vain, as we kept at a respectable distance. A few more shots put an end to its existence, and we then pulled up under the bough on which it was hanging. One of the boatmen, a Malay, made a small noose of strong tough grass, which he threw round the head of the serpent, and thus dragged it into the boat. He also told us that we should be sure to find a second not far off, as serpents of this kind always go in pairs, and true enough the gentleman in the other boat had already shot the second, which was also coiled up on the branch of a large tree. These serpents were of a dark green color, with beautiful yellow streaks, and about 12 feet in length. I was told that they belonged to the boa species. After having proceeded 8 English miles in 4 hours, we left the boats, and following a narrow footpath, soon reached a number of plots of ground, cleared from trees, and planted with pepper and gambir. The pepper tree is a tall, bush-like plant that, when trained and supported with props, will attain a height varying from 15 to 18 feet. The pepper grows in small, grape-like bunches, which are first red, then green, and lastly nearly black. The plant begins to bear in the 2nd year. White pepper is not a natural production, but is obtained by dipping the black pepper several times in sea water. This causes it to lose its color and become a dirty white. The price of a pickle of white pepper is $6, 24 shillings, whereas that of a pickle of black is only $3, 12 shillings. The greatest height attained by the gambir plant is 8 feet. The leaves alone are used in trade. They are first stripped off the stalk, and then boiled down in large coppers. The thick juice is placed in wide wooden vessels and dried in the sun. It is then cut into slips 3 inches long and packed up. Gambir is an article that is very useful in dyeing, and hence is frequently exported to Europe. Pepper plantations are always to be found near a plantation of the gambir plant, as the former are always manured with the boiled leaves of the latter. Although all the work on the plantations, as well as every other description of labor at Singapore, is performed by free laborers, I was told that it costs less than if it were done by slaves. The wages here are very trifling indeed. A common laborer receives $3 a month, without either board or lodging, and yet with this he is enabled not only to subsist himself, but to maintain a family. Their huts, which are composed of foliage, they build themselves. Their food consists of small fish, roots, and a few vegetables, nor is their apparel more expensive, for, beyond the immediate vicinity of the town, and where all the plantations are situated, the children go about entirely naked, while the men wear nothing more than a small apron about a hand's breadth wide, and fastened between the legs. The women are the only persons dressed with anything like propriety. The plantations that we now saw, and which we reached about 10 o'clock, were cultivated by Chinese. In addition to their huts of leaves, they had erected a small temple where they invited us to alight. We immediately spread out upon the altar some refreshments which Madame Behu, like a good housewife, had given us, but instead of imitating the Chinese and sacrificing them to the gods, we were wicked enough to devour them ravenously ourselves. When we had satisfied our hunger, we skinned the serpent and then made a present of it to the Chinese, but they gave us to understand that they would not touch it, at which I was greatly surprised, since they will generally eat anything. I was afterwards convinced that this was all pretence, for, on returning some hours later from our hunting excursion and going into one of their huts, we found them all seated round a large dish in which were pieces of roast meat, of the peculiar round shape of the serpent. They wanted to hide the dish in a great hurry, but I entered very quickly and gave them some money to be allowed to taste it. I found the flesh particularly tender and delicate, even more tender than that of a chicken. But I have quite forgotten to describe our hunting excursion. We asked the laborers if they could not put us on the track of a tiger. They described to us a part of the wood where one was reported to have taken up his abode a few days previously, and we immediately set off. We had great difficulty in forcing our way through the forest, having, at every instant, to clamber over prostrate trees, creep through brambles, or cross over swamps, but we had, at all events, the satisfaction of progressing, which we certainly should not have had in the forests of Brazil, where such an undertaking would have been impracticable. It is true that there were creepers and orchids, but not in such numbers as in Brazil, and the trees, too, stand far wider apart. We saw some splendid specimens towering to a height of above 100 feet. The objects which interested us most were the ebony and kolim trees. The timber of the first is of 2 kinds, a layer of brownish yellow surrounding the inner stem, which composes that portion especially known as ebony. The kolim tree diffuses an excessively strong odor similar to that of onions, indicating its site at some distance off. The fruit tastes extremely like onions, and is very often used by the common people, but its odor and taste are too strong for Europeans. I merely just touched a piece of fresh rind, and my hands smelt of it the next morning. We beat about the forest for some hours without meeting the game of which we were in search. We once thought that we had found the lair, but we soon found that we were mistaken. One of the gentlemen, too, affirmed that he heard the growl of a bear. It must, however, have been a very gentle growl, as no one else heard it, although we were all close together. We returned home without any further addition to our stock of game, but highly delighted with our agreeable trip. Although Singapore is a small island, and all means have been used and rewards offered for the extirpation of the tigers, they have failed. Government gives a premium of $100, and the Society of Singapore Merchants a similar sum for every tiger killed. Besides this, the valuable skin belongs to the fortunate hunter, and even the flesh is worth something, as it is eagerly bought by the Chinese for eating. The tigers, however, swim over from the neighbouring peninsula of Malacca, which is only separated from Singapore by a very narrow channel, and hence it will be impossible to eradicate them entirely. The varieties of fruit found at Singapore are very numerous and beautiful. Among the best may be reckoned the mangosteen, which is said to grow only here and in Java. It is as big as a middling-sized apple. The rind is of deep brown on the outside and scarlet inside, and the fruit itself is white and divided naturally into 4 or 5 sections. It almost melts in the mouth, and has an exquisite flavour. The pineapples are much more juicy, sweeter, and considerably larger than those at Canton. I saw some which must have weighed about 4 pounds. Whole fields are planted with them, and when they arrive at full maturity, 300 or 400 may be bought for $1. They are often eaten with salt. There is also another kind of fruit, soursop, which also often weighs several pounds, and is green outside and white or pale yellow inside. It very much resembles strawberries in taste, and like them, is eaten with wine and sugar. The gumala is divided into several distinct slices, and resembles a pale yellow orange, but is not so sweet and juicy. Many people, however, prefer it. It is at least 5 times as large as an orange. In my opinion, however, the palm of excellence is borne away by the custard apple, which is covered with small green scales. Footnote: the mangosteen is unanimously pronounced the finest fruit in the world. End of footnote. The inside, which is full of black pips, is very white, as soft as butter, and of the most exquisite flavour. It is eaten with the help of small spoons. A few days before my departure from Singapore, I had an opportunity of witnessing the burial of a Chinese in easy circumstances. The procession passed our house, and in spite of a temperature of 113 degrees Fahrenheit, I went with it to the grave, which was 3 or 4 miles distant, and was too much interested in the ceremony to leave until it was concluded, although it lasted nearly 2 hours. At the head of the procession was a priest, and at his side a Chinese with a lantern 2 feet high, covered with white cambric. Then came 2 musicians, one of whom beat a small drum at intervals, and the other played the cymbals. These persons were followed by the coffin, with a servant holding a large open parasol over that part of it on which the head of the deceased lay. Alongside walked the eldest son of the nearest male relative, carrying a small white flag, and with his hair hanging in disorder over his shoulders. The relations were all dressed in the deepest mourning, that is to say, entirely in white. The men had even got white caps on, and the women were so enveloped in white cloths that it was impossible to see so much as their faces. The friends and attendants who followed the coffin, in small groups without order or regularity, had all got a white strip of cambric bound round their head, their waist, or their arm. As soon as it was remarked that I had joined the procession, a man who had a quantity of these strips came up and offered me one, which I took and bound round my arm. The coffin, which consisted of the trunk of a large tree, was covered with a dark-coloured cloth. A few garlands of flowers were suspended from it, and some rice, tied up in a cloth, was placed upon it. 24 men bore this heavy burden on immense poles. Their behaviour was excessively lively, and every time they changed, they began quarrelling or laughing among themselves. Nor did the other personages in the ceremony display either grief or respect. They ate, drank, smoked, and talked, while some carried cold tea in small pails for the benefit of such as might be thirsty. The son alone held himself aloof. He walked, according to custom, plunged in deep sorrow by the side of the coffin. On reaching the road that led to the last resting place, the son threw himself upon the ground, and, covering up his face, sobbed very audibly. After a little he got up again and tottered behind the coffin, so that 2 men were obliged to support him. He appeared very ill and deeply moved. It is true, I was afterwards informed, that this grief is mostly merely assumed, since custom requires that the chief mourner shall be, or pretend to be, weak and ill with sorrow. On arriving at the grave, which was 7 feet deep, and dug on the declivity of a hill, they laid the pall, flowers, and rice on one side, and then, after throwing in a vast quantity of gold and silver paper, lowered the coffin, which I then for the first time perceived was of the finest workmanship, lacquered and hermetically closed. At least half an hour was taken up by this part of the proceedings. The relations at first threw themselves on the ground, and, covering their faces, howled horribly, but finding the burial lasted rather long, sat down in a circle all round, and taking their little baskets of betel, burnt mussel shells, and areca nuts, began chewing away with the greatest composure. After the coffin was lowered into the grave, one of the attendants advanced to the upper part of it, and opened the small packet of rice, on which he placed a sort of compass. A cord was then handed to him. He placed it over the middle of the compass, and altered its position until it lay exactly in the same direction as the needle. A second cord, with a plummet attached, was then held to the first, and let down into the grave, and the coffin moved backwards and forwards according to this line until the middle was in the same direction as the needle. This arrangement consumed at least another quarter of an hour. After this the coffin was covered over with numberless sheets of white paper, and the person who had conducted the previous operation made a short speech, during which the children of the deceased threw themselves upon the ground. When it was finished, the speaker threw a few handfuls of rice over the coffin, and to the children, who held up the corner of their outer garments so as to catch as many of the grains as possible. But as they only succeeded in obtaining a few, the speaker gave about a handful more, which they tied up carefully in the corner of their dress, and took away with them. The grave was at last filled in, when the relations set up a most dismal howl, but, as far as I could remark, every eye was dry. After this, boiled fowls, ducks, pork, fruit, all kinds of pastry, and a dozen cups full of tea, together with a teapot, were placed in 2 rows upon the grave, and 6 painted wax tapers lighted and stuck in the ground near the refreshments. During all this time immense heaps of gold and silver paper were set fire to and consumed. The eldest son now approached the grave again, and threw himself down several times, touching the ground on each occasion with his forehead. 6 perfumed paper tapers were handed to him, alight. When he had swung them round in the air a few times, he gave them back, when they also in their turn were fixed in the earth. The other relations performed the same ceremony. During all this time the priest had been sitting at a considerable distance from the grave under the shade of a large parasol, and without taking the slightest share in the proceedings. He now, however, came forward, made a short speech, during which he rang a small bell several times, and his duty was at an end. The refreshments were cleared away, the tea poured over the grave, and the whole company returned home in excellent spirits, accompanied by the music, which had also played at intervals over the grave. The provisions, as I was informed, were distributed among the poor. On the following day I witnessed the celebrated Chinese Feast of Lanterns. From all the houses, at the corners of the roofs, from high posts, etc., were hung innumerable lanterns made of paper or gauze, and most artistically ornamented with gods, warriors, and animals. In the courts and gardens of the different houses, or, where there were no courts or gardens, in the streets, all kinds of refreshments and fruit were laid out with lights and flowers, in the form of half pyramids, on large tables. The people wandered about the streets, gardens, and courts, until nearly midnight, when the edible portions of the pyramids were eaten by the proprietors of them. I was very much pleased with this feast, but with no part of it more than the quiet and orderly behavior of the people. They looked at all the eatables with a scrutinizing glance, but without touching the smallest fragment. Singapore is situated 58 nautical miles north of the line, in 104 degrees east longitude, and the climate, when compared to that of other southern countries, is very agreeable. During the period of my stay, extending from September 3rd to October 8th, The heat seldom exceeded 83 degrees 75 indoors and 117 degrees in the sun. There is never any great variation in the temperature, which is the natural consequence of the place being near the equator. The sun always rises and sets at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. respectively, and is immediately followed by full daylight or perfect night, the twilight hardly lasting 10 minutes. In conclusion, I must remark that Singapore will shortly become the central point of all the Indian steamers. Those from Hong Kong, Ceylon, Madras, Calcutta, and Europe arrive regularly once a month. There is likewise a Dutch war steamer from Batavia, and in a little time there will also be steamers running to and fro between this place and Manila and Sydney. End of section 16.
Section 17 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suprada Urwal. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 17. The East Indies, Ceylon. Departure from Singapore, the island of Penang, Ceylon, Point de Galle, excursion into the interior, Colombo, Kandy, the Temple of Dagoha, elephant hunt, a return to Colombo and Point de Galle. I once more embarked in an English steamer, the Braganza, of 350 horsepower, that left Singapore for Ceylon on the 7th of October. The distance between the two places is 1,900 miles. The treatment I experienced on board this vessel was, it is true, a little different from that on board the other, although it was nearly as bad. There were 4 of us in the second cabin. We dined alone and had a mulatto servant to attend upon us. Footnote number 128. One of the 4 had been removed from the first cabin because it was asserted that he was somewhat cracked and did not always know what he said or did. End of footnote. Unfortunately, he was afflicted with elephantiasis, and his appearance did not at all tend to whet the edge of our appetites. During the 7th and 8th of October, we held our course through the Strait of Malacca, which separates Sumatra from the peninsula, and during all this time we never lost sight of land. Malacca is, near the coast, merely hilly, but further in the interior the hills swell into a fine mountain range. To our left lay a number of mountainous islands which completely intercepted our view of Sumatra. But if the scenery around us was not remarkable, the spectacle on board the vessel itself was highly interesting. The crew was composed of 79 persons, comprising Chinese, Malays, Sinhalese, Bengalis, Hindustanis, and Europeans. As a general rule, those of each country generally took their meals separately with their own countrymen. They all had immense plates of rice and little bowls full of curry. A few pieces of dried fish supplied the place of bread. They poured the curry over the rice, and mixing the whole together with their hands, made it into small balls, which they put into their mouths with a small piece of fish. About half their food used generally to fall back again into their plates. The costume of these people was very simple. Many of them had nothing more than a pair of short trousers on, with a dirty old turban, and even the place of this was sometimes supplied by a colored rag or a cast-off sailor's cap. The Malays wore long cloths wound round their bodies, with one end hanging over their shoulder. The Chinese preserved intact their usual costume and mode of life, and the colored servants of the ship's officers were the only ones who were occasionally well and even elegantly dressed. Their costume consisted of white trousers, wide upper garments also white, with white sashes, silk jackets, and small embroidered white caps or handsome turbans. The manner in which all these poor colored people were treated was certainly not in accordance with Christian principles. No one ever addressed them but in the roughest manner,
and they were kicked and cuffed about on every occasion. Even the dirtiest little European cabin boy on board was allowed to act in the most cruel manner, and play off the most ignoble practical jokes upon them. Unhappy creatures, how is it possible that they should feel any love for Christians? On the 9th of October, we landed on the small island of Penang. The town of the same name lies in the midst of a small plain which forms the half of an isthmus. Not far from the town rises a picturesque mountain range. I received 5 hours' leave, which I devoted to riding about in all directions through the town in a palanquin, and even going a little distance into the country. All that I could see resembled what I had already seen at Singapore. The town itself is not handsome, but the contrary is the case with the country houses, which are all situated in beautiful gardens. The island is intersected by a great number of excellent roads. From one of the neighboring mountains, there is said to be a very fine prospect of Penang, a part of Malacca, and the sea, and, on the road to the mountain, a waterfall. Unfortunately, the few hours at my disposal did not allow me to see everything. The greatest portion of the population of this island consists of Chinese, who perform all the manual labor and engross all the retail trade. On the 11th of October, we saw the small island of Pulau Rondo, which appertains to Sumatra. We now took the shortest line across the Bay of Bengal, and beheld land no more until we came in sight of Ceylon. On the afternoon of the 17th of October, we neared Ceylon. I strained my anxious eyes to catch a glimpse of it as soon as possible, for it is always described as being a second Eden. Some go so far as to affirm that our common father, Adam, settled there on his expulsion from paradise, and, as a proof of this, adduce the fact of many places in the island, such as Adam's Peak, Adam's Bridge, etc., still bearing his name. I breathed the very air more eagerly, hoping, like other travelers, to inhale the fragrant odors wafted to me from the plantations of costly spices. It was one of the most magnificent sights I ever beheld, to observe the island rising gradually from the sea, and to mark the numerous mountain ranges, which intersect Ceylon in every direction, becoming every instant more defined, their summits still magically lighted by the setting sun, while the thick cocoa groves, the hills and plains lay enveloped in dusky night. The fragrant odors, however, were wanting, and the vessel smelt, as usual, of nothing more than tar, coals, steam, and oil. About 9 in the evening, we arrived before the harbour at Point de Galle, but, as the entrance is very dangerous, we quietly hove to for the night. On the following morning, 2 pilots came on board, and took us safely through the narrow passage of deep water leading into the port. Hardly were we landed before we were surrounded by a crowd of people with precious stones, pearls, tortoise shell, and ivory articles for sale. It is possible that a connoisseur may sometimes make a very advantageous purchase, but I would advise those who have not much experience in these things not to be dazzled by the size and splendor of the said precious stones and pearls, as the natives, according to all accounts, have learned from Europeans the art of profiting as much as they can by a favorable opportunity. Point de Galle is charmingly situated. In the foreground are some fine groups of rock, and in the background, immediately adjoining the little town, which is protected by fortifications, rise magnificent forests of palms. The houses present a neat appearance. They are low and shaded by trees, which, in the better streets, are planted so as to form alleys. Point de Galle is the place of rendezvous for the steamers from China, Bombay, Calcutta, and Suez. Passengers from Calcutta, Bombay, and Suez do not stop more than 12 or at most 24 hours, but those proceeding from China to Calcutta have to wait 10 or 14 days for the steamer that carries them to their destination. This delay was to me very agreeable, as I profited by it to make an excursion to Kandy. There are 2 conveyances from Point de Galle to Colombo, the mail which leaves every day, and a coach which starts 3 times a week. The distance is 73 English miles, and the journey is performed in 10 hours. A place in the mail costs £1 10 shillings, and in the coach 13 shillings. As I was pressed for time, I was obliged to go by the first. The roads are excellent. Not a hill, not a stone is there to impede the rapid rate at which the horses, that are changed every 8 miles, scamper along. The greater portion of the road traversed thick forests of cocoa trees at a little distance from the seashore, and the whole way was more frequented and more thickly studded with houses than anything I ever saw even in Europe. Village followed village in quick succession, and so many separate houses were built between them that there was not a minute that we did not pass one. I remarked also some small towns, but the only one worthy of notice was Calcutta, where I was particularly struck by several handsome houses inhabited by Europeans. Along the roadside, under little roofs of palm leaves, were placed large earthen vessels filled with water, and near them coconut shells to drink out of. Another measure for the accommodation of travellers, which is no less worthy of praise, consists in the establishment of little stone buildings, roofed in, but open at the sides, and furnished with benches. In these buildings many wayfarers often pass the night. The number of people and vehicles that we met made the journey appear to me very short. There were specimens of all the various races which compose the population of Ceylon. The Sinhalese, properly so called, are the most numerous, but besides these there are Indians, Mohammedans, Malays, natives of Malabar, Jews, Moors, and even Hottentots. I saw numerous instances of handsome and agreeable physiognomies among those of the first 3 races. The Sinhalese youths and boys, in particular, are remarkably handsome. They possess mild, well-formed features, and are so slim and finely built that they might easily be mistaken for girls, an error into which it is the more easy to fall from their manner of dressing their hair. They wear no covering on their head, and comb back all their hair, which is then fastened behind by means of a comb with a flat, broad plate 4 inches high. This kind of headdress looks anything but becoming in the men. The Mohammedans and Jews have more marked features. The latter resemble the Arabs, and like them, have noble physiognomies. The Mohammedans and Jews too are easily recognized by their shaven heads, long beards, and small white caps or turbans. Many of the Indians likewise wear turbans, but the most have only a simple piece of cloth tied round their head, which is also the case with the natives of Malacca and Malabar. The Hottentots allow their coal-black hair to fall in rude disorder over their foreheads and halfway down their necks. With the exception of the Mohammedans and Jews, none of these different people bestow much care upon their dress. Save a small piece of cloth of about a hand's breadth and fastened between their legs, they go about naked. Those who are at all dressed wear short trousers and an upper garment. I saw very few women, and these only near their huts, which they appear to leave less than any females with whom I am acquainted. Their dress also was exceedingly simple, consisting merely of an apron bound round their loins, a short jacket that exposed rather than covered the upper part of their body, and a sort of rag hanging over their head. Many were enveloped in large pieces of cloth worn loosely about them. The borders and lobes of their ears were pierced and ornamented with earrings, while on their feet and arms and round their necks they wore chains and bracelets of silver or some other metal, and round one of their toes an extremely massive ring. Anyone would suppose that, in a country where the females are allowed to show themselves so little, they would be closely wrapped up, but this is not the case. Many had forgotten the jackets and head coverings, especially the old women, who seemed particularly oblivious in this respect, and presented a most repulsive appearance when thus exposed. Among the younger ones, I remarked many a handsome and expressive face, only they too ought not to be seen without their jackets, as their breasts hang down almost to their knees. The complexion of the population varies from a dark to a light or reddish brown or copper color. The Hottentots are black, but without that glossy appearance which distinguishes the Negro. It is extraordinary what a dread all these half-naked people have of the wet. It happened to commence raining a little, when they sprang like so many rope dancers over every little puddle and hastened to their huts and houses for shelter. Those who were travelling and obliged to continue their journey held instead of umbrellas the leaves of the great fan palm, Corypha umbraculifera, over their heads. These leaves are about 4 feet broad and can be easily held like fans. One of them is large enough for 2 persons. But if the natives dread the rain, they have no fear of the heat. It is said that they run no risk from the rays of the sun, being protected by the thickness of their skulls and the fat beneath. I was much struck by the peculiarity of some of the wagons, which consisted of wooden 2-wheeled cars, roofed with palm leaves stretching out about 4 feet before and behind, beyond the body of the car. These projections serve to protect the driver from the rain and the rays of the sun, whichever way they may chance to fall. The oxen, of which there was always only a pair, were yoked at such a distance from the wagon that the driver could walk very conveniently in the intervening space. I profited by the half hour allowed for breakfast to proceed to the seashore, whence I observed a number of men busily employed on the dangerous rock in the middle of the most violent breakers. Some of them loosened, by the aid of long poles, oysters, mussels, etc. from the rocks, while others dived down to the bottom to fetch them up. I concluded that there must be pearls contained inside, for I could not suppose that human beings would encounter such risks for the sake of the fish alone. And yet this was the case, for I found later that though the same means are employed in fishing for pearls, it is on the eastern coast, and only during the months of February and March. The boats employed by these individuals were of 2 kinds. The larger ones, which contained about 40 persons, were very broad, and composed of boards joined together and fastened with the fibers of the cocoa tree. The smaller ones were exactly like those I saw in Tahiti, save that they appeared still more dangerous. The bottom was formed of the trunk of an extremely narrow tree, slightly hollowed out, and the sides of the planks are kept in their places by side and cross supports. These craft rose hardly a foot and a half out of the water, and the greatest breadth did not average quite a foot. There was a small piece of plank laid across as a seat, but the rower was obliged to cross his knees from want of room to sit with them apart. The road, as I mentioned before, lay for the most part through forests of cocoa trees, where the soil was very sandy and completely free from creepers and underwood, but near trees that did not bear fruit the soil was rich, and both that and the trees covered with creepers and wild luxuriance. There were very few orchids. We crossed 4 rivers, the Tindurk, Bentok, Katura, and Pandura, 2 by means of boats, 2 by handsome wooden bridges. The cinnamon plantations commenced about 10 miles from Colombo, and on this side of the town are all the country houses of the Europeans. They are very simple, shaded with cocoa trees and surrounded with stone walls. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon we drove over 2 drawbridges and through 2 fortified gateways into the town, which is far more pleasantly situated than Point de Galle, on account of its nearer proximity to the beautiful mountain ranges. I only stopped a night here, and on the following morning again resumed my journey in the mail to the town of Kandy, which is distant 72 miles. We left on the 20th of October at 5 o'clock in the morning. Colombo is a very extensive town. We drove through a succession of long, broad streets of handsome houses, all of which latter were surrounded by verandas and colonnades. I was very much startled at the number of persons lying stretched out at full length under these verandas, and covered with white clothes. I at first mistook them for corpses, but I soon perceived that their number was too great to warrant that supposition, and I then discovered that they were only asleep. Many, too, began to move and throw off their winding sheets. I was informed that the natives prefer sleeping in this manner before the houses to sleeping inside of them. The Kalani Ganga, an important river, is traversed by a long floating bridge. The road then branches off more and more from the sea coast, and the character of the scenery changes. The traveler now meets with large plains covered with fine plantations of rice, the green and juicy appearance of which reminded me of our own young wheat when it first shoots up in spring. The forests were composed of mere-leaved wood, the palms becoming at every step more rare. One or two might sometimes be seen here and there, towering aloft like giants and shading everything around. I can imagine nothing more lovely than the sight of the delicate creepers attached to the tall stems of these palms and twining up to their very crests. After we had gone about 16 miles, the country began to assume a more hilly aspect, and we were soon surrounded by mountains on every side. At the foot of each ascent, we found extra horses in waiting for us. These were yoked to the ordinary team and whirled us rapidly over all obstacles. Although there is a rise of about 2,000 feet on the road to Kandy, we performed the distance 72 miles in 11 hours. The nearer we approached our destination, the more varied and changing became the scenery. At one time we might be closely hemmed in by the mountains, and then the next moment they would stretch away, one above the other, while their summits seemed to contend which should outrival the rest in altitude and beauty of outline. They were covered to the height of several thousand feet with luxuriant vegetation, which for the most part then generally ceased and gave way to the bare rock. I was not less interested, however, with the curious teams we sometimes met than I was with the scenery. It is well known that Ceylon abounds in elephants, many of which are captured and employed for various purposes. Those that I now saw were yoked in twos or threes to large wagons full of stones for mending the roads. 4 miles before reaching Kandy, we came to the river Mahavilaganga, which is spanned by a masterly bridge of one arch. The materials of the bridge are most costly, consisting of satinwood. In connection with this structure, I learned the following legend. After the conquest of the island by the English, the natives did not give up hope of once more attaining their independence, because one of their oracles had declared that it was as impossible for the enemy to obtain a lasting dominion over them as it was for the opposite banks of the Mahavilaganga to be united by a road. When the bridge was begun, they smiled and said that it could never be successfully completed. At present, I was told, they think of independence no more. Near the bridge is a botanical garden, which I visited the following day, and was astonished at its excellent arrangement and the richness of its collection of flowers, plants, and trees. Opposite the garden is one of the largest sugar plantations, and in the neighborhood a number of coffee plantations. In my opinion, the situation of Kandy is most beautiful, but many affirm that it is too near the mountains and lies in a pit. At any rate, this pit is a very lovely one, abounding in the most luxuriant vegetation. The town itself is small and ugly, consisting of nothing but a mass of small shops, with natives passing to and fro. The few houses that belong to Europeans, the places of business, and the barracks are all outside the town upon small hills. Large sheets of artificial water, surrounded by splendid stone balustrades and shaded by alleys of the mighty tulip tree, occupy a portion of the valley. On the side of one of these basins stands the famous Buddhist temple of Dagoha, which is built in the Moorish Hindustani style and richly ornamented. On my leaving the coach, one of the passengers was kind enough to recommend me a good hotel, and to call a native and direct him where to conduct me. When I reached the hotel, the people there said that they were very sorry, but that all the rooms were occupied. I asked them to direct my guide to another establishment, which they did. The rascal led me away from the town, and pointing to a hill which was near us, gave me to understand that the hotel was situated behind it. I believed him, as all the houses are built far apart. But on ascending the hill, I found nothing but a lonely spot and a wood. I wished to turn back, but the fellow paid no attention to my desire, and continued walking towards the wood. I then snatched my portmanteau from him and refused to proceed any further. He endeavoured to wrest it from me, when, luckily, I saw in the distance 2 English soldiers, who hastened up in answer to my cries, and on seeing this the fellow ran off. I related my adventure to the soldiers, who congratulated me on the recovery of my luggage, and conducted me to the barracks, where one of the officers was kind enough to give orders that I should be conducted to another hotel. My first visit was to the temple of Dagoha, which contains a valuable relic of the god Buddha, namely one of his teeth, and together with the outbuildings is surrounded by a wall. The circumference of the principal temple is not very considerable, and the sanctuary, which contains the tooth, is a small chamber hardly 20 feet broad. Within this place all is darkness, as there are no windows, and inside the door there is a curtain to prevent the entry of any light. The walls and ceiling are covered with silk tapestry, which, however, has nothing but its antiquity to recommend it. It is true that it was interwoven with gold thread, but it appeared never to have been especially costly, and I cannot believe that it ever produced that dazzling effect which some travellers have described. Half of the chamber was engrossed by a large table or kind of altar, inlaid with plates of silver and ornamented round the edges with precious stones. On it stands a bell-shaped case, measuring at the bottom at least 3 feet in diameter and the same in height. It is made of silver thickly gilt and decorated with a number of costly jewels. There is a peacock in the middle entirely formed of precious stones. But all these treasures fail to produce any very great effect, from the clumsy and inartistic fashion in which they are set. Under the large case there are 6 smaller ones, said to be of pure gold. Under the last is the tooth of the all-powerful divinity. The outer case is secured by means of 3 locks, 2 of the keys belonging to which used to be kept by the English governor, while the third remained in the custody of the chief priest of the temple. A short time previous to my visit, however, the government had restored the 2 keys to the natives with great solemnities, and they are now confided to one of the native Rajahs or princes. The relic itself is only shown to a prince or some other great personage. All other people must be content to believe the priest, who, for a small gratuity, has the politeness to describe the size and beauty of the tooth. The dazzling whiteness of its hue is said to eclipse that of ivory, while its form is described as being more beautiful than anything of the kind ever beheld, and its size to equal that of the tooth of an immense bullock. An immense number of pilgrims come here every year to pay their adoration to this divine tooth. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. How many people are there among us Christians who believe things which require quite as great an amount of faith? For instance, I remember witnessing, when I was a girl, a festival at Calvaria in Galicia, which is still celebrated every year. A great multitude of pilgrims go there to obtain splinters of the true cross. The priests manufacture these little crosses of wax, on which, as they assure the faithful, they stick splinters of the real one. These little crosses, wrapped up in paper and packed in baskets, are placed ready for distribution, that is, for sale. Every peasant generally takes 3, one to put in his room, one in his stable, and another in his barn. The most wonderful portion of the business is that these crosses must be renewed every year, as in that period they lose their divine power. But let me return to Kandy. In a second temple, adjoining that in which the relic is preserved, are 2 gigantic hollow statues of the god Buddha in a sitting posture, and both are said to be formed of the finest gold. Before these colossi stand whole rows of smaller Buddhas of crystal, glass, silver, copper, and other materials. In the entrance hall likewise are several stone statues of different gods with other ornaments, most of them roughly and stiffly executed. In the middle stands a small plain monument of stone, resembling a bell turned upside down. It is said to cover the grave of a Brahmin. On the outer walls of the principal temple are wretched daubs in fresco, representing the state of eternal punishment. Some of the figures are being roasted, twitched with red-hot pincers, partly baked or forced to swallow fire. Others again are jammed between rocks or having pieces of flesh cut out of their bodies, etc. But fire appears to play the principal part in these punishments. The doors of the principal temple are made of metal, and the door posts of ivory. On the first are the most beautiful arabesques in basso relief, and on the second in inlaid work, representing flowers and other objects. Before the principal entrance, 4 of the largest elephant's teeth ever found are stuck up by way of ornament. Ranged round the courtyard are the tents of the priests, who always go about with bare shaven heads, and whose costume consists of a light yellow upper garment which nearly covers the whole body. It is said that there were once 500 officiating priests in this temple. At present, the divinity is obliged to content himself with a few dozen. The chief part of the religious ceremonies of the Buddhists consists in presents of flowers and money. Every morning and evening, a most horrible instrument, fit to break the drum of one's ear and called a tam-tam, together with some shrill trumpets and fifis, is played before the door of the temple. To this soon succeeds a crowd of people from all sides, bringing baskets full of the most beautiful flowers, with which the priests adorn the altars, and that in a manner so elegant and tasty that it cannot be surpassed. Besides this temple, there are several others in Kandy, but only one worth noticing. This is situated at the foot of a rocky hill, out of which has been hewn a statue of Buddha 36 feet high, and over this is built the temple, which is small and elegant. The god is painted with the most glaring colors. The walls of the temple are covered with handsome red cement, and portioned out into small panels, in all of which the god Buddha appears al fresco. There are also a few portraits of Vishnu, another god. The colors on the southern wall of the temple are remarkable for their fine state of preservation. Here likewise there is a funeral monument like that of the temple of Dagoha, not however in the building itself, but under the lofty firmament of heaven and shaded by noble trees. Attached to the temples are frequently schools, in which the priests fulfill the duties of teachers. Near this particular temple we saw about a dozen boys. Girls are not allowed to attend school, busy writing. The copies for them were written very beautifully by means of a stylus on small palm leaves, and the boys use the same material. It is well worth any person's while to walk to the great valley through which the Mahavilaganga flows. It is intersected with a countless number of wave-like hills, many of which form regular terraces and are planted with rice or coffee. Nature is here young and vigorous, and amply rewards the planter's toil. The darker portions of the picture are composed of palms or other trees, and the background consists partly of towering mountains in a holiday suit of green velvet, partly of stupendous and romantic rocks in all their gloomy nakedness. I saw many of the principal mountains in Ceylon, giants, 8,000 feet high, but unfortunately not the most celebrated one, Adam's Peak, which has an altitude of 6,500 feet, and which towards the summit is so steep that it was necessary, in order to enable anyone to climb up, to cut small steps in the rock and let in an iron chain. But the bold adventurer is amply repaid for his trouble. On the flat summit of the rock is the imprint of a small foot, 5 feet long. The Mohammedans suppose it to be that of our vigorous progenitor, Adam, and the Buddhists that of their large-toothed divinity, Buddha. Thousands of both sects flock to the place every year to perform their devotions. There still exists at Kandy the palace of the former king, or emperor of Ceylon. It is a handsome stone building, but with no peculiar feature of its own. I should have supposed that it had been built by Europeans. It consists of a ground floor somewhat raised with large windows and handsome porticos resting upon columns. The only remarkable thing about it is a large hall in the interior, with its walls decorated with some rough and stiffly executed representations of animals in relief. Since the English deposed the native sovereign, the palace has been inhabited by the English resident or governor. Had I only arrived a fortnight sooner, I should have witnessed the mode of hunting, or rather snaring, elephants. The scene of operations is a spot on the banks of some stream or other where these animals go to drink. A large place is enclosed with posts, leading up to which, and also skirted by stout posts, are a series of narrow passages. A tame elephant, properly trained, is then made fast in the middle of the large space, to entice by his cries the thirsty animals, who enter unsuspiciously the labyrinth from which they cannot escape, as the hunters and drivers follow, alarm them by their shouts, and drive them into the middle of the enclosure. The finest are taken alive by being deprived of food for a short time. This renders them so obedient that they quietly allow a noose to be thrown over them, and then follow the tame elephant without the least resistance. The others are then either killed or set at liberty, according as they possess fine tusks or not. The preparations for capturing these animals sometimes last several weeks, as besides enclosing the spot selected, a great many persons are employed to hunt up the elephants far and wide and drive them gradually to the watering place. Persons sometimes go elephant hunting armed merely with firearms, but this is attended with danger. The elephant, as is well known, is easily vulnerable in one spot only, the middle of the skull. If the hunter happens to hit the mark, the monster lies stretched before him at the first shot. But if he misses, then woe to him, for he is speedily trampled to death by the enraged beast. In all other cases, the elephant is very peaceable, and is not easily induced to attack human beings. The Europeans employ elephants to draw and carry burdens. An elephant will carry 40 hundredweight, but the natives keep them more for show and riding. I left Kandy after a stay of 3 days and returned to Colombo, where I was obliged to stop another day as it was Sunday and there was no mail. I profited by this period to visit the town, which is protected by a strong fort. It is very extensive. The streets are handsome, broad and clean. The houses only 1 story high and surrounded by verandas and colonnades. The population is reckoned at about 80,000 souls, of whom about 100 are Europeans, exclusive of the troops, and 200 descendants of Portuguese colonists who founded a settlement here some centuries ago. The complexion of the latter is quite as dark as that of the natives themselves. In the morning I attended Mass. The church was full of Irish soldiers and Portuguese. The dress of the Portuguese was extremely rich. They wore ample robes with large folds and short silk jackets. In their ears hung earrings of pearls and diamonds, and round their necks, arms, and even ankles were gold and silver chains. In the afternoon, I took a walk to one of the numerous cinnamon plantations round Colombo. The cinnamon tree or bush is planted in rows. It attains at most a height of 9 feet, and bears a white, scentless blossom. From the fruit, which is smaller than an acorn, oil is obtained by crushing and boiling it. The oil then disengages itself and floats on the top of the water. It is mixed with cocoa oil and used for burning. There are 2 cinnamon harvests in the course of the year. The first and principal one takes place from April to July, and the second from November to January. The rind is peeled from the branches by means of knives, and then dried in the sun. This gives it a yellowish or brownish tint. The best cinnamon is a light yellow, and not thicker than pasteboard. The essential oil of cinnamon used in medicine is extracted from the plant itself, which is placed in a vessel full of water and left to steep for 8 to 10 days. The whole mass is then transferred to a retort and distilled over a slow fire. In a short time, on the surface of the water thus distilled, a quantity of oil collects, and this is then skimmed off with the greatest care. In the animal kingdom, besides the elephants, I was much struck by the number and tameness of the ravens of Ceylon. In every small town and village may be seen multitudes of these birds that come up to the very doors and windows and pick up everything. They play the part of scavengers here, just as dogs do in Turkey. The horned cattle are rather small, with humps between the shoulder blades. These humps consist of flesh and are considered a great dainty. In Colombo and Pointe de Galle there are likewise a great many large white buffaloes belonging to the English government and imported from Bengal. They are employed in drawing heavy loads. Under the head of fruit, I may mention the pineapple as being particularly large and good. I found the temperature supportable, especially in the high country round about Kandy, where, after some heavy rain, it might almost be called cold. In the evening and morning the thermometer stood as low as 61 degrees 25 Fahrenheit, and in the middle of the day and in the sun it did not rise above 79 degrees 25. In Colombo and Pointe de Galle the weather was fine, and the heat reached 95 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 26th of October I again reached Pointe de Galle, and on the following day I embarked in another English steamer for India. End of section 17. Recording by Suprada Urval from Saratoga, California.
Section 18 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 11. Madras and Calcutta. Part 1. Departure from Ceylon, Madras, Calcutta, mode of life of the Europeans, the Hindus, principal objects of interest in the town, visit to a Babu, religious festivals of the Hindus, house of death and places for burning the dead, Mohammedan and European marriage ceremonies. On the afternoon of the 27th of October, I went on board the steamship Bentinck of 500 horsepower, but we did not weigh the anchor much before evening. Among the passengers was an Indian prince of the name Shadatan, who had been made prisoner by the English for breaking peace he had concluded with them. He was treated with all respect due to his rank, and he was allowed his 2 companions, his mundushi or secretary, and 6 of his servants. They were all dressed in the Oriental fashion, only, instead of turbans, they wore high, round caps, composed of pasteboard covered with gold and silver stuff. They wore also luxuriant long black hair and beards. The companions of the prince took their meals with the servants. A carpet was spread out on the deck, and 2 large dishes, one containing boiled fowls, and the other pilau placed upon it. The company used their hands for knives and forks. 28th October. We still were in sight of the fine dark mountain ranges of Ceylon. Now and then, too, some huge detached groups of rocks would be visible towering above the waves. 29th October. Saw no land. A few whales betrayed their presence by the showers of spray they spouted out, and immense swarms of flying fish were startled by the noise of our engines. On the morning of the 30th of October we came in sight of the Indian continent. We soon approached near enough to the shore to distinguish what it was particularly remarkable for its beauty. Being flat and partly covered with yellow sand, in the background were chains of low hills. At 1 o'clock p.m. we anchored at a considerable distance, 6 miles, from Madras. The anchoring place here is the most dangerous in the world, the groundswell being so strong that at no time can large vessels approach near the town, and many weeks often pass without even a boat being able to do so. Ships, consequently, only stop a very short time, and there are rarely more than a dozen to be seen riding at anchor. Large boats, rowed by 10 or 12 men, come alongside them to take passengers, letters, and merchandise ashore. The steamer stops here 8 hours, which may be spent in viewing the town. though anyone so doing runs a chance of being left behind, as the wind is constantly changing. I trusted to the good luck which had always attended me during my travels, and made one of the party that disembarked. But we had not got more than half way to land when I was punished for my curiosity. It began to rain most fearfully, and we were very soon wet to the skin. We took refuge in a coffee house we saw, situated at water's edge. The rain had now assumed a tropical character, and we were unable to leave our asylum. As soon as the storm had passed by, a cry was raised for us to return as quickly as possible, as there was no knowing what might follow. A speculative baker of Madras had come out in the first boat that reached the steamer with ice and biscuits for sale, which he disposed of very much to his profit. The angry events at length took compassion on us and cleared up before sunset. We were then enabled to see palace-like dwellings of the Europeans, built half in the Grecian and half in the Italian style of architecture, stretching along the shore, beautifully lighted by the sun. Besides these, there were others standing outside the town in the midst of magnificent gardens. Before we left, a number of natives ventured to us in small boats, with fruit, fish, and other trifles. Their boats were constructed of the trunks of 4 small trees, tightly bound together with thin ropes made of fibers of the coca tree. A long piece of wood served as an oar. The waves broke so completely over them that I imagined every instant that both boats and men were irretrievably lost. The good people were almost in a state of nature, and seemed to bestow all their care on their heads, which were covered with pieces of cloth, turbans, cloth or straw caps, or very high and peaked straw hats. The more respectable, among whom may be reckoned the boatman who brought the passengers and mails, were however in many cases very tastily dressed. They had on neat jackets, and a large long piece of cloth covered round their bodies. Both the cloths and the jackets were white, with a border of blue stripes. On their heads they wore tightly fitting white caps, with a long flap hanging down as far as their shoulders. These caps too had a blue border. The complexion of the natives was a dark brown or coffee colour. Late in the evening a native woman came on board with her 2 children. She had paid second-class fare, and was shown a small dark berth not far from the first cabin places. Her younger child had unfortunately a bad cough, which prevented some rich English lady, who had likewise a child with her, from sleeping. Perhaps the exaggerated tenderness which this lady manifested for her little son caused her to believe that the cough might be catching, but, be as it may, the first thing she did on the following morning was to beg the captain would transfer mother and children to the deck, which the noble-hearted humane captain immediately did, neither the lady nor himself caring in the least whether the poor mother had or had not even a warm coverlid to protect her sick child from the night cold and frequent heavy showers. Would that this rich English lady's child had only been ill, and exposed with her to the foggy night air, that she might herself have experienced what it was to be thus harshly treated. A person of any heart must almost feel ashamed at belonging to a class of beings who allow themselves to be far surpassed in humanity and kindness by those who are termed savages. No savages would have thus thrust forth the poor woman with the sick child, but would, on the contrary, have taken care of both. It is only Europeans, who have been brought up with the Christian principles, who assume the right of treating coloured people according as their whim or fancy may dictate. On the 1st and 2nd November we caught occasional glimpses of the mainland, as well as of several little islands, but all was flat and sandy, without the least pretensions of natural beauty. 10 or 12 ships, some of them East Indian men of the largest size, were pursuing the same route as ourselves. On the morning of the 3rd of November, the sea had already lost its own beautiful colour, and had taken that of dirty yellow Ganges. Towards evening we had approached pretty close to the mouths of this monster river, for some miles previous to our entering which the water had a sweet flavour. I filled a glass from the holy stream, and drank it to the health of all those who are near and dear to me at home. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon we cast anchor before Kasheri, at the entrance of the Ganges, it being too late to proceed to Calcutta, which is 60 nautical miles distant. The stream at this point was several miles broad, so that the dark line of the only one of its bank was to be seen. 4th November. In the morning we entered the Hooghly, one of the 7 mouths of the Ganges. A succession of apparently boundless plains lay stretched along the both sides of the river. Fields of rice were alternated with sugar plantations, white palm, bamboo, and other trees sprung between, and the vegetation extended, in waxen luxuriance, down to the very water's edge. The only objects wanting to complete the picture near villages and human beings, but it was not until we were within about 25 miles of Calcutta that we saw now and then a wretched village of few half-naked men. The huts were formed of clay, bamboos, or palm branches, and covered with tiles, rice straw, or palm leaves. The larger boats of the natives struck me as very remarkable, and differed entirely from those I saw at Madras. The front portion was almost flat, being elevated hardly half a foot above the water, while the stern was about 7 feet high. The first grand-looking building, a cotton mill, is situated 15 miles below Calcutta, and a cheerful dwelling house is attached. From this point up to Calcutta, both the banks of the Hooghly are lined with palaces built in Greco-Italian style, and richly covered with pillars and terraces. We flew too quickly by, unfortunately, to obtain more than a mere passing glimpse of them. Number of large vessels either passed us or were sailing in the same direction, and steamer after steamer flitted by, tugging vessels after them. The scene became more busy and more strange every moment, and everything gave signs that we were approaching an Asiatic city of the first magnitude. We anchored at Garden Ridge, 4 miles below Calcutta. Nothing gave me more trouble during my travels than finding lodgings, as it was at sometimes impossible by mere signs and gestures to make the natives understand where I wanted to go. In the present instance, one of the engineers interested himself so far in my behalf as to land with me, and to hire a palanquin, and direct the natives where to take me. I was overpowered by the feelings of the most disagreeable kind the first time I used a palanquin. I could not help feeling how degrading it was to human beings to employ them as beasts of burden. The palanquins are 5 feet long and 3 feet high, with sliding doors and jalousies. In the inside they are provided with mattresses and cushions, so that a person can lie down in them as in a bed. 4 porters are enough to carry one of them about the town, but 8 are required for a long excursion. They relieve each other at short intervals, and run so quickly that they go 4 miles in an hour, or even in 3/4 of an hour. These palanquins, being painted black, looked like so many stretchers carrying corpses to the churchyard or patients to the hospital. On the road to the town I was particularly struck with the magnificent gauths, piazzas, situated on the banks of the Hooghly, and from which broad flights of steps led down to the river. Before these gauths are numerous pleasure and other boats. The most magnificent palaces lay around in the midst of the splendid gardens, into one of which the palanquin bearers turned, and set me down under a handsome portico before the house of the Haligers, to whom I had brought letters of recommendation. The young and amiable mistress of the house greeted me as a countrywoman. She was from the north, and I am from the south of Germany, and received me most cordially. I was lodged with Indian luxury, having a drawing room, a bedroom, and a bathroom especially assigned to me. I happened to arrive at Calcutta at the most unfavourable period possible. 3 years of unfruitfulness through almost the whole of Europe had been followed by a commercial crisis which threatened the town with entire destruction. Every mail from Europe brought intelligence of some failure, in which the richest firms here were involved. No merchant could say, "I am worth so much." The next post might inform him that he was a beggar. A feeling of dread and anxiety had seized every family. The sums already lost in England and this place were reckoned at 30 millions of pounds sterling, and yet the crisis was far from being at an end. Misfortunes of this kind fall particularly hard upon persons who, like the Europeans here, have been accustomed to every kind of comfort and luxury. No one have any idea of the mode of life in India. Each family has an entire palace, the rent of which amounts to 200 rupees (pound 20) or more a month. The household is composed of 25 to 30 servants, namely, 2 cooks, a scullion, 2 water carriers, 4 servants to wait at the table, 4 housemaids, a lamp cleaner, and half a dozen sized-out grooms. Besides this, there are at least 6 horses, to every one of which there is a separate groom, 2 coachmen, 2 gardeners, a nurse, and a servant for each child, a lady's maid, a girl to wait on the nurses, 2 tailors, 2 men to work on the punkahs, and a porter. The wages vary from 4 to 11 rupees, 8 shillings to 1 pound 2 shillings a month. None of the domestics are boarded, and but few of them sleep in the house. They are mostly married, and eat and sleep at home. The only portion of their dress which they have given to them is their turban and belt. They are obliged to find the rest themselves, and also pay for their own washing. The linen belonging to the family is never, in spite of the number of servants, washed at home, but is all put out at a cost of 3 rupees, 6 shillings, for 100 articles. The amount of linen used is something extraordinary. Everything is white, and the whole is generally changed twice a day. Provisions are not dear, though the contrary is true of horses, carriages, furniture, and wearing apparel. The last 3 are imported from Europe. The horses come either from Europe, New Holland, or Java. In some European families I visited, there were from 60 to 70 servants, and from 15 to 20 horses. In my opinion, the Europeans themselves are to blame for the large sums of money they have to pay for servants. They saw the native princes and rajas surrounded by a multitude of idle people, and as Europeans they did not wish to appear in any way inferior. Gradually the custom became a necessity, and it would be difficult to find a case where a more sensible course is pursued. It is true that I was informed that matters could never be altered as long as the Hindus are divided into castes. The Hindu who cleans the room would on no account wait at a table, while the nurse thinks herself far too good ever to soil her hands by cleaning the child's washing basin. There may certainly be some truth in this, but still every family cannot keep 20 or 30 or even more servants. In China and Singapore I was struck with the number of servants, but they are not half, nay, not a third so numerous as they are here. The Hindus, as is well known, are divided into 4 castes: the Brahmins, Khetris, Bises, and Sudars. They all sprung from the body of the god Brahma, the first from his mouth, the second from his shoulders, the third from his belly and thighs, and the fourth from his feet. From the first class are chosen the highest officers of state, the priests, and the teachers of the people. Members of this caste alone are allowed to pursue the holy books. They enjoy the greatest consideration, and if they happen to commit a crime, are far less severely punished than persons belonging to any other castes. The second class furnishes the inferior officials and soldiers, the third the merchants, workmen, and peasants, while the fourth and the last provides servants for the other 3. Hindus of all castes, however, enter service when compelled by poverty to do so. But there is still a distinction in the kind of work, as the higher castes are allowed to perform only that of the cleanest kind. It is impossible for a person of one caste to be received into another, or to intermarry with any one belonging to it. If a Hindu leaves his native land and takes a food from a pariah, he is turned out of his caste, and can only obtain readmission on the payment of a very large sum. Besides these castes, there is a 5th class, the pariahs. The lot of these poor creatures is the most wretched that can be imagined. They are so despised by the other 4 castes, that no one will hold the slightest intercourse with them. If a Hindu happens to touch a pariah, as he is passing, he thinks himself defiled, and is obliged to bathe immediately. The pariahs are not allowed to enter any temple, and have particular places set apart for their dwellings. They are miserably poor, and live in the most wretched huts. Their food consists of all kinds of offal and even diseased cattle. They go about nearly naked, or with only a few rags at most on them, and perform the hardest and commonest work. The 4 castes are subdivided into an immense number of sects, 70 of which are allowed to eat meat, while others are compelled to abstain from it altogether. Strictly speaking, the Hindu religion forbids the spilling of blood, and consequently the eating of meat, but the 70 sects which mentioned are an exception. There are, too, certain religious festivals at which animals are sacrificed. A cow, however, is never killed. The food of the Hindus consists principally of rice, fruit, fish, and vegetables. They are very moderate in their living, and have only two simple meals a day, one in the morning, another in the evening. Their general drink is water or milk, varied sometimes with cocoa wine. The Hindus are of the middle height, slim, and delicately formed. Their features are agreeable and mild. Their face is oval, the nose sharply chiseled, the lip by no means thick, the eye fine and soft, and the hair smooth and black. Their complexion varies according to the locality from the dark to light brown. Among the upper class some of them, especially the women, are almost white. There are a great number of Mohammedans in India. As they are extremely skillful and active, most trades and professions are in their hands. They also willingly hire themselves as servants to Europeans. Men here do that kind of work which are accustomed to see performed by women. They embroider with white wool, colored silk and gold, make ladies' headdresses, wash and iron, mend the linen, and even take situations as nurses for little children. There are a few Chinese too here, most of whom are in the shoemaking trade. Calcutta, the capital of Bengal, is situated on the Hooghly, which at this point is so deep and broad that the largest men of war and East India men can lie at anchor before the town. The population consists of about 600,000 souls, of whom, not counting the English troops, hardly more than 2,000 are Europeans and Americans. The town is divided into several portions, namely the business town, the black town, and the European quarter. The business town and black town are very ugly, containing narrow and crooked streets, filled with wretched houses and miserable huts, between which are the warehouses, counting houses, and now and then some palace or other. Narrow paved canals run through all the streets, in order to supply the necessary amount of water for the numerous daily ablutions of the Hindus. The business town and black town are always so densely crowded that when a carriage drives through, the servants are obliged to get down and run before, in order to warn the people or push them out of the way. The European quarter of the town, however, which is often termed as the City of Palaces, a name which it richly merits, is on the contrary very beautiful. Every good sized house, by the way, is called, as it is in Venice, a palace. Most of these palaces are situated in the gardens surrounded by high walls. They seldom join one another, for which reason there are about few imposing squares or streets. With the exception of the governor's palace, none of these buildings can be compared for architectural beauty and richness with the palaces of Rome, Florence, and Venice. Most of them are only distinguished from ordinary dwelling houses by a handsome portico upon brick pillars covered with cement and terrace-like roofs. Inside, the rooms are large and lofty, and the stairs of greyish marble or even wood. But neither in doors or out are there any fine statues or sculptures. The palace of the governor is, as I before said, a magnificent building, one that would be an ornament to the finest city in the world. It is built in the form of a horseshoe, with a handsome cupola in the center. The portico, as well as both the wings, is supported upon columns. The internal arrangements are as bad as can possibly be imagined, the supper room being, for instance, a story higher than the ballroom. In both these rooms there is a row of columns on each side, and the floor of the latter is composed of Agra marble. The pillars and walls are covered with white cement, which is equal to marble for its polish. The private rooms are not worth looking at. They merely afford the spectator an opportunity of admiring the skill of the architect, who has managed to turn the large space at his command to the smallest imaginable profit. Among the other buildings worthy of notice are the town hall, the hospital, the museum, Ochterlony's monument, the mint, and the English cathedral. The town hall is large and handsome. The hall itself extends through one entire story. There are a few monuments in white marble to the ceremony of several distinguished men of modern times. It is here that all kinds of meetings are held, all speculations and undertakings discussed, and concerts, balls, and other entertainments given. The hospital consists of several small houses, each standing in the midst of a grass plot. The male patients are lodged in one house, the females and children in a second, while the lunatics are confined in the third. The wards are spacious, airy, and excessively clean. Only Christians are received as patients. The hospital for natives is similar, but considerably smaller. The patients are received for nothing, and the numbers who cannot be accommodated in the building itself are supplied with drugs and medicines. The museum, which was only founded in 1836, possesses, considering the short space of time that has been elapsed since its establishment, a very rich collection, particularly of quadrupeds and skeletons, but there are a few specimens of insects, and most of those are injured. In one of the rooms is a beautifully executed model of a celebrated Taj in Agra. Several sculptures and bas-reliefs were lying around. The figures seem to me very clumsy. The architecture, however, is decidedly superior. The museum is open daily. I visited it several times, and on every occasion, to my great astonishment, met a number of natives who seemed to take greatest interest in the objects before them. Ochterlony's monument is a simple stone column, 165 feet in height, standing, like a large note of admiration, on a solitary grass plot, in the memory of General Ochterlony, who was equally celebrated as statesman and a warrior. Whoever is not afraid of mounting 222 steps will be recompensed by an extensive view of the town, the river, and the surrounding country. The last, however, is very monotonous, consisting of an endless succession of plains bounded only by the horizon. Not far from the column is a neat little mosque, whose countless towers and cupolas are ornamented with gilt metal balls, which glitter and glisten like so many stars in the heaven. It is surrounded by a pretty courtyard, at the entrance of which those who wish to enter the mosque are obliged to leave their shoes. I complied with this regulation, but did not feel recompensed for doing so, as I saw merely a small empty hall, the roof of which was supported by few stone pillars. Glass lamps were suspended from the roof and walls, and the floor was paved with Agra marble, which is very common in Calcutta, being brought down the Ganges. The mint presents a most handsome appearance, is built in pure Grecian style, except that it is not surrounded by pillars on all its four sides. The machinery in it is said to be especially good, surpassing anything of the kind to be seen in Europe. I am unable to express any opinion on the subject, and can only say that all I saw appeared excessively ingenious and perfect. The metal is softened by heat and then flattened into plates by means of cylinders. These plates are cut into strips and stamped. The rooms in which the operations take place are spacious, lofty, and airy. The motive power is mostly steam. Of all the Christian places of worship, the English cathedral is the most magnificent. It is built in Gothic style, with a fine large tower rising above half a dozen smaller ones. There are other churches with Gothic towers, but these edifices are all extremely simple in the interior, with the exception of Armenian church, which has the wall near the altar crowded with pictures in gold frames. The notorious black hole, in which Raja Suraja Daula cast 150 of the principal prisoners when he obtained possession of Calcutta in 1756, is at present changed into a warehouse. At the entrance stands an obelisk 50 feet high, and on it are inscribed the names of his victims. End of section 18. Read by Lambda. Section 19 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 11. Madras and Calcutta. Part 2. The Botanical Garden lies 5 miles distant from the town. It was founded in the year 1743, but it's more like a natural park than a garden, as it is by no means so remarkable for its collection of flowers and plants as for the number of trees and shrubs, which are distributed here and there with studied negligence in the midst of large grass plots. A neat little monument with a marble bust is erected to the memory of the founder. The most remarkable objects are the 2 banyan trees. These trees belong to the fig tree species, and sometimes attain a height of 40 feet. The fruit is very small, round, and of dark red. It yields oil when burnt. When the trunk has reached an elevation of about 15 feet, a number of small branches shoot out horizontally in all directions, and from these quantity of thread-like roots descend perpendicularly to the ground, in which they soon firmly fix themselves. When they are sufficiently grown, they send out shoots like a parent trunk, and this process is repeated ad infinitum, so that it is easy to understand how a single tree may end by forming a whole forest, in which thousands may find a cool and shady retreat. This tree is held sacred by the Hindus. They erect altars to the god Rama beneath its shade, and there too the Brahmin instructs his scholars. The oldest of these two trees, together with its family, already describes a circumference of more than 600 feet, and the original trunk measures nearly 50 feet round. Adjoining the botanical garden is the Bishop's College, in which the natives are trained as missionaries. After the Governor's Palace, it is the finest building in Calcutta, and consists of two main buildings and three wings. On the main building is occupied by an extremely neat chapel. The library, which is a noble looking room, contains a rich collection of works of the best authors, and is thrown open to the pupils. But their industry does not appear to equal the magnificence of arrangements, for, on taking a book from the bookcase, I immediately let it fall again and ran to the other end of the room. A swarm of bees had flown upon me from out of the bookcase. The dining and the sleeping rooms, as well as the other apartments, are so richly and conveniently furnished, that a person might easily suppose that the establishment had been founded for the sons of the richest English families, who are so accustomed to comfort from their tenderest infancy, that they were desirous of transplanting it to all quarters of the globe. But no one would ever imagine the place had been built for the labourers in the vineyard of the Lord. I surveyed this splendid institution with a sadder heart than I might have done, because I knew it was intended for the natives, who had first put off their own simple mode of life and accustomed themselves to convenience and superfluity, only to wander forth into the woods and wilderness, and to exercise their office in the midst of savages and barbarians. Among the sights of Calcutta may be reckoned the garden of the Chief Judge, Mr. Lawrence Peel, which is equally interesting to the botanist and the amateur, and which, in rare flowers, plants, and trees, is much richer than the botanical garden itself. The noble park, laid out with consummate skill, the luxuriant lawns, interspersed and bordered with flowers and plants, the crystal ponds, the shady alleys, with their bosquets and gigantic trees, all combine to form a perfect paradise, in the midst of which stands the palace of the fortunate owner. Opposite to this park, in the large village of Alifagur, is situated the modest little house, which is the birthplace of much that is good. It contains a small surgery, and is inhabited by a native who has studied medicine. Here the natives may obtain both advice and medicine for nothing. This kind and benevolent arrangement is due to Lady Julia Cameron, wife of the law member of the Supreme Council of India, Charles Henry Cameron. I had the pleasure of making this lady's acquaintance, and found her to be, in every respect, an ornament to her sex. Wherever there is any good to be done, she is sure to take the lead. In the years 1846 to 47, she set on foot subscriptions for the starving Irish, writing to the most distant provinces calling upon every Englishman to contribute his mite. In this manner she collected the large sum of 80,000 rupees (£8,000). Lady Peel has distinguished herself also in the field of science, and Burger's Leonore has been beautifully translated by her into English. She is also a kind mother and an affectionate wife, and lives only for her family, caring little for the world. Many call her an original. Would that we had a few more such originals. I had brought no letters of recommendation to this amiable woman, but she happened to hear of my travels and paid me a visit. In fact, the hospitality I met with her was really astonishing. I was cordially welcomed in the very first circles, and everyone did all in his power to be of use to me. I could not help thinking of Count Rehberg, the Austrian minister of Rio Janeiro, who thought he had conferred a great mark of distinction by inviting me once to his villa, and to purchase this honour I had either to walk an hour in the burning heat, or pay 6 milreis (13 shillings) for a carriage. In Calcutta, a carriage was always sent for me. I could relate a great many more anecdotes of the worthy Count, who made me feel how much I was to blame for not descending from a rich and aristocratic family. I experienced different treatment from the member of the Supreme Council, Charles Henry Cameron, and from the Chief Judge, Mr. Peel. These gentlemen respected me for myself alone, without troubling their heads about my ancestors. During my stay in Calcutta, I was invited to a large party in honor of Mr. Peel's birthday, but I refused the invitation as I had no suitable dress. My excuse, however, was not allowed, and I accompanied Lady Cameron in a simple coloured muslin dress to a party where all the other ladies were dressed in silk and satin and covered with lace and jewellery. Yet no one was ashamed of me, but conversed freely with me and showed me every possible attention. A very interesting promenade for a stranger is that of the Strand, or Maytown, as it is likewise called. It is skirted on one side by the banks of the Hooghly, and on the other by beautiful meadows, beyond which is the noble Chaudhrini Road, consisting of rows of noble palaces, and reckoned the first quarter of Calcutta. Besides this, there is a fine view of Governor's Palace, the Cathedral, Ochterlony's Monument, the magnificent reservoirs, Fort William, a fine Patagon with the extensive outworks and many other remarkable objects. Every evening before sunset, all the fashionable world of Calcutta streams hitherward. The purse-proud European, the stuck-up Babu or Nabob, the deposed Raja, are to be beheld driving in splendid European carriages, followed by a multitude of servants in oriental costume, some standing behind their carriage and some running before it. The Rajas and the Nabobs are generally dressed in silk robes, embroidered with gold, over which are thrown the most costly Indian shawls. Ladies and gentlemen mounted upon English-bred horses gallop along the meadows, while the crowds of natives are seen to be laughing and joking on their way home, after the conclusion of their day's work. Nor is the scene on the Hooghly less animated. First-class East Indiamen are lying at anchor, unloading or being cleaned out, while numberless small craft pass continually to and fro. I had been told the population here suffered very much from elephantiasis, and that the numbers of poor wretches with horribly swollen feet were to be seen at every turn. But this is not true. I did not meet with as many cases of the kind during 5 weeks here as I did in one day in Rio Janeiro. On one occasion I paid visit to rich Babu. The property of the family, consisting of 3 brothers, was reckoned at £150,000. The master of the house received me at the door, and accompanied me to the reception room. He was clad in a large dress of white muslin, over which was wound a magnificent Indian shawl, which extended from the hips to the feet, and made up for the transparency of the muslin. One end of the shawl was thrown over his shoulder in the most picturesque manner. The parlour was furnished in the European fashion. A large hand organ stood in one corner, and in other a spacious bookcase, with the works of the principal English poets and philosophers. But it struck me that these books were there more for show than use, for the 2 volumes of Byron works were turned different ways, while the Young's Night Thoughts were stuck between. There were a few engravings and pictures which the worthy Babu imagined to be an ornament to the walls, but which were not so much value as the frames that contained them. My host sent for his 2 sons, handsome boys, one 7 and other 4 years old, and introduced them to me. I inquired, although it is quite contrary to custom to do so, after his wife and daughters. Our poor sex ranks so low in the estimation of the Hindus, that it is almost an insult to a person to mention any of his female relations. He overlooked this in me, as a European, and immediately sent for his daughters. The youngest, a most lovely baby, 6 months old, was nearly white, with large splendid eyes, the brilliancy of which was greatly increased by the delicate eyelids, which were painted a deep blue round the edges. The elder daughter, 9 years old, had a somewhat common coarse face. Her father, who spoke tolerable English, introduced her to me as a bride, and invited me to the marriage, which was to take place in 6 weeks. I was astonished at this, considering the child's extreme youth, that I remarked he no doubt meant her betrothal, but he assured me that she would then be married and delivered over to her husband. On my asking whether the girl loved her intended bridegroom, I was told that she would see him for the first time at the celebration of the nuptials. The Babu informed me further that every person like himself looked out for a son-in-law as soon as possible, and that the younger a girl married, the more honourable was it accounted. An unmarried daughter was a disgrace to her father, who was soon looked down upon as possessed of no paternal love if he did not get her off his hands. As soon as he has found a son-in-law, he describes his bodily and mental qualities, as well as his worldly circumstances to his wife, and with this description she is obliged to content herself, for she is never allowed to see her future son-in-law, either as the betrothed or the husband of her child. The bridegroom is never considered to belong to the family of the bride, but the latter leaves her own relations for those of her husband. No woman, however, is allowed to see or speak with the near relations of her husband, nor dare she ever appear before the manservants of her household without being veiled. If she wishes to pay a visit to her mother, she is carried to her shut up in a palanquin. I also saw the Babu's wife and one of his sisters-in-law. The former was 25 years old and very corpulent. The latter was 15 and was slim and well made. The reason of this, as I was told, is that the females, although married so young, seldom become mothers before their 14th year, and until then preserve their original slimness. After their first confinement, they remain for 6 or 8 weeks shut up in their room, and living all the time on the most sumptuous and dainty food. This fattening process generally produces the desired effect. The reader must know that the Hindus, like the Mohammedans, are partial to corpulent ladies. I never saw any specimen of this kind of beauty, however, among the lower classes. The two ladies were not decently attired. Their bodies and heads were enveloped in ample blue and white muslin drapery, embroidered with gold and bordered with lace of the same material, as broad as a man's hand. But the delicate texture was so ethereal that every outline of the body was visible beneath it. Besides this, whenever they moved, their arms and muslin opened and displayed not only their arm, but a portion of their bosom and body. They appeared to pay a great deal of attention to their hair. Their chief care seemed to consist in replacing the muslin on their heads whenever it enchanced to fall off. As long as a female is unmarried, she is never allowed to lay aside her head dress. These ladies were so overloaded with gold, pearls, and diamonds, that they really resembled beasts of burden. Large pearls with other precious stones strung together adorned their heads and neck, as likewise did heavy gold chains and mounted gold coins. Their ears, which were pierced all over, I counted 12 holes in one ear, were so thickly laden with similar ornaments that the latter could not be distinguished from one another. All that was to be seen was a confused mass of gold, pearls, and diamonds. On each arm were 8 to 10 costly bracelets, the principal one, which was 4 inches broad, being composed of massive gold, with 6 rows of small brilliants. I took it in my hand and found it weighed at least half a pound. They had gold chains twisted 3 times round their thighs, and their ankles and feet were also encircled with gold rings and chains. Their feet were dyed with henna. The two ladies then brought me their jewel cases, and showed me the great many more valuable ornaments. The Hindus must spend immense sums in jewels and gold and silver embroidered Dhaka muslin, as in these articles it is the endeavour of every lady to outrival all her acquaintances. As they had anticipated my arrival, the two ladies were arrayed in their most costly apparel, being determined to exhibit themselves to me in true Indian splendour. The Babu also conducted me to the inner apartments looking into the courtyard. Some of these were furnished only with carpets and pillows. The Hindus, not being, in general, partial to chairs or beds, in others were different pieces of European furniture, such as tables, chairs, presses, and even bedsteads. A glass case containing dolls, coaches, horses, and other toys was pointed out to me with peculiar satisfaction. Both children and women are very fond of playing with these things, though the women are more passionately fond of cards. No married woman is allowed to enter the rooms looking out upon the street, as she might be seen by a man from the opposite windows. The young bride, however, profited by her freedom, and tripping before us to the open window, glanced into the busy street. The wives of the rich Hindus, or of those belonging to the higher castes, are as much confined to their houses as the Chinese women. The only pleasure that the husband's strictness permits the wife to enjoy is to pay a visit, now and then, in a carefully closed palanquin, to some friend or relation. It is only during the short time that a woman remains unmarried that she is allowed rather more freedom. A Hindu may have several wives. There are, however, but few examples of his availing himself of this privilege. The husband's relations generally reside in the same house, but each family has its separate household. The elder boys must take their meals with their father, but the wife, daughters, and younger boys are not allowed this privilege. Both sexes are extremely fond of tobacco, which they smoke in pipes called hookahs. At the conclusion of my visit, I was offered sweetmeats, fruits, raisins, etc. The sweetmeats were mostly composed of sugar, almonds, and suet, but were not very palatable, owing to the predominance of the suet. Before leaving the house, I visited the ground floor to examine the room in which once a year a religious festival called Nach is celebrated. This festival, which is the most important one in the Hindu religion, takes place in the beginning of the October and lasts a fortnight, during which time neither poor nor rich do any business whatever. The master closes his shops and warehouses, and the servant engages a substitute, generally from among the Mohammedans, and then both master and servant spend the fortnight, if not in fasting and prayer, most certainly in doing nothing else. The Babu informed me that these occasions his room is richly ornamented, and a statue of 10-armed goddess Durga is placed inside it. This statue is formed of clay or wood, painted with most glaring colors, and loaded with gold and silver tinsel, flowers, ribbons, and often with even real jewelry. Hundreds of lights and lamps placed between vases and garlands of flowers glitter in the room, the courtyard, and outside the house. A number of different animals are offered up as sacrifices. They are not slain, however, in the presence of the goddess, but in some retired part of the house. Priests attend upon the goddess, and female dancers display their talent before her, accompanied by the loud music of the tam-tam. Both priests and dancers are liberally paid. Some of the latter, like our Taglionists and Elslers, earn large sums. During the period of my stay here, there was a Persian dancer who never appeared for less than 500 rupees, £50. Crowds of the curious, among whom are numbers of Europeans, flock from one temple to another. The principal guests have sweetmeats and fruit served around them. On the last day of the festival, the goddess is conveyed with a great pomp, and accompanied by music, to the Hooghly, where she is put in a boat, rowed into the middle of the stream, and then thrown overboard in the midst of the shouts and acclamations of the multitude upon the banks. Formerly the real jewels were thrown along with the goddess, but carefully fished up again by the priest during the night. At present, the real jewels are replaced on the last day by false ones, or else the founder of the feast takes an opportunity of secretly obtaining possession of them during the goddess's progress to the river. He is obliged to do so very cautiously, however, so as not to be observed by the people. A Nach often costs several thousand rupees, and is one of the most costly items in the expenditure of the rich. Marriages, too, are said to cost large sums of money. The Brahmins observe the stars, and by their aid calculate the most fortunate day and even hour for the ceremony to take place. It is, however, frequently postponed at the very last moment for a few hours longer, as the priest has taken fresh observations and hit upon a still luckier instant. Of course, such a discovery has to be paid for by an extra fee. There are several feasts every year in honor of the four-armed goddess Kali, especially in the village of Kalighat near Calcutta. There were two during my stay. Before each hut was placed a number of small clay idols painted with various colors and representing the most horrible creatures. They were exposed there for sale. The goddess Kali, as a large life, had got her tongue thrust out as far as possible between her open jaws. She was placed either before or inside the huts, and was richly decorated with wreaths of flowers. The temple of Kali is a miserable building, or rather a dark hole, from whose cupola like roof rise several turrets. The statue here was remarkable for its immense head and horribly long tongue. Its face was painted deep red, yellow, and sky blue. I was unable to enter this godlike hole, as I was a woman, and as such was not reckoned worthy of admission into so sacred a place as Kali's temple. I looked in at the door with a Hindu woman, and was quite satisfied. The most horrible and distressing scenes occur in the Hindu dead houses, and at places where the corpses are burnt. Those that I saw are situated on the banks of the Hooghly, near the town, and opposite to them is the wood market. A dead house was small and contained only one room, in which were four bare bedsteads. The dying person is brought here by his relations, and either placed upon one of the bedsteads, or if these are full, on the floor, or at a push even before the house in the burning sun. At the period of my arrival, there were 5 persons in the house and 2 outside. The latter were completely wrapped up in straw and woolen counterpanes, and I thought they were already dead. On my asking whether or no this was the case, my guide threw off the clothes, and I saw the poor wretches move. I think they must have been half smothered under the mass of covering. Inside, on the floor, lay a poor old woman, the death rattle in whose throat proclaimed that her end was fast approaching. The 4 bedsteads were likewise occupied. I did not observe the mouths and the noses of these poor creatures were stopped up with mud from the Ganges. This may perhaps be the case in some other districts. Near the dying persons were seated their relations, quietly and silently waiting to receive their last breath. On my inquiring whether nothing was ever given to them, I was told that if they did not die immediately, a small draught of water from the Ganges was handed to them from time to time, but always decreasing in quantity and at longer intervals, for when once brought to these places they must die at any price. And as soon as they are dead, and almost before they are cold, they are taken to a place where they are burnt, and which is separated from the high road by a wall. In this place I saw 1 corpse and 1 person at the point of death, while on 6 funeral piles were 6 corpses with flames flaring on high all around them. A large number of birds, larger than turkeys, and called here philosophers, small vultures and ravens, were seated upon the neighbouring tree and house tops in anxious expectation of half-burnt corpses. I was horrified. I hurried away, and it was long before I could efface the impression made upon my mind by this hideous spectacle. In the case of rich people, the burning of the body sometimes costs more than 1,000 rupees. The most costly wood, such as rose or sandalwood, being employed for that purpose. Besides this, a Brahmin, music, and female mourners are necessary parts of the ceremony. After the body has been burnt, the bones are collected, laid in a vase, and thrown into the Ganges, or some other holy river. The nearest relation is obliged to set fire to the pile. There are naturally none of these ceremonies among poor people. They simply burn their dead on the common wood or cow dung, and if they cannot even buy these materials, they fasten a stone to the corpse and throw it into the river. I will here relate a small anecdote that I had from a very trustworthy person. It may serve as an example of the atrocities that have been committed from the false ideas of religion. Mr. N was once, during his travels, not far from Ganges, and was accompanied by several servants and a dog. Suddenly the latter disappeared, and all the calling in the world would not bring him back. He was at last discovered on the banks of the Ganges, standing near a human body, which he kept licking. Mr. N went up and found that the man had been left to die, but had still some spark of life left. He summoned his attendants, had the slime and filth washed off the poor wretch's face, and wrapped him well up. In a few days after he was completely recovered, on Mr. N's now being about to leave him, the man begged and prayed him not to do so, as he had lost his caste, and would never be recognized by any of his relations. In a word, that he was completely wiped out of the list of the living. Mr. Hen took him into his service, and the man, at present day, is still in enjoyment of perfect health. The event narrated occurred years ago. The Hindus themselves acknowledge that their customs, with regard to dying persons, occasion many involuntary murders, but their religion ordains that when a physician declares there is no hope left, the person must die. During my stay in Calcutta, I could learn no more of the manners of the customs of the Hindus than what I have described, but I became acquainted with some of the particulars of the Mohammedan marriage. On the day appointed for the ceremony, the nuptial bed, elegantly ornamented, is carried with music and festivity to the house of the bridegroom, and late in the evening the bride herself also conveyed there in a close palanquin, with music and torches, and a large crowd of friends, many of whom carry Regular pyramids of tapers, that well-known kind of firework, the Bengal fire, with its beautiful light blue flame, is also in requisition for the evening's proceedings. On arriving at the bridegroom's house, the newly married couple alone are admitted. The rest remain outside playing, singing, and hallooing until broad daylight. I often heard Europeans remark that they consider the procession of the nuptial couch extremely improper, but as the old saying goes, a man can see the mote in his neighbour's eye when he cannot perceive the beam in his own. And it struck me that the same manner in which marriages are managed by Europeans who are settled here is much more unbecoming. It is a rule that the English, that on the day appointed for the marriage, which takes place towards the evening, the bridegroom shall not see his bride before he meets her at the altar. An infringement of this regulation would be shocking. In the case the two who are about to marry should have anything to say to each other, they are obliged to do so in writing. Scarcely, however, as the clergyman pronounced the benediction, the new married couples are packed off together in a carriage, and sent to spend a week in some hotel in the vicinity of the town. For this purpose, either the hotel at the Barakpur, or one or three other houses at Garden Rich is selected. In case all the lodgings should be occupied, a circumstance of by no means rare occurrence, since almost all marriages are celebrated in the months of November and December, a boat containing one or two cabins is hired, and the young people are condemned to pass the next 8 days completely shut off from all their friends, and even the parents themselves are not allowed to access their children. I am of opinion that a girl's modesty must suffer much from the coarse customs. How the poor creature must blush on entering a place selected for her imprisonment, and how each look, each grin of the landlord, waiters, or boatmen must wound her feelings. The worthy Germans, who think everything excellent that does not emanate from themselves, copy this custom most conscientiously. End of section 19. Read by Lambda.
Section 20 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suprada Urval. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 20, Benares, Part 1. Departure from Calcutta. Entrance into the Ganges. Rajmahal, Gur, Janghera, Monghir, Patna, Denapur, Jaisipur, Benares. Religion of the Hindus. Description of the town, palaces and temples, the holy places, the holy apes, the ruins of Saranth, an indigo plantation, a visit to the Raja of Benares, martyrs and fakirs, the Indian peasant, the missionary establishment. On the 10th of December, after a stay of more than 5 weeks, I left Calcutta for Benares. The journey may be performed either by land or else by water on the Ganges. By land, the distance is 470 miles. By water, 800 miles during the rainy season and 465 miles more during the dry months, as the boats are compelled to take very circuitous routes to pass from the Hooghly through the Sundarbans into the Ganges. The land journey is performed in post palanquins, carried by men who, like horses, are changed every 4 or 6 miles. The traveller proceeds by night as well as day, and at each station finds people ready to receive him, as a circular from the post office is always sent a day or two before to prepare them for his arrival. At night, the train is increased by the addition of a torch-bearer to scare off the wild beasts by the glare of his torch. The travelling expenses for one person are about 200 rupees, 20 pounds, independent of the luggage, which is reckoned separately. The journey by water can be accomplished in steamers, one of which leaves almost every week for Allahabad, 135 miles beyond Benares. The journey occupies from 14 to 20 days, as, on account of the numerous sandbanks, it is impossible for the vessel to proceed on her course except in the daytime. and even then it is by no means unusual for her to run aground, especially when the water is low. The fares to Benares are: first cabin, 257 rupees, 25 pounds 14 shillings; second cabin, 216 rupees, 21 pounds 12 shillings; provisions without wine or spirits, 3 rupees, 6 shillings a day. As I had heard so much of the magnificent banks of the Ganges and of the important towns situated on them, I determined to go by water. On the 8th of December, according to the advertisement, the steamer General MacLeod, 140 horsepower, commanded by Captain Keller, was to leave her moorings, but on going on board I received the gratifying intelligence that we should have to wait 24 hours, which 24 hours were extended to as much again, so that we did not actually set off before 11 o'clock on the morning of the 10th. We first proceeded down the stream to the sea as far as Kacheri, and on the following day we rounded Mud Point and entered the Sundarbans, where we beat about as far as Kalna. From there we proceeded up the Guri, a large tributary stream flowing into the Ganges below Ramparbolia. During the first few days the scenery was monotonous to the highest degree. There were neither towns nor villages to be seen. The banks were flat, and the prospect everywhere bounded by tall thick bushes, which the English term jungles, that is to say, virgin forests. For my own part, I could see no virgin forests, as by this term I understand a forest of mighty trees. During the night we heard from time to time the roaring of tigers. These animals are pretty abundant in these parts, and frequently attack the natives if they happen to remain out late wooding. I was shown the tattered fragment of a man's dress hung upon a bush to commemorate the fact of a native having been torn to pieces there by one of these beasts. But they are not the only foes that man has to dread here. The Ganges contains quite as deadly ones, namely the ravenous crocodiles. These may be seen in groups of 6 or 8 sunning themselves on the slimy banks of the river or on the numerous sandbanks. They vary in length from 6 to 15 feet. On the approach of the steamer, several started up, affrighted by the noise, and glided hastily into the dirty yellow stream. The different branches of the Sundarbans and the Guri are often so narrow that there is hardly room for 2 vessels to pass each other, while on the other hand they frequently expand into lakes that are miles across. In spite too of the precaution of only proceeding by day, on account of the numerous sandbanks and shallows, accidents are of frequent occurrence. We ourselves did not come off scot-free. In one of the narrow branches I have alluded to, while our vessel was stopped to allow another to pass, one of the 2 ships that we had in tow came with such violence against the steamer that the sides of a cabin were driven in. Luckily, however, no one was injured. In another arm of the river, 2 native vessels were lying at anchor. The crews were somewhat slow in perceiving us, and had not time to raise their anchors before we came puffing up to them. The captain did not stop, as he thought there was room to pass, but turned the steamer's head so far inshore that he ran into the bushes, and left some of the blinds of the cabin windows suspended as trophies behind him, whereat he was so enraged that he immediately dispatched 2 boats to cut the poor creatures' hawsers, thereby causing them to lose their anchors. This was another action worthy of a European. Near Kalna, 358 miles from the sea, we entered the Guri, a considerable tributary of the Ganges, which it flows into below Ramparbolia. The jungles here recede, and their place is occupied by beautiful plantations of rice and other vegetables. There was, too, no scarcity of villages. Only the huts, which were mostly built of straw and palm leaves, were small and wretched. The appearance of the steamer soon collected all the inhabitants, who left their fields and huts and greeted it with loud huzzas. 15th December. This evening we struck for the first time on a sandbank. It cost us some trouble before we could get off again. 16th December. We had entered the Ganges yesterday. At a late hour this evening, we hove to near the little village of Komarkoli. The inhabitants brought provisions of every description on board, and we had an opportunity of becoming acquainted with the prices of the various articles. A fine wether cost 4 rupees, 8 shillings. 18 fowls, a rupee, 2 shillings. A fish weighing several pounds, an anna, 1½ dimes. 8 eggs, an anna. 20 oranges, 2 annas, 3 dimes. A pound of fine bread, 3 bays, 1 dime. And yet, in spite of these ludicrously cheap prices, the captain charged each passenger 3 rupees, 6 shillings a day for his board, which was not even possible. Many of the passengers made purchases here of eggs, new bread, and oranges, and the captain was actually not ashamed to let these articles, which were paid for out of our own pockets, appear at his table that we all paid so dearly for. 18th December. Bialia, a place of considerable importance, noted for the number of its prisons. It is a depot for criminals who are sent here from all parts. Footnote 158a. At the period of my visit, there were about 782 of them. End of footnote. The prisoners here cannot be so desirous of escaping as those in Europe, for I saw numbers of them, very slightly ironed, wandering about in groups or alone in the place itself and its vicinity, without having any gaolers with them. They are properly taken care of and employed in various kinds of light work. There is a paper manufactory which is almost entirely carried on by them. The inhabitants appeared to possess a more than usual degree of fanaticism. I and another passenger, Herr Lau, had gone to take a walk in the place, and were about to enter a small street in which there was a Hindu temple. But no sooner, however, did the people perceive our intention than they set up a horrible yelling, and pressed on us so closely that we held it advisable to restrain our curiosity and turn back. 19th December. Today we perceived the low ranges of the Rajmahal hills, the first we had seen since we left Madras. In the evening we were again stuck fast upon a sandbank. We remained tolerably quiet during the night, but as soon as it was morning, every possible means were adopted to get us off again. The vessels we had in tow were cast off. Our steam got up to its highest pitch. The sailors, too, exerted themselves indefatigably, and at noon we were stuck just as fast as we were the evening before. About this time we perceived a steamer on its way from Allahabad to Calcutta, but our captain hoisted no signals of distress, being very much vexed that he should be seen by a comrade in such a position. The captain of the other vessel, however, offered his assistance of his own accord, but his offer was coldly and curtly refused, and it was not until after several hours of the most strenuous exertion that we succeeded in getting off the bank into deep water. In the course of the day we touched at Rajmahal, a large village which, on account of the thick woods and numerous swamps and morasses around it, is reckoned a most unhealthy place. Footnote 158b. Rajmahal was, in the 17th century, the capital of Bengal. End of footnote. It was here that Gur, one of the largest towns of India, once stood. It is said to have been 20 square miles in extent, and to have contained about 2 millions of inhabitants, and, according to the latest books of travels, the most splendid and considerable ruins are still to be seen there. Those of the so-called Golden Mosque are especially remarkable, being very fine and faced with marble. The gateways are celebrated for their great width of span and the solidity of their side walls. As there was, fortunately, a depot for coals here, we were allowed a few hours to do as we liked. The younger passengers seized the opportunity to go out shooting, being attracted by the splendid forests, the finest I had as yet seen in India. It was certainly reported that they were very much infested with tigers, but this deterred no one. I also engaged in the chase, although it was one of a different description. I penetrated far and wide through the forest and swamp in order to discover the ruins. I was successful, but how meagre and wretched they were! The most important were those of two common city gates, built of sandstone and ornamented with a few handsome sculptures, but without any arches or cupolas. One inconsiderable temple, with 4 corner towers, was in several places covered with very fine cement. Besides these, there were a few other ruins or single fragments of buildings and pillars scattered around, but all of them together do not cover a space of 2 square miles. On the border of the forest, or some 100 paces farther in, were situated a number of huts belonging to the natives, approached by picturesque paths running beneath shady avenues of trees. In Bialia, the people were very fanatic, while here the men were very jealous. At the conclusion of my excursion, one of the gentlemen passengers had joined me, and we directed our steps towards the habitations of the natives. As soon as the men saw my companion, they called out to their wives and ordered them to take refuge in the huts. The women ran in from all directions, but remained very quietly at the doors of their dwellings to see us pass, and quite forgot to conceal their faces while they did so. In these parts there are whole woods of cocoa palms. This tree is properly a native of India, where it attains a height of 80 feet and bears fruit in its 6th year. In other countries it is scarcely 50 feet high and does not bear fruit before it is 12 or 15 years old. This tree is perhaps the most useful one in the known world. It produces large and nutritious fruit, excellent milk, large leaves that are used for covering in and roofing huts, materials for strong cordage, the clearest oil for burning, mats, woven stuffs, coloring matter, and even a kind of drink called sur, toddy, or palm brandy, and obtained by incisions made in the crown of the tree, to which, during an entire month, the Hindus climb up every morning and evening, making incisions in the stem and hanging pots underneath to catch the sap which oozes out. The rough condition of the bark facilitates considerably the task of climbing up the tree. The Hindus tie a strong cord round the trunk and their own body, and another round their feet, which they fix firmly against the tree. They then raise themselves up, drawing the upper rope with their hands and the lower one with the points of their feet after them. I have seen them climb the highest trees in this manner with the greatest ease in 2 minutes at the most. Round their bodies they have a belt, to which are suspended a knife and 1 or 2 small jars. The sap is at first quite clear and agreeably sweet, but begins in 6 or 8 hours' time to ferment, and then assumes a whitish tint, while its flavor becomes disagreeably acid. From this, with the addition of some rice, is manufactured strong arrack. A good tree will yield above a gallon of this sap in 24 hours, but during the year in which the sap is thus extracted, it bears no fruit. 21st December. About 80 miles below Rajmahal, we passed 3 rather steep rocks rising out of the Ganges. The largest is about 60 feet high. The next in size, which is overgrown with bushes, is the residence of a fakir, whom the true believers supply with provisions. We could not see the holy man, as it was beginning to grow dark as we passed. This, however, did not cause us so much regret as that we were unable to visit the botanical garden at Bhogalpur, which is said to be the finest in all India. But as there was no coal depot at Bhogalpur, we did not stop. On the 22nd of December, we passed the remarkable mountain scenery of Junghera, which rises like an island of rocks from the majestic Ganges. This spot was in former times looked on as the holiest in the whole course of the river. Thousands of boats and larger vessels were constantly to be seen there, as no Hindu believed he could die in peace without having visited the place. Numerous fakirs had established themselves here, strengthening the poor pilgrims with unctuous exhortations and taking in return their pious gifts. The neighborhood has, however, at present lost its reputation for sanctity, and the offerings received are scarcely sufficient to maintain 2 or 3 fakirs. In the evening we stopped near Monghir, a tolerably large town with some old fortifications. Footnote 160a. Monghir is termed the Birmingham of India on account of its extensive manufactories of cutlery and weapons. Its population is about 30,000 souls. End of footnote. The most conspicuous object is a cemetery crowded with monuments. The monuments are so peculiar that had I not seen similar ones in the cemeteries of Calcutta, I should never have imagined that they belonged to any sect of Christians. There were temples, pyramids, immense catafalques, kiosks, etc., all massively built of tiles. The extent of the cemetery is quite disproportioned to the number of Europeans in Monghir, but the place is said to be the most unhealthy in India, so that when a European is ordered there for any number of years, he generally takes a last farewell of all his friends. 6 miles hence there are some hot springs which are looked upon by the natives as sacred. We had lost sight of the Rajmahal hills at Bogulpur. On both sides of the river, nothing was now to be seen but an uninterrupted succession of flat plains. 24th December. Patna, one of the largest and most ancient cities of Bengal, with a population of about 300,000 souls, consists of a long, broad street 8 miles long, with numerous short alleys running into it. Footnote 160b. Patna is the capital of the province of Bechar and was once celebrated for the number of its Buddhist temples. Near Patna was situated the most famous town of ancient India, namely Patliputra. Patna contains a great many cotton and a few opium factories. End of footnote. Footnote 161. In all Indian, Mohammedan, and in fact all countries which are not Christian, it is a very difficult task to obtain anything like an exact calculation of the number of inhabitants, as nothing is more hateful to the population than such computations. End of footnote. The houses, which are mostly constructed of mud, struck me as particularly small and wretched. Under the projecting roofs are exposed for sale goods and provisions of the simplest kind. That part of the street in which the greatest number of these miserable shops are situated is dignified by the grand name of the bazaar. The few houses of a better description might easily be counted without any very great trouble. They are built of tiles and surrounded by wooden galleries and colonnades prettily carved. In these houses were to be found the best and finest shops. The temples of the Hindus, the ghats, flights of steps, halls and gateways on the Ganges, like the mosques of the Mohammedans, always look a great deal better at a distance than they do on a nearer inspection. The only objects worthy of notice which I saw here were a few bell-shaped mausoleums, like those in Ceylon, which they greatly surpassed in size, although not in artistic beauty. They were certainly more than 200 feet in circumference and 80 feet in height. Excessively narrow entrances with simple doors conduct into the interior. On the outside, 2 small flights of steps forming a semicircle lead up to the top. The doors were not opened for us, and we were obliged to content ourselves with the assurance that, with the exception of a small plain sarcophagus, there was nothing inside. Patna is a place of great importance, from the trade in opium, by which many of the natives acquire large fortunes. As a general rule, they make no display of their riches, either as regards their clothes or in any other public kind of luxury. There are only 2 sorts of dress, one for those in easy circumstances, which is like that of the Orientals, and one for the poorest classes, which consists of a piece of cloth bound round the loins. The principal street presents a bustling appearance, being much frequented by carriages as well as pedestrians. The Hindus, like the Jews, are such determined foes to walking that they do not think the worst place in the most wretched cart beneath their acceptance. The vehicles in most general use are narrow wooden cars upon two wheels, and composed of four posts with cross beams. Colored woolen stuff is hung over these, and a kind of canopy keeps off the sun. There is properly only room for two persons, although I have seen 3 or 4 crowded into them. This puts me in mind of the Italians who fill a carriage so that not even the steps are left vacant. These cars are called baili. They are closely curtained when women travel in them. I expected to see the streets here full of camels and elephants, since I had read so much about it in some descriptions, but I saw only bailis drawn by oxen and a few horsemen, but neither camels nor elephants. Towards evening we drove to Dinapur, which is 8 miles from Patna, along an excellent post road planted with handsome trees. Footnote 162. I landed with 2 travellers at Patna and rode on to Dinapur in the evening, where our steamer anchored for the night. End of footnote. Dinapur is one of the largest English military stations and contains extensive barracks, which almost constitute a town in themselves. The town is but a short distance from the barracks. There are many Mohammedans among the inhabitants who surpass the Hindus in industry and perseverance. I here saw elephants for the first time on the Indian continent. In a sarai outside the town, there were 8 large, handsome animals. When we returned to the ship in the evening, we found it like a camp. All kinds of articles were brought there and laid out for inspection, but the shoemakers were particularly numerous. Their work appeared neat and lasting and remarkably cheap. A pair of men's boots, for example, cost from 1½ to 2 rupees, 3 shillings to 4 shillings. But it is true that twice as much is always asked for them. I saw on this occasion the way in which the European sailors conduct bargains with the natives. One of the engineers wanted to buy a pair of shoes and offered a quarter of the price asked. The seller, not consenting to this, took his goods back, but the engineer snatched them out of his hand, threw down a few bays more than what he had offered, and hastened to his cabin. The shoemaker pursued him and demanded the shoes back, instead of which he received several tough blows, and was threatened that if he was not quiet he should be compelled to leave the ship immediately. The poor creature returned half crying to his pack of goods. A similar occurrence took place on the same evening. A Hindu boy brought a box for one of the travellers and asked for a small payment for his trouble. He was not listened to. The boy remained standing by, repeating his request now and then. He was driven away, and as he would not go quietly, blows were had recourse to. The captain happened to pass accidentally and asked what was the matter. The boy, sobbing, told him. The captain shrugged his shoulders, and the boy was put out of the ship. How many similar and even more provoking incidents have I seen? The so-called barbarian and heathen people have good reason to hate us. Wherever the Europeans go, they will not give any reward, but only orders and commands, and their rule is generally much more oppressive than that of the natives. 26th December. The custom of exposing dying people on the banks of the Ganges does not appear to be so general as some travellers state. We sailed on the river for 14 days, during which time we passed many thickly populated towns and villages, and did not meet with a single case until today. The dying man lay close to the water, and several men, probably his relations, were seated round him awaiting his decease. One dipped water and mud out of the river with his hands, and put them to the nose and mouth of the dying man. The Hindus believe that if they die at the river, with their mouths full of the holy water, they are quite certain to go to heaven. His relations or friends remain by the dying man till sunset, when they go home and leave him to his fate. he generally falls a prey to crocodiles. I very seldom saw any floating corpses, only 2 during the whole journey. Most of the corpses are burnt. 27th December. Ghazipur is an important place and is remarkable at a distance for its handsome ghats. Here stands a pretty monument erected to the memory of Lord Cornwallis, who conquered Tipu Saib in 1790. Very near is a large establishment for training horses, which is said to turn out remarkably fine ones. But Ghazipur is most remarkable for its enormous rose fields, and the rose water and attar prepared here. The latter is obtained in the following manner. Upon 40 pounds of roses with the calyxes, 60 pounds of water are poured, and the whole is distilled over a slow fire. From this, about 30 pounds of rose water are obtained. Another 40 pounds of roses are again added to this, and, at the utmost, 20 pounds of water distilled off. This is then exposed during the night to the cold air in pans, and in the morning the oil is found swimming upon the surface and is skimmed off. Not more than an ounce and a half of attar, at the utmost, is obtained from 80 pounds of roses. An ounce of true attar costs, even at Ghazipur, 40 rupees, 4 pounds. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the 28th, we at length reached the holy town of Benares. We anchored near Rajghat, where coolies and camels were ready to receive us. Before taking leave of the Ganges, I must remark that during the whole journey of about 1,000 miles, I did not meet with a single spot remarkable for its especial beauty or one picturesque view. The banks are either flat or bounded by layers of earth 10 or 20 feet in height, and further inland sandy plains alternate with plantations or dried up meadows and miserable jungles. There are, indeed, a great number of towns and villages, but, with the exception of occasional handsome houses and the ghats, they are composed of a collection of huts. The river itself is frequently divided into several branches, and is sometimes so broad that it resembles a sea rather than a river, for the banks are scarcely visible. Benares is the most sacred town of India. It is to the Hindus what Mecca is to the Mohammedans, or Rome to the Catholics. The belief of the Hindus in its holiness is such that, according to their opinion, every man will be saved who remains 24 hours in the town, without reference to his religion. This noble toleration is one of the finest features in the religion and character of this people, and puts to shame the prejudices of many Christian sects. The number of pilgrims amounts annually to 300,000 or 400,000, and the town is one of the most wealthy in the country through their trading, sacrifices, and gifts. This may not be an improper place to make some remarks upon the religion of these interesting people, which I extract from Zimmerman's Handbook of Travels. The foundation of the Hindu faith is the belief in a superior primitive being, immortality, and a reward of virtue. The chief idea of God is so great and beautiful, its moral so pure and elevated, that its equal has not been found among any other people. Their creed is to worship the highest being, to invoke their guardian gods, to be well disposed towards their fellow men, to pity the unfortunate and help them, to bear patiently the inconveniences of life, not to lie or break their word, to read the sacred histories and to give heed to them, not to talk much, to fast, pray, and to bathe at stated periods. These are the general duties which the sacred writings of the Hindus enforce, without exception, upon all castes or sects. Their true and only God is called Brahma, which must not be confounded with Brahma who was created by the former, who is the true, eternal, holy, and unchangeable light of all time and space. The wicked are punished and the good rewarded. Out of the eternal being proceeded the goddess Bhavani, that is nature, and a host of 1,180 million spirits. Among these there are 3 demigods or superior spirits, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, the Hindu trinity called by them Trimurti. For a long time happiness and content prevailed, but they afterwards revolted and many gave up their allegiance. The rebels were cast down from on high into the pit of darkness. Hereupon succeeded the transmigration of souls. Every animal and every plant was animated by one of the fallen angels, and the remarkable amiability of the Hindus towards animals is owing to this belief. They look upon them as their fellow creatures and will not put any of them to death. The Hindu reverences the great purpose of nature, the production of organized bodies, in the most disinterested and pious manner. Everything tending to this end is to him venerable and holy, and it is in this respect alone that he worships the lingam. It may be affirmed that the superstitions of this creed have only gradually become an almost senseless delusion through corruption and misunderstanding. In order to judge of the present state of their religion, it will be sufficient to describe the figures of a few of their chief deities. Brahma, as the creator of the world, is represented with 4 human heads and 8 hands. In one hand he holds the scriptures, in the others various idols. He is not worshipped in any temple, having lost this prerogative on account of his ambitious desire to find out the Supreme Being. However, after repenting of his folly, it was permitted that the Brahmins might celebrate some festivals in his honor, called Putshe. Vishnu, as the maintainer of the world, is represented in 21 different forms: half fish, half man, as tortoise, half lion, half man, Buddha, dwarf, etc. The wife of Vishnu is worshipped as the goddess of fruitfulness, plenty and beauty. The cow is considered sacred to her. Shiva is the destroyer, revenger, and the conqueror of death. He has therefore a double character, beneficent or terrible. He rewards or punishes. He is generally hideously represented, entirely surrounded by lightning, with 3 eyes, the largest of which is in the forehead. He has also 8 arms, in each of which he holds something. Although these 3 deities are equal, the religion of the Hindus is divided into only 2 sects, the worshippers of Vishnu and those of Shiva. Brahma has no peculiar sect, since he is denied temples and pagodas. However, the whole priestly caste, the Brahmins, may be considered as his worshippers, since they affirm that they proceeded from his head. The worshippers of Vishnu have on their foreheads a red or yellowish painted sign of the Jani. The Shiva worshippers the sign of the lingam, or an obelisk, triangle, or the sun. 333 million subordinate deities are recognized. They control the elements, natural phenomena, the passions, acts, diseases, etc. They are represented in different forms and having all kinds of attributes. There are also genii, good and evil spirits. The number of the good exceeds that of the bad by about 3 million. Other objects are also considered sacred by the Hindus, as rivers, especially the Ganges, which is believed to have been formed from the sweat of Shiva. The water of the Ganges is so highly esteemed that a trade is carried on in it for many miles inland. Among animals, they chiefly look upon the cow, ox, elephant, ape, eagle, swan, peacock and serpent as sacred. Among plants, the lotus, the banana and the mango tree. The Brahmins have an especial veneration for a stone, which is, according to Sonnerat, a fossil ammonite in slate. It is in the highest degree remarkable that there is no representation of the Supreme Being to be found in all Hindustan. The idea appears too great for them. They consider the whole earth as a temple and worship him under all forms. The adherents of Shiva bury their dead. The others either burn them or throw them into the river. End of section 20. Recording by Suprada Urwal from Saratoga, California.